I like when it calls me unstable. My connection. Hi friends, welcome in. Oh shit, I forgot to put my collar on. Let's do it now. Hi friends, welcome in. I'm Jaded Neko. I'm a variety streamer. I do whatever the fuck I want here. And that would be today, looming and watching Am I the Asshole, because I have a bunch of blankets to get done. And that's what I like to do. Well, actually, I usually like to watch garbage Chinese dramas. Or whatever. Garbage Asian dramas. I don't care who made them, as long as they're garbage. They have to be garbage. Must be utter trash. These blankets. This blanket is for Beard Daddy T&L and his baby. This is for the older, because it goes from white to purple. And the other one will be like a darker one, because she's younger. So, whichever one of them gets the lighter purple, that one. But these are from our buddy T&L. I can't... Oh, hang on. Can I? No, I can't. I can't reach my keyboard. There's too much crap. Let me see. I'll do it from my phone, girl. Exclamation T&L. There you go. I knew it was there somewhere. Hi. Now, I was starting to jam, and then I got distracted, so... Discord's on. I'm gonna start a jam. You know the rules. Don't love me and I won't love you. That's how it works. That is how it works. Boop, boop. There's the jam. Oh, wait!
We're gonna have some fun tonight, 'cause you can't touch my boobies. Don't be shy, yeah, it's alright, 'cause you can't touch my boobies.
Intro done. I will not be getting any sass back from any bitches because I played the intro. Okay, that's enough for the music. We're starting with... Well, you know what? Let's start with this. Mother-in-law.
Hey, welcome back. Mother-in-law is going to... Am I the a-hole for telling my wife her parents are not allowed to ever watch our son again? My wife and I have a 2-year-old son and have been married for 4 years. Our anniversary was a month ago, and we found a nice, secluded cabin on Airbnb and rented it out for a long weekend getaway. My wife asked her parents if they would be willing to watch our son, and they agreed, as long as we dropped him off at their house. That worked since it was on our way anyway. I was raised Lutheran, and my wife was raised Catholic, but neither of us currently go to church and have not had our son baptized. My mother-in-law knows this and hates it. Ooh. Oh, I know what's about to happen. Oh god, I hate it when I can guess it, but I also love it when I can guess it. She thinks our son needs to be baptized or he will burn in hell. She's that kind of Catholic. Got it. The spicy kind. I love how like getting baptized like automatically means you won't burn in hell, but like there's plenty of other reasons why you could burn in hell, you know? I feel like it could still happen. Ironically, some of the people that are most afraid of burning in hell are also going to burn in hell. So we go on our trip and we pick up our son and ask how the weekend went. Mother-in-law says everything went fine and she has saved my son's soul.
From the devil.
Order in the crowd! I knew it. I asked her what she meant, and she said she had our son baptized that morning at her church. Like, it's one thing to take a little kid to get their ears pierced. Even that's bad without the permission of the parents. But, like, something as important as, like, a baptism should always be discussed beforehand. I tried my best to keep my cool, so I didn't scream at mother-in-law in front of my son. But I pretty much just grabbed my son and left. On the car ride home, I was fuming and told my wife as calmly as I could that this would be the last time her parents have our son unsupervised. She tried to downplay what her mom had done, but I told her we needed to wait until...
Before we get further in this video, I bet you, the mom was complicit with what the grandma did. I bet you that mom knew the mom was going to pull that shit, because you're not allowed to do that. Even in churches and stuff, you can't get baptisms without parental consent. Like, you can't. It's not a thing. You can't. Your grandma can't just take your kid to get baptized if they are not the guardian. So one of the parents had to sign off. So I bet you the mom is playing on the fence because she's just, I just want to keep the peace. People, I hate people like that. Genuine disgust.
Till we got home to talk about it because I'm not fighting in front of my kid. When we got home and had a chance to talk about it, things got heated. I told my wife I no longer trust her parents with our son, and if they did something like that behind our backs, I can't trust them to respect our wishes as parents.
That's my spicy perspective.
Like, they really did
I
do
don't
it
know.
behind your back.
We are watching
Why
it together right now.
Be like some sort of discussion beforehand.
But
she's making decisions
I'm
that you
definitely
really should have been
an
involved
undead
in.
and,
I said
and
this
very
was a huge
good
breach
at
of trust,
predicting.
and I will forever look at her mom differently. I mean, it is rather controlling behavior.
I am a vampire. I do not go
decisions
outside.
as
You can
if
tell
she's
by my
this
pale,
child's
pasty
parent.
skin. No,
And
I'm just
she's
kidding.
not. And she's also excluding you from
I'm not a
these
mystical
decisions.
being.
If she wasn't
It's just
trying
very
to, like, hide
obvious
it or
and
do it
predictable. I'm telling you.
sneakily, then why wouldn't...
If you have been through the ringer with a narcissist, you understand. Like, I have a mom like that. I have a mom like that grandmother, not religious, but just believes she can do absolutely whatever she wants, and because she's the, like, mom, it doesn't matter. Like some sort of nonsensical hierarchy, fucking, just nonsense. Full nonsense. Right? But I've also dated people that were narcissists. I've watched other people involved in different kind of narcissists. I've done research on it, and etc., etc., etc. And when kids of narcissists are born, they go one or two ways. They either end up being absolutely nothing like the narcissist. Well, three ways. They either be nothing like the narcissist, they be the peacekeeper that really is just an asshole sitting on the fence playing both sides and acting like they're not, or they dip. They dip and they're like, nah, fuck this, bye. 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 And they just nope the whole ass way out of that shit. I noped the whole ass way out of it for mine. I have an older sister that noped her ass out of there when she was like 14, 15 as well, and she never went back. And then I have several siblings that are both sides of that. There's one that's a fence-sitting sack of garbage that will not only stir the pot to get the heat off of herself, but will also tell all of your biz to every garb person she knows. Like, G-A-R-B, garbage, yeah? Every garb person she knows, she'll tell your business to. Strangers, it doesn't matter. The whole fucking town they live in knows your business, and you don't even know these fucking people. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's... Because of that, I can usually smell what's gonna happen, you know what I mean? And I believe firmly that the fucking wife the mom in this situation of the child was playing both sides, complicit, and agreed with the kid being baptized. That's what my sniffer says. My sniffer says that mom's got something to do with it. That grandma has audacity, but the grandma cannot pursue that audacity in terms like that without one of the parents being at least half-assedly being like, well, I mean, I guess it's okay. I know I was baptized. Well, as long as we don't tell the, well, and letting the mom take all the heat so that she doesn't have to explain to her husband that she's a sack of ass. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? This is why I make friends with squirrels. Seriously. If you go on the Instagram, you can see my squirrel colonization situation. I have one that crawls up my leg to get his snacks, and I have one that's very pregnant that lets me pet her while she eats food. I'm like fucking Snow White up in her. Good night, baby! I have to be up early tomorrow as well. It's IEPs. And I don't have to explain that to TNL because he has children! Alice's IEP is tomorrow, so I will be up early. But also, I don't sleep much. And it's in increments of like a couple hours here and there. Like an hour, maybe two, here and there, and then I'm awake again. It's pain and shit. But anyway, good night, TNL. We love you. Let's watch more of this nonsense and see if I'm right.
Just wait until you're around.
I wanna
Why
see
would
if I'm
she
right.
wait until you went on a vacation with your spouse to do this? She continued to try to
You're
defend her
welcome to.
mom by saying she was only doing what she thought was best for her grandson. But if that's the case, then why is it that she did it like behind your back? She even downplayed it by saying it's just a little water and a few words and we don't go to church anyway, so what does it matter? I kind of see her point, like realistically. I do see her point. But it's the principle. It's the principle of doing it behind your backs that's super annoying. I told her that under no circumstances I will allow her parents to watch our son by themselves again. I said that we can still let them see their grandson, but only if we are present. Right, because like at this point, where does it stop? Now that she knows that like all she has to do is wait for you to go away and she can do all the things that you don't agree to and essentially parent your own child. And she can do all the things that, you know, you wouldn't agree to behind your back. Like, where does it end? Now that she knows she can get away with it, she'll do other things.
Drugs. Mostly drugs.
Oh my
I also said
god.
if she doesn't see what the big deal is
Hi,
with the
Miso.
situation, then maybe we aren't on the same page as parents and we need to see a counselor. She started crying and said this isn't the kind of decision I get to make on my own. And I'm an a-hole for trying to tell her what kind of relationship her parents can have with our son. At the end of the day, I think that you're just pissed that this happened behind your back. This is an important decision that should be
Hi,
up to the
Miso.
parents
Love
and
you,
not the
babe.
grandparents. I told her I no longer have any trust or respect for her parents, and I don't know if there's anything they can do to repair that. I told her I don't care if that makes me an a-hole, but what her parents did was
I was
unforgivable
trying to
in my
swallow
eyes,
my
and they
drink,
put
and
themselves
you
in this
startled
position
me.
to lose privileges with our son. She's been trying to convince me to change my mind for the last month, but I'm not budging.
Ass.
To me, this is a hill I'm willing to die on. Okay, so we have some interesting developments in the comments. These types of baptisms violate church law, and if it was
see, I
actually
told
done by
you.
their priest, you should contact the bishop and file a complaint. And they link an article, is a secret baptism against the parents' wishes the right thing to do? No, in fact, the church prohibits a secret baptism
fucking told
without the
you.
knowledge or approval of the
They
parents.
have-
So remember what I said about the people?
I fucking told you. That's been on as a thing for decades because crazy fucking old people want to be dipping bitches in bathtubs because they think it makes Jeebus happy. Fuck off. Don't dunk my baby. I already threw her in a pond. She's a pond baby. She was looking at the ducks and bent over a little too far when she was small, and she became a lake baby. She was head first, straight in. It was funny. Baptize! Hi, Nico! Mwah! Anyway,
People that are
I fucking told you.
most
It's
worried
illegal.
about burning in hell are the ones that will actually burn in hell. Yeah, like on the Catholic Spirit website. OP responds, I didn't know this. Thank you for this. I will be doing that ASAP. I was going to be saying something along these lines as well. There were a number of hoops to jump through when my kids were baptized, one of which including going to a class and signing paperwork. It's possible your mother is lying or that's not an official baptism. Interesting development. You can't just pop in a Catholic church and demand a same-day baptism. Something is off. Ooh, okay. The plot thickens. Oh, and we have a response from a lawyer that we, can't see their credentials, but still, we'll take their word for it. I love it when people go in the comments as a lawyer, but they're not a lawyer, you know? It's just, it gives weight to it. There's no way that you're gonna know if this person's an actual lawyer. I'm actually a canon lawyer, basically Catholic Church lawyer, and this is correct. In my diocese, if a priest did this, he would be in serious trouble. Please contact your local diocese to report this. It's not okay. We respect the rights of our parents to choose baptism for their child. This website will help you find what diocese you are located in and give you contact information for their central offices. As an employee of the Catholic Church, I'm so sorry this happened to you. Please know it's not how things are supposed to go. Interesting.
Pitbull.
Very interesting, but thankfully, we do have
Join
an
the jam
update.
if you wanna,
First off,
babies.
I want to thank everyone who sent me supportive messages and advice. I never expected my post to get so much attention. So here's the update. Turns out, some of you were right.
Oh!
My wife was in on it.
I fucking told
you! Know
you!
what? That actually kind of makes sense with
What'd I say? What'd I say? What'd I say?
the fact that she was
What'd I
so,
say?
like,
Oh, this isn't a big deal.
Complicit.
or whatever. Because in
You
any
can't
other
do
circumstance,
that
like, what
shit
happens if you, like,
unless
went to
one
take
of
your
the
son for,
other
like, his guy's
parents
ears pierced or
has
something?
a
You got him his first haircut and the parents are never there. I feel as though the fact that she's not worried about it or she's like kind of downplaying
Yay
it,
me!
it makes
Yay
sense
me
that
for
she would be
knowing.
involved.
Hi,
I
cracky
confronted her a couple of
babes!
days after I posted and directly asked her if she knew that her parents planned this. She broke down and confessed everything to me.
I fucking
Mother-in-law had been
told
pestering her
you.
about baptizing our
I
son
fucking
non-stop,
told
and my wife
you.
finally caved.
I
That's still
fucking
without your
told
permission, though.
you.
My wife has been working from
I
home during
fucking
COVID while my
told
job
you.
requires me to go into the office. My wife and mother-in-law started
know
doing
you
Zoom
want
meetings
me.
with mother-in-law's
You
priest
know
to
I
start the
want ya.
baptism
I
process.
know
They
you
lied to the
want
priest and
me.
told him
You
that
know
I was
I
okay
want
with
ya.
baptizing our
I know
son,
you
but didn't
want
want to
me.
be involved.
You know I
Ooh.
want ya.
Okay, this is much
I
bigger
know
than
you
I thought it
want
would be. This is a very
me.
big
You know I
problem.
want
I don't
ya.
love this for you. The priest allowed it, and they started doing online baptism classes while I was at work. My wife admitted that she planned it around our anniversary getaway, and that
Go
mother-in-law
suck a
had somehow
dick.
convinced
I
the
would love
priest
to.
that her and father-in-law would be the only ones in attendance. My wife told me I wasn't supposed to find out, but mother-in-law couldn't keep her mouth shut for even one day about it. That doesn't make it better. Oh, you would have never known. Oh, I would have just kept lying to you about it. How is that better? Their intention was to keep this from me permanently. Ooh, I don't love that. I hate it, actually. I don't like it at all.
Gross.
I did contact the church to let them know the truth. I talked with the priest, and he was surprisingly helpful. He said he would take the proper steps to make sure mother-in-law is no longer welcome in their church, and to reach out to the local parish to see what further steps need to be taken. I have yet to hear back from them on that. My wife and mother-in-law are mad that I got her kicked
Hey,
out of
bitch!
church, but I don't care what they think or feel
Hi,
anymore.
baby.
These
I'm in
people
the
who I love and
Discord,
trusted
girl.
had betrayed me, and I felt a range of emotions I didn't know existed. My wife begged for forgiveness, but the fact that she didn't come clean on her own mistakes makes me feel she would have kept this from me unless I confronted her. She's willing to do therapy, counseling, whatever it takes. I don't know if I want to put in that work. I feel like there's no coming back from this. To some degree, I do think that she was pressured, and maybe she really doesn't necessarily think it's that big of a deal. The baptism itself, especially like, you know, if you don't believe in that stuff, I feel like that's not a big deal. Like, you could do it just to keep somebody happy. It's the going.
No. 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 Listen, y'all, listen. Listen. It takes two to make a fucking kid. And no decision involving that kid is any one parent's choice. You understand? I don't give a fuck if you are not getting along with the other parent. If the parent is still involved in that child's life, every decision has to be agreed upon and discussed. Even if you fucking don't like them. Doesn't matter. You cannot not only unilaterally make a choice for the child, but also with the intent to mislead the other parent, to lie continuously to the other parent, whether you're together or not. It's even more heinous if you are still together as a couple and your intent is to lifetime deceive your partner. You're garbage. You're garbage. You're garbage. Untrustworthy garbage. You want to lie to your partner lifelong over what you decided is inconsequential, but was enough of a contention that your partner already told you, nah, brah. No, thank you. Nah, brah. Regardless of how much your mother is bothering you, that's your kid. Doesn't matter if you're her kid. That's yours. She not the boss of your fucking purse. Why is she the boss of your fucking kid? The hell is wrong with you? The fuck? my God. You took the nonsensical comfort of your religious mother over the logical trust value of your partner. Oh my God. Nope.
Behind
girl,
your
hey.
back. That's a big deal. The lying and the like sneaking around.
I don't
and the, like,
lie.
going on a trip. And
I don't
planning
lie,
the
because
baptism from when you're not there. Like
I
that's
can't
sneaky.
keep track of
It's
regular.
Weird
I can't
behavior.
keep track.
I contacted a divorce lawyer and started
Listen.
discussing what.
I can't even remember bitches' names most of the time. It's fucking crazy up there. I don't tell lies. I can't keep track of reality. Why would I add to my problems with lies? Have ADHD and dyslexia and tell me what you can remember. I got a fucking goldfish memory. I'm not lying to nobody. I ain't got the fucking energy or time for that shit. I lied to Alice once, but you all were here for that. It was a Christmas thing, and it was Santa. Shut up. But still, I can't keep track of lies. I don't lie. It's stupidness. If you don't lie, you don't have to keep track of shit. You can just let the world be glitters and meth.
What a divorce would look like, and if there's any
I don't
way
do
I can
math,
add
I'm just
provisions
saying.
to a divorce agreement that would keep my in-laws from seeing my grandson unsupervised. He's been very helpful, but I haven't given him the go-ahead to actually file for divorce yet. I feel I'm too angry about the entire thing to think rationally, and I want to give myself time to fully grasp what a divorce will mean for me and my family. My wife and I aren't talking much. I pretty much go to work, come home to play with my son, go to bed, and repeat. I don't know what the future is going to bring, but I don't know that without the support and help from the people here, I would have the clarity I do now. I love this top comment. She started crying and said, "This isn't the kind of decision I get to make on my own." Interesting choice of words. But it was the kind of decision she got to make on her own. Classic case of rules for thee, but not for me. How could OOP's mother-in-law not realize it was a bad idea when she lied to the priest? That's not something the big guy up there would be happy about. I'll never understand being so devout that you sin in service of your faith. I mean, yeah, there's that. It's funny how the wife cried and begged, told him he can't make a unilateral decision and refused counseling. Then to find out she herself made a unilateral decision, tried to cover it up, then begged for counseling. Sucks when the shoe is on the other foot, I guess. I truly wish you the best. I truly do. It's not my place to tell you to get divorced or not to get divorced or stay with the person, whatever. You need to decide if this betrayal is something that you're willing to end your marriage over. But in the case of, are you the a-hole for telling your wife her parents are not allowed to ever watch her son again? Not the a-hole. My mother-in-law threatened to go no contact with me if I didn't name my baby after her for a stupid tradition. Name it after her? Why would you want to do that? It has come to my attention that my mother-in-law has
Use
made
it.
a Reddit post about me. I haven't ever used Reddit before, and this is a
Or
new
bring it
account,
back
and
with
I
you.
made
I
it
don't
to
know.
post my response and my side of the story. Let's call my mother-in-law Anika. Lol. wait,
I say
where's
use
the
it.
post? I really want to know where the post
While
is.
you're sitting there, make a fucking
Oh
blanket
my
or some
god,
shit.
we have the. Oh. Okay. Oh, I love it when the girlies are fighting in the subreddits. Oh, T. Okay, this means that we get to decide who's the a-hole and who isn't. Okay. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is so exciting. Oh God, who are we gonna hear from first? I love these because it's really a show for like when two people are in arguments, how people cherry pick certain facts and like leave
Pixel
certain things out
blanket.
to make themselves sound better. Ooh, goody. When Anika found out that we were having a baby girl, she was very hyped. I knew about the tradition, but I was already set on the name Scarlett. Is that actually what you decided? Is that a fake name? I didn't tell anyone yet though, but I noticed Anika
Yeah.
hinting to me that she wanted me to name
Yeah.
the baby after her.
Do a
I
Super
ignored the
Mario
hints and tried to
version
hint back
one.
that I wasn't going to take part
Super
in
Mario
the tradition.
Galaxy
If you
comes
didn't
out
see
on
the
the
story made by
first.
mother-in-law,
It'll
the
definitely
tradition
sell.
is where the firstborn daughter
Do a
is named
nerd
after
one,
the
do a
mother-in-law. I don't know, I'm
Nintendo
tired and
something or
pregnant
another
and honestly
one.
forgot. I'm sorry, but like, how
Marvel.
far does this tradition
Just
go back?
do it in
That's
the
really
ones
silly.
that you know
like,
for
I'm
sure
sorry.
sell.
You don't get to decide
Especially
what someone
Super
else
Mario.
names their child. I
All
haven't
of the
heard
Nintendo
her
ones,
side
they
of the
sell like
story.
fucking
I'm just
crazy.
saying,
Just
like,
depends
from
on what
my
you got a lot
perspective
of.
right now,
Hi, Silver.
you should never
What
expect
color
anyone
yarn
to
do you
name
have a shit
anyone
ton of,
anything.
ho?
Except maybe they get the husband's last name. That's like a tradition that is kind of hard to get rid of, honestly. I was tired of her trying to push this tradition on me, and so I told her the baby's name. She bit her upper lip and asked me if I knew about the tradition. I said I did, but she proceeded to explain it. Girl, shut up. I know the tradition. I smiled and shook my head and said, very nice tradition your family has. She asked me again if I was going to name the baby after her, and I said no. She told me the name I chose was terrible, and she wasn't happy with my choices. I told her she couldn't change my mind because I always wanted to name my daughter this name for years. She only
These?
said well, and then went downstairs with no other
headphones?
comment.
Or
I told my
the
husband that
earbuds?
night about how this whole interaction bothered me, and he wanted to talk
Alice
to
had
Anika
my
about
phone
it.
all
I told
night
him
until
not
she
to
went to
because I
bed
didn't
just
want
now.
any drama, because Anika is well known for gossiping, causing drama, and bringing up old stories
Oh.
because she always wants to be the victim. He says
So,
he has to for me,
these
and I
are
let
just-
him. The day after my husband talked to her, she called me early in the morning. She demanded that I name the baby after her, and I kept saying, no, sorry. I couldn't get through to her. I eventually politely said she couldn't make me name the baby after her, and she started breathing heavily in the phone speaker as if she just ran all around Canada like Terry
I have
Fox.
used the skull candy. I've used the
She said if I don't follow the tradition, that I would go
JBLs.
to hell. And she
These
would
are the
go
best
no
ones I've
contact
had
with
so
mom.
far.
We got another one, eh?
Longest
Saying,
life,
well,
best
the
sound coming out of them.
consequences, if you don't do what I say, is going to hell. Who made you, God Almighty? Who
Yeah.
is you, Jesus?
Wait.
Like what? I
Do
mean,
you
honestly, at this
understand how
point,
many
no contact
various?
sounds like
I
a
have
good thing.
so many earbuds.
Trying to tell you about you.
So many
I told
brands,
her that
so
she
many
was being
kinds. This one
unreasonable,
rolls its
and she
face.
said I was the unreasonable one. A month later, she called me and told me not to gossip because it's a sin, then hung up before I could say a word. Is it? Well, I'm going to hell then for sure. I get paid to gossip. I brought it up to my husband, and he was even more upset and just gave me a hug and apologized for his mom. I love this man so much. I asked if he told anybody, and he said only his brother. I called her the next day to tell her my husband only told one person, which is his brother, and I told nobody. But I should have because of how crazy she was being. She said I was gossiping still. This girl... She then said I should have never married into this family and that her offsprings will now have a big nose because of my genetics. Well, hopefully they don't inherit your personality. Coming from someone with a
Corgi?
big nose, I have no defense. Yes. My children are going to have big noses. I told my husband again, and I honestly don't feel wanted in this family. All I wanted was to be a part of a loving family
These
all my
ones
life. But
were
no, I
very,
get a mother-in-law
very,
from
very
hell. All this stress
inexpensive,
started
and
making
I
me
have
experience
the
spotting and cramping,
GPT
and I
ones
was
as well,
put
and
to
they're
bed
pretty
rest
good,
by
but
my
I
doctor.
genuinely
Oh,
like
goodness.
these
I'm
ones.
so scared I could lose this baby
They were
because of
super,
this witch.
super
And no,
inexpensive.
don't believe her. I've said nothing bad about Anika, and I don't know why she's telling everyone that. Maybe to make herself
Active
sound better.
noise
She's
canceling
probably
earbuds.
embarrassed about her behavior, and she doesn't want anyone to know. I'm guessing that she probably said something to someone, and that person told her that she's being unreasonable, and now she doesn't want anyone to know. I don't know, but she's cray-cray. A couple days later, she texted me at around 3 to 4 a.m. to say sorry. She asked to come over at 8 a.m., but I said no because me and hubby talked, and we're going to keep her further away from our lives and our new baby once she comes. She asked to baptize the baby.
Active
And I
noise
said yes,
canceling earbuds.
even though I'm
It's
Jewish. My husband really wants it, and I'm not very close with my religion.
YYKQ10.
She was
I don't
happy,
know.
and I agreed on at least one thing, as she put it. The big nose comment really pissed me off. I mean, it comes with the territory, honestly.
They come in a lot
It
of
was
different
little
colors
stinky.
too. These
Not
ones are
only
black,
rude,
but they come in blue,
anti-Semitic.
khaki,
Ooh, that is
white, black,
true.
purple, green.
Oh, yes, that's subtle. That went right over
Oh.
my head. I guess it didn't like, clue in until she said she was Jewish.
YYK-Q10
Tell her that big noses are a
AI.
tradition in your family. Nice. Now, without further ado, we're going to read the response because I think that we need to. Am I the a-hole for threatening to go no contact with my son's wife if she doesn't name her baby after me? Let's reserve judgment. I know we've only heard one side. I know this title makes me sound like a mother-in-law from hell, but just listen to my side of the story. For decades in my family, naming the first granddaughter after the mother-in-law and or mother is a tradition. I've always been excited for my sons to have children because I couldn't wait to have a little ray of sunshine named after me. I understand that, but it's also like, I don't know, what if someone doesn't like your name, babes? This is like, I've had my baby names picked out, honestly, for years, literally decades. I cannot imagine, I won't even tell anyone what I want to name my child because I don't want to run the risk of them stealing the name.
I
and
wanted
then
my
me feeling
kid to
like,
be
oh,
named
I can't name my
Finley.
kid that either. Also
A
a
boy.
centimeter. I
So I could call him
feel
Finn the
like
human.
This is an expectation that is a little too high. My son recently announced he was going to have a baby girl with his wife. Let's call her Mel.
I
started
actually
hinting
wanted to
seven
call
hints
Alice like
to Mel that I
Fiona,
wanted to name the baby after
know.
me. She doesn't have a mom because she was an orphan,
that's
so
the
it
girl,
made me
Finn?
automatically the chosen
Fiona
one.
the
It
human?
appears that Mel didn't understand any of my hints because she decided she would name the baby Scarlet. I've told her it was an awful name, but she still insists.
I beg your pardon.
I beg
I
your
like the name
finest
Scarlet,
pardon.
but that's just because it rhymes with Charlotte. My son has told me that I was bothering Mel, but I don't understand what made Mel the victim. I waited all my life to have a baby named after me, and I'm the villain? I think not. Could we settle on like a middle name or something? Honestly, with how you're behaving, I would be surprised if you're even allowed to talk to your granddaughter. I decided to be straightforward and tell Mel she was obligated to have to name the baby after me. She's not though, hun. Like, she's not. I have a pretty name and I don't understand why she wouldn't. It's not like I'm named Barbara. Mel then told me I couldn't force her to name the baby after me, so I threatened to go no contact. She told me I was being unreasonable, and I don't think I am, but maybe I am. I say this with love. You are. Like, are you named after a grandmother? When you open your family up to like new people, like you can have other traditions,
got them for
but
like
a baby name
$10.
is so specific to the mother and the person. You cannot force them to name their baby after you. You can't. It's their decision at the end of the day. My intentions aren't to be a headache of a mother-in-law, but I really want her to name the baby after me. My son always takes her side, and I don't understand why, because he's always been a mama's boy. Oh dear. Girl, come on. He screamed at me over the phone for making Mel stressed about the baby. He called me unreasonable, and 1 month after the incident, my other son called me to say the same. Like, to be honest, if people are telling you that you're
On an
being
auction
unreasonable,
website
you should at least take
called
it into consideration.
Whatnot.
Everyone is turning
What's
against me, and I don't
NOT?
think it's fair. I mean, they're not turning against you. They're just saying that they're not comfortable with the very large requests that you
Here,
have.
I'll send you
The
my
only
link.
reason why they're turning against you is because this is a hill that you're willing to die on, and you're kind of being really pushy about it. I called Mel and told her that she shouldn't gossip because it is a sin. She told me she only talked to my son about the incident, and he told my other son. That is still gossiping. I told Mel she shouldn't have ever married into this family if she wasn't going to name her daughter after me. I really wanted to hear where you were coming from, but I think all you can do at this point is apologize and hope that over time your relationship repairs. I know that was harsh, and I'm planning to apologize. My son called me after to tell me I'm making Mel feel like she's not welcome in the family, and she recently experienced spotting from the stress I'm giving her. I feel very sorry, but I don't understand why she can't just name the baby after me. It's not that hard, and it's a lovely tradition. If the baby is born without my name as her own, I will go no contact. It will be very hard to go no contact, but it must be done. I already said I would, and I can't just lie. Am I the a-hole for threatening to go no contact over this, even if Mel is talking bad about me to others? Please tell me your opinions. I wouldn't necessarily say that she's talking bad about you. I would say that she's confiding in people because she's stressed out, and she's entitled to talk to your son, her husband, about something as important as what they're gonna name their child. Gossiping isn't necessarily gossiping if they're just telling the truth. I think you know you're being a little unreasonable here. It's not worth ruining the relationship. It's silly. Stop that.
Stop it. Get some help.
We have an edit. I'm starting to rethink my decisions and will no longer go no contact. But it does break my heart that she won't do this for me. I've always been like a mother to her, and she won't do this for me. But maybe this is an outdated tradition and I have to let it go. I'm sorry for sounding egotistic, but I was in so much rage when I wrote this. I found out Mel has been calling me terrible names and making fun of my appearance, and I was hurt. You also made fun of her appearance. Thank you for the comments on this matter. I'm excited to see my granddaughter grow up even without my name, but it will always be a tradition I will mourn. Honestly, like, I try my best to not tell people in the subreddit, like our subreddit, that they're a-holes. Like, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm glad that you recognized where you were wrong here, and I'm sorry to say, I really am. I still love you, and I'm glad that you apologized and you saw where you went wrong. You're the a-hole here. You're being silly. You're not an
Oh, that's
a-hole
too
for
loud.
asking this, for wanting to maintain the tradition, but the pushiness and stressing and expecting mother
I will
to the
be in
point that she
Pennsylvania,
is afraid she's gonna lose her baby.
the very
It's
first
just
week
not
of May.
necessary. Well, guys, that was some tea. I love it when I hear from both parties. It makes it for a juicier video, doesn't it? Subscribe! Hey, everybody, welcome.
Wait, we're gonna watch this one first. Ready?
I threw away my husband's Xbox after he refused to look for our lost dog. Am I the a-hole?
Nah.
Let's go on. For starters, I'm a nurse, 35 female. I've been extremely busy these past 3 months. Even writing this post is a privilege, and I'm having to do this in bits and pieces. I also gave birth to my daughter 6 months ago. I have an 8-year-old son as well. When I'm not working, I take care of my children. Okay,
In May?
Supermom.
Oh, well, girl,
In
I'll be
January
up in
2019,
Pennsylvania.
My son suddenly developed
April
this strong
30th.
desire to have a dog. He begged and begged for a puppy for my husband.
And a couple of
35
days
male.
into
I
May.
protested against that because I had just found out
Arsenic
I was
is graduating.
pregnant. Jesus.
If y'all want to come to Pennsylvania, I'll
My
get you a
husband
room.
said,
We should let our son have a puppy to teach him
I'll
some
add a room to my
responsibility, and
place
he
that I'm
would have some
renting.
practice to take care of his baby sibling.
okay. He had also promised that he would help our son take care of the dog. I was absolutely unconvinced, but I had to give in eventually because my husband had already agreed and I didn't want to cause further fights. Ooh, yeah. Puppies are a big responsibility. It's literally like having a baby. Okay, is you have a little baby and they poop and they pee everywhere and they're so cute. Like, don't get me wrong, they're so cute. But it's like big responsibility, especially for an 8-year-old. Cut to 5 days ago. My son had accidentally left the back door of our house open and the dog ran away. These 5 days were also some of the busiest, most grueling days of my work, and I had to take up night shifts because of a colleague that had fallen sick. Our son first went to my husband for help. He refused to help him and said that it was his, my son's, responsibility to care for the dog, and he has to do something about it himself.
He's a fucking 8-year-old.
Something about it. What do you expect an 8-year-old to do about it? I get it, right? Because it's like you lost the dog. You need to like learn. You can't have, your parents constantly come to the rescue. This is also like not just like some sunglasses or like a hat. This is a living thing. This is something that needs to be taken care of. And I can understand wanting to
I
help
plan to be back
the kid
before
look
my
for the dog,
birthday.
but not to do it on his own. My husband has the privilege of working from home. He works at a law firm. He works for maybe 3 to 4 hours a day and plays Xbox the entire time, and sometimes gets up to check on our daughter. He literally has no added pressures.
Come on down to me.
Okay, I mean, he is a lawyer. I'm actually very surprised that he's able to play Xbox in the middle of his day as a lawyer, but I digress. 5 days ago, when our son told me in tears that dad won't look for Tippy, I talked to my husband, who said it would teach our son some responsibility to take care of things in the future. Okay, again, what do you mean? Like, this is like a living creature. You can't just treat it as if it's nothing.
Oh, he'll just get another one.
No, aspetta. Which I found very callous, since a dog is a living sentient being and not a thing. That part. Okay. He was playing Xbox when I was talking to him as well. He also said he won't look for the
I don't
dog
know.
or anything.
Why do you think I remember stuff? Stop it! I don't remember shit. At all. I'm a fucking goldfish.
I think this is less about teaching your son a lesson and more about...
Come on down to me. I'm levitating.
Yesterday, after coming home at night, the first thing I did was unplug the Xbox console and the controller and throw it in the trash can. Ooh, okay. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I can't help but wonder if it would be good to talk to him about that before we throw it out, but like, yeah, I get why you did what you did. This morning, before going to work, my husband threw a fit when he didn't find his Xbox in the living room. I told him I'd thrown it away because he was so addicted to it that he couldn't even get up and help our distressed son. When I came back from work, he told me he had found his Xbox in the trash since the garbage truck hadn't arrived then. Now he's being incredibly snarky, giving me the cold shoulder, and he's angry because his controller isn't working.
Tell him you want a divorce, bitch.
Yeah, you got a full-blown addict on your hands. He also hadn't taken any measures to look for our dog, and our mutual best friend called and said my reaction was incredibly childish. Yeah, no, like, I mean, I get why you did what you did. I'm wondering if it would have made sense to, like, talk to him about it first before we threw away the Xbox. I digress. Now I'm spending my free day calling every neighbor of ours, making internet posters, and contacting animal shelters and animal control to see if Tippy had turned up anywhere, and consoling my heartbroken son. Am I the a-hole? So, edited to add, husband's a lawyer. A lawyer's job depends on how many clients he has. My husband currently has almost no clients due to obvious reasons. He told me this himself, so his workload is significantly less. This is for all those people who are saying that I'm downplaying his work. Noted, that is definitely true. Still though, if he works from home and you have a distressed child and you're more worried about playing Xbox, yes, you need to teach your son, he needs to take care of his things. In this circumstance, it's not just like he lost a toy. He lost something that everybody in your family is responsible for. okay? So OP updated and said Tippy hasn't been found. My shift ended 30 minutes ago and I'll go home and drive around in my neighborhood and surrounding areas to look for him. I have posted some pictures of Tippy on my profile for those who requested. Husband is still sulking about his controller. I'm at a wit's end. Okay, I'm sorry, we have the dog tax, so like, let's see the puppy tax. Oh, this account has been banned. Ooh, teeny. Okay, noted. I definitely wanted the puppy tax to be paid, but I digress. I think that you're right. I think this is less about teaching your son to take care of his things and more about being inconvenienced and needing to get off the Xbox for him. Because how can you seriously like not care about a little child that's crying to you? A little puppy that's somewhere running around in the cold? How can you not care about that? No, at that point, that's a problem. Not the a-hole. I was gonna go with everyone sucks here because throwing something in the trash is not the right response, but your husband sucks so much that I'm sticking with not the a-hole. I so feel for you. Your husband's response is truly callous and shows him as uncaring and irresponsible as a parent and spouse. And it goes beyond not helping to search for the dog. It's also him not picking up the slack when you are so stressed at work and dealing with your kids. Yup. Sadly, the current situation has exposed a-holes in many people. I just feel like he's being so incredibly neglectful of like everyone because he's playing video games. And like, let me stress, okay? For those of you who are watching this video, my husband games, okay? He's downstairs in the basement in his little man cave gaming like 2 hours a night. I literally don't mind at all. Like, not in the slightest. You know, it's his way of unwinding. I would much rather him be downstairs and gaming and having social time with his friends than out at the bar, drunk every night, in situations that I'd rather him not be. He's just downstairs in the basement, right? Within reason, I think it's a healthy hobby. I don't see a problem with gaming, like at all. But I think if it's getting to the point where the gaming takes precedence over your responsibilities at home, I think we are treading the line. Like a bit of an addiction, if I may say so. And it's an addiction like no other. Like, I know we've all seen videos of kids like having their Xboxes taken away and like the tantrums that they have and stuff. It's a full-blown addiction at that point.
I'm on
it's
6
a dopamine
months.
rush. You take away that dopamine rush and people are gonna flip. Like, I know that for sure. So he may not be thinking clearly. Do I wish maybe you had a conversation with him before you threw it out? Kind of. I do, but I think given the circumstances, he's neglecting his family, his wife, his child, and like a living creature that he is responsible for at the end of the day. An 8-year-old can't be responsible, like that responsible for a puppy. So I don't blame you for doing what you did. Your son will be scarred by this for a long time. When he emotionally needed his father, he did not act like a parent. Sounds like your husband is a bit of a selfish jerk. Although 2 wrongs don't make a right. Your son is also watching you on how to handle it. Teach him well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate all around. He absolutely will remember that. Also, the dog has been found. I would also like to point out, you know, a lot of people are saying, like, I was going to say everyone sucks here. This person posted this in the middle of COVID, okay? So she's a nurse, she's in healthcare, and she's absolutely slammed at work. And I don't even... Man, shout out to the healthcare workers who had to live through that, who are still doing it, and even the people who called it quits. Like,
hang on,
not
I'll
an easy
post
thing.
the
I think under
jam
those
again.
circumstances, very stressful circumstances, I get why you did what you did, and I'm gonna go with not the a-hole. If you're enjoying this video, don't forget to hit that subscribe button so we can hang out. Let's hang out on the regular. We got one more gaming related story, okay? Am I the a-hole for selling my boyfriend's Xbox/games to pay his rent? Last week, I sold my boyfriend's Xbox and 6 of his games for 400 pounds sterling. I did this because for the last 2 months, he's been depending on me financially, despite the fact that I, female 20, am a student who can hardly provide for myself. I work a part-time job while studying because my student loans don't cover the cost of living. Meanwhile, my boyfriend, male 22, has been out of a job for 2 months and lives in a flat by himself. In those 2 months, he's put almost no effort into finding a job. Instead, he was spending all his time playing his Xbox, depending on me for money. Ooh, okay, spicy. No bueno. Last week, I kind of just lost it. I was fed up of him putting no effort into getting money, and I didn't want to pay for another month's rent. So instead, I sold his Xbox games without his consent in order to pay for his rent.
Hang on, I'll show you.
I do feel
I'll
guilty,
show
but I'm
you.
hoping at least someone understands.
Wait
the
a
reason
minute!
and
I'll
I do.
show you!
With this in mind, I understand she's a student. I understand, that she's probably at her wit's end with this person. I do think that a conversation needed to happen before selling someone's possessions, okay? Let's not resort to stealing other people's stuff. You have the
Look.
right to be mad. You have a right
Look
to even,
at this
break up
and
with this
tell me
person
it is
and
not
stop supporting
mine.
them.
Girl.
Do you have the right to steal their
kitchen?
stuff and sell it? No.
The patio.
I don't think
What?
so. OP edited. Why didn't I communicate like an
Oh,
adult?
I'm not.
I tried talking
I'm
through with
not
him like an adult on numerous occasions.
doing that.
I tried explaining that I can't afford to keep paying for his food, bills, rent, and everything else he needs to get by. He has borderline nothing in the bank account. Every time I talked to him about his job search or tried talking to him, he would shrug it off. He never put any effort into the conversation. It was always a case of, yeah, I'll start looking tomorrow, or yeah, I know, yeah. He never started looking for a job as far as I know. I felt like him being on his Xbox was the sole reason, wasting all his time on that instead of productively searching for jobs. I did use the money for rent because it was due and he would have had nothing to pay for it, but also because I thought it would be good to have that distraction out of his life. Honestly, I feel like even just breaking up with him, or threatening to end the relationship would have been better. I think giving him an ultimatum and just saying, listen, if you're not gonna find a job, I can't keep paying for all of this myself. This relationship isn't working for me. Once he realizes that he could lose you, maybe it would kick him into
That's
gear.
the area.
And he would stop on
Yes.
his own. Maybe
But
he
this is the
looking,
house.
Maybe he's just not finding it. It's not your responsibility to look after this person. It's really not. I understand he's your boyfriend. I feel like you moving out, maybe you have another option, place to live. I feel like that would be better than stealing his stuff. I still don't like it. Edit 2, why didn't you just get him evicted? I didn't want him to become homeless. He isn't that close to his parents and he can't rely on moving into their home. I think losing an Xbox is way better than becoming homeless. Edit 3, I know what I did was illegal and theft. My boyfriend was furious when he found out I sold his Xbox, but he never brought up charges. He never said he would sue or report to the police. He knows that he depends on me financially. OP edited again. Yes, I understand this is theft. No need to keep putting it in every single
Sorry,
comment.
girl.
Saying that, I think I will break up with him soon. I say this because so many of these comments
It's
have
a
been saying
recent
dump him.
decision.
I also agree. I wish that you had just broken up with him and just I understand you don't want him to be homeless, but that's also his problem. He's an adult. It's not your responsibility to take care of him. It wasn't your responsibility.
Oh my
to sell
God,
his
are those
Xbox.
ducks or
And I don't
chickens?
think you should have stolen
Their
it and
necks are
sold it.
going up the
My
chicken
last
butt
edit
of the butt in
sounded
front
way
of
worse
them.
than I intended.
I love
said
this.
I think I will. I didn't say when. I don't mean
Asked
right now,
about-
this second, and leave him with nothing.
Asked
I
about-
read pretty
Look
much
at those
every single
chickens!
comment on this
Look at the
post, and a
chickens!
lot
They're
of
asked
things
about!
mentioned made
Look
me
at-
realize
look
I
at the
can't
chickens.
keep on
Look
living
at-
with
look at
someone
them.
that's leeching
Asked
off
about
me.
chickens.
I'll end up just as broke as him if I continue.
Ducks,
I've
whatever
already
they are.
spent
I
nearly
think they're
$2,000
chickens
on him in the
with
last
their
few
necks
months.
on.
Digging through the little
Ass
I
to
have
mouth.
saved since I started
Ass to
working
mouth.
part-time at age
Ass to
14.
mouth.
Am I the
Ass to
a-hole?
mouth.
Yes, you
Ass
are.
to mouth.
Yes.
Ass to
I
mouth
actually
chickens.
feel like in this case,
Yep,
you
them are
are the
chickens.
a-hole.
Ass to
It
mouth.
is what it
Look
is.
at it. Look at
And
this.
again,
Look at it.
you really should have
See?
just broken up with him
Ass to mouth
and left him
chickens.
to fend for himself.
You like
or
that?
even threatened
Yeah, you
to
like
break
that,
up with
don't
him.
you, you
know,
dirty
a
bitch.
lot can be salvaged when you kind of have an ultimatum. You have to be willing to step away from any situation in order to get what you want. It's same deal in business, right? I don't want to equate relationships to business, but I've been in many situations before where, I've been having to agree to things that I don't
They're
really
taking
want to
half the
in order
titty,
to get
too?
a deal done or
What?
in order to keep a relationship going.
Those are
But
some
I have
big-ass
found that
drummy
you are in a
dums.
much stronger position if you are
Scissors.
literally willing
Chop,
to
chop,
walk
chop,
away
snap,
from
snap,
a
snap,
deal.
snap.
Walk away from
Wings.
a relationship. Giving them those ultimatums
Wings.
really not only kicks them into gear,
Ass to
but it
mouth, ass to
shows
mouth
them that
chicken.
you're not
Ass
willing
to
to
mouth
accept the bare
chicken.
minimum. And it forces them to change. It really
Boobs.
does. I wish you
Boobs.
didn't have to do that,
Boobs.
but sometimes you
Boobs.
do. I wish you had given him an ultimatum
Boobs.
or just left. If you cared about the relationship, the
Boobs.
ultimatum maybe had to have been
Boobs.
put forth. But I
Boobs.
digress. You're the a-hole. This is
Boobs.
stealing. You had the option of cutting
Boobs.
him off financially and or breaking up
Boobs.
with him, or just talking to
Ooh,
him about your
shredded
frustrations.
chicken- pulled chicken
OP's not a
instead of
monster.
pulled
She
pork,
did a dumb
pulled
thing because she's
chicken.
fed up as
Boobs.
a poor student supporting a grown
Boobs.
man. I get the argument.
I
really,
like
really do. But at
the
the end of the
boobs.
day, it's
I don't like the
why
dark meat.
Are you in a
Potato
relationship
likes the
where
dark
you're
meat.
being
He does
stretched
not
thin
like the
this
boobs.
At the same time. You're the a-hole. There's so
Now,
many
I would
steps
take
you
all
could have
that
taken before
biz
this. I'm
and
sure this
roast
is
it,
illegal. Just
and
break
then
up with
use
him
it for
instead
broth.
of selling his stuff, or talk to him
Boobs.
like an adult. Some people said everyone sucks here. I can understand if you live together. And
I
he did his
love
half of
ass,
rent, but he lives
but
by
I
himself. It's his
prefer
problem.
breast meat.
If he's that worthless, maybe it's time to cut your losses. I would say everyone sucks. if she had given him an ultimatum
there
and
were
he still
scientific
refused
studies
to
recently
do anything.
about
Like, we
y'all
don't know,
letting me
right?
touch
Like,
your
we
butts
don't know what could have
and
happened,
it being
right? So I'm gonna go
scientifically
with
proven
your,
to be healthy.
the a-hole.
Healthy
Don't
for
go
both
anywhere.
of us.
We got some more
It
crazy
gives you a
relationship drama for
serotonin
you.
boost.
This one is
so
from the Charlotte
you
Dober
should
YouTube
clearly
subreddit.
always let me touch
It's
your
a
butt.
spicy one.
Okay.
Am I the a-hole for sleeping with my wife's affair partner, her soulmate, before I filed for divorce?
Oh, she fucked him, her, them, it, whatever.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, your finest pardon.
Order in the court. This question has
wait.
rolled around in my brain for about 3.
Hold the phone. He did say, female. Oh, she's spicy like me? She's spicy like me and went and found us a fair partner and chewed that bitch to pieces? Oh my. So? Wait, nah. In the vast expanse of stuff and things, I would fondle you and then watch him do stuff to you, because that would be fun. Watching him use you as a fucking pencil top? That. Applying his pencil topper? That. I would film that shit. You can make an OF and I'll take so many good pictures and photos. Girl. Nah, though. I mean, I might put it in my mouth, but no thanks. You, though. You're a different snack, girl. I will smooch and cuddle the shit out of you. Oh, you're just gonna be my pocket elf. I'm telling you. We're getting one of them baby fucking carriers, Silver. We're getting a baby carrier. We're getting a baby carrier. And I'm just gonna carry you around like a little baby. Okay, back to the thing.
3 years. At the time this happened, I was 45 female and wife 37 female. I had previously been married and
Days.
experienced
Oh,
some
I love
things that would
this.
make a lot of people never want to trust another human being again. Then came, let's call her Petri Dish, PD for short. Okay. That name will be justified later. PD was everything I thought I wanted in a partner. Attractive, funny, caring, and attuned with the future I'd
Having a
always
threesome.
wanted. She moved in with me rather quickly, as lesbians do. So, I thought nothing of this.
I'm
When we
a
met, she was living
lesbian
with
now.
2 dudes in a trailer.
Burst
one
of
of
Earth,
them
live
being an
with me
ex-boyfriend of
right
hers.
now.
I thought,
Burst of Earth!
she came out after they dated.
I'm a
That
fucking
ended up an
lesbian.
issue
Come
when
live
she
with
would
me.
call him Daddy.
Oh, daddy. That's
While
what I
talking
call
to him on the
Elsabeth.
phone.
Seriously. Seriously.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Seriously. 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 You think I'm joking, but seriously. Arsenic we call mom, and I call Barsabarf dad all the time, or daddy. I'm fucking seriously. I'm fucking seriously! That's what I call Barsabarf! Because Barsabarf throw down some daddy on you, yo. Yo. I'm not picking up my phone right now. Okay, fine. Fuck.
In front of you?
My sleeves keep getting caught on my chair arms.
Okay.
I hate that so much.
Not my first
My next
choice.
fucking chair, the arms
When
need
I
to
would
be
express
attached to the
how
chair so my
uneasy
shit
that made
doesn't
me
get
feel,
caught.
I was met with dismissal. I had to swallow my feelings and deal with it until my best friend and her boyfriend came over and witnessed a conversation and my reaction. When my best friend's boyfriend chimed in that it was indeed inappropriate, only then did she agree to stop. Never did I get an apology for ignoring how I felt about it previously. Fast forward to multiple red
You are
flags.
needing to be
The day before our
explained
wedding,
things that
my
cannot
best
be
friend
done
calls me to
on a
inform me that my
stream, girly
ex-wife
pop.
reached
So
out to her a few days prior. My ex-wife's fiance had gone to
Hold
school
on.
with my soon-to-be bride and knew very much what she looked like. What? Her fiance had told her she saw my soon-to-be wife kissing someone at the mall. So, as asshole ex-wives do, she told my best friend, knowing
Let's
that it
see,
would
do I
reach
have-
me. When I heard it, I chalked it off as ex-wife being an last play at screwing my happiness. But
sexy
something quietly
slander.
nagged at
I
me
got
and I
licking.
shut it down. How could that be? This was my person. We got married, had a honeymoon in the Virgin Islands, came home and started a life as a happily married couple. I pay for most of the living expenses as I make more money. She does pay for some small costs and cleans more often than I do. I work 40 to 60 hours a week and she works maybe 26 to 30. Life seems good and then something feels off. I have a feeling something isn't right and I ask multiple times if she's cheating. I, of course, get a no every time. I had bought her an iWatch for Christmas that she would never wear and left it in the spare room that she would often sleep in. One night while she was at work, I grabbed the watch and looked at her texts. She was definitely having an affair with a girl named Sue. After investigation, Sue was the ex-girlfriend prior to me, her first love. After an obscure conversation, she leaves me.
Elspeth, you old bitch, you know why I'm laughing.
Soulmate. I was so blindsided. She soon tries to trickle back into my life, a lot of it forcefully. Something isn't right. I see the lies now and the real person in front of me. Love sucks. I'm still willing. However, I reach out
I
to
need to
Sue
specify
multiple times
that
until she
fucking
responds.
pictures
What
are
you've all been waiting
garbage.
for.
But funny.
PD has been playing us both, telling Sue she's not talking to me, and me she's not talking to Sue. So Sue and I decide to meet up to talk. We talk and we kind of connect. And then we connect.
Scissor me! Oh, scissor!
PD finds out, not accidentally, and well, life is hell for a moment more.
Scissors. Oh, I got 2 scissors. Scissors!
Fast forward several months, I get strep throat, go to the doctor, get it fixed. Get it 2 more times in a month. Something's wrong. At the same time, PD's asking me to look at her. Look at her
kumquats. Look
where-
at her
Where number 2
dumpster.
comes out of.
Her butt? Her poo-poo?
Now, I haven't said yet, but I'm a nurse. Yeah, we got some herpes happening.
Herpetitis. And it's in your mouth now.
I beg your finest pardon.
Your
Made her
pardon.
go to the doctor, and well, just saying there's a good reason to call her Petri dish. Am I the a-hole? Okay, listen, I love a little petty revenge. I do. I don't love that you got back with this person who very clearly was a walking giant red flag. This is messy, my guy. My gal. Is everyone in the wrong
I'll
here?
message you as soon as I'm free, okay?
I mean, you know, there's a lot of people in the comments saying, you know, fair is fair in the world of cheating. Do 2 wrongs make a right? I mean, technically, no. I wish that you had just
But 3
gotten
left,
with
Stu.
Sue and called it a day. If you don't break up with this person, Petri dish, as you call her, I would call you the a-hole too. I don't love that you're staying with her. Enact your revenge, by all means. Go ahead, do it. But, like, don't stay with her, okay? I would have much preferred this if you and Sue, like, ran off into the sunset together. I would say you're not the a-hole, but you are an a-hole to yourself if you stay with her. Am I overreacting for feeling jealous after my boyfriend called someone else the woman of my dreams?
Was it Elspeth? Because I say that too.
I mean, are we talking like a celebrity or like even then, like still don't love that. Even if you're not the woman of his dreams, he certainly shouldn't be saying that you're not. And also, like, why are we with people that don't consider us the woman of their dreams? So this was posted in the Charlotte Over YouTube subreddit. My boyfriend and I,
If I can't
23,
date
have been
someone I
together
think
for a
is
year.
of my
Everything
dreams,
has
they
been great.
become my
We barely
besties,
have any
and they
arguments.
are of my
We enjoy
dreams.
our time
They
together,
are
and
my
I feel
soul
like he supports
bitches.
me. Everything was perfect. But 2 days ago, we were walking, and a woman around the same age came to us screaming, excited. He looked at her and started screaming as well. They hug and jump together.
Okay.
At that moment, I genuinely thought it was a good friend. Or maybe a family member he hasn't seen in a long time, and I was happy for them. They started chatting a little bit more, and he introduced me. Not as his girlfriend, but by my name.
And I don't want to be that guy that makes you sad and makes you cry again.
It was odd, but okay. Yeah, he did that deliberately. Just saying. He wanted to seem like he was single. They continued catching up, really excited, and exchanged phone numbers. I was just there. At that moment, it didn't feel wrong. I understood they were old friends and that was it. But after she went, he just kept looking at her until he couldn't anymore. Looked me right in the eye and told me,
You just met the one that was the woman of my dreams.
I was frozen. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. He didn't even realize I was shocked. We kept going and that was it. But I've been thinking about this for 2 days and it's driving me crazy, especially because she looks nothing like me. I don't feel ugly and she's also pretty, but in a different way. My friends are sure I should dump him, but I'm not sure. I kind of want to have a conversation with him and try to continue the relationship. Girl, you've been with this guy for a year and he just openly got another girl's phone number in front of you and called her the woman of his dreams?
Mary. Come on now.
The audacity of this man. Okay, so we do have an update. Thank you for your support. I decided to talk to him, and I have an update, but first I need to clarify some things. We're not native English speakers. Sorry if my English is not that good. And by the way, like, I'm paraphrasing a lot of what she's saying because it's not written grammatically from someone who speaks English. Like, I can tell. That's okay. We love bilingual people here. But he did say it in past tense. We're both 23. He told me they were together in a couple classes in college. He quit college 2 years ago and hasn't seen her since. About the phone number exchange, we work/like the arts, and it was more about some projects. Then why did he call her the woman of his dreams? She did mention she has a boyfriend and said we could all meet sometime, and he didn't seem upset about it. Now to the update.
I'll follow you way down wherever you may go.
Whatever. Even if it is for work, why the fuck did he say that?
Ew, I hate
Those
it.
are
I'm
called,
mad for
that's
you.
called jjajangmyeon.
I don't even know how to
What
start.
they're making is
I went to
jjajang.
his house yesterday at around 11 a.m. I went
Jjajangmyeon.
thinking a
They
50-50
added to
chance that
noodles.
we would either break up or not. When I got there, he was with a male friend and 3 of us were talking. Then around an hour later, boyfriend got a call. It was her. She needed some pictures for
see
her
if
work
TikTok
and
will
asked
load.
him if he
Let
was
me know
available
if
and said,
anything
"I'm
I'm with my
crashes.
girlfriend and a friend.
Heart attacks every
Okay.
night.
I'm glad that he called you his girlfriend.
Let me go. Wherever
I'll give him
you may
that.
go,
He then
I'll
asked me if
follow
we
you
could go,
way
take the
down
pictures,
to
and
your
come back. I didn't tell him I needed to talk, and I thought it was a good opportunity to see how they would
Wherever
behave
life
now that it wasn't a
takes
surprise after 2 years of not seeing
you
each other.
know
So I said
I'll
yes.
follow
His friend said he had nothing else to do, so he also went.
la,
We
la,
got there in
la,
an
la,
Uber,
la,
so I had no
la,
idea where I
la,
was.
la,
They were
la,
acting
la,
normal. She works in a
follow
private art school, gave us a tour, and mentioned they're looking for a new teacher.
Wherever
Boyfriend told her,
life
I'm in my last
takes
semester, and they could hire
you
me.
know I'll
She said she will
follow
mention it to the
you.
owner. I had been struggling with getting a job, so I was glad about it. Everything went normal until the end. Okay. I almost felt like grabbing the green flag there for a second because I'm happy that he's trying to get you a job, but like I haven't forgotten. It doesn't cancel out the comment that he made. When we're out of the building, she asked him how much it was for the pictures, and he said it was nothing. Before at his house, he was talking about how he needed money. She insisted and told him if she wasn't paying, the school was, but he didn't accept. His friend told him not to be stupid and at least ask for the money he used for the Uber. She agreed, but he said no, it's fine. They kept going a couple times until she went,
Well, then at least let me invite you to dinner.
he smiled and accepted.
Why did the music stop?
That was it.
Oh.
The sign I was looking for. Even his male friend looked at me, and I could see in his face he was sorry for me. Oh, not the pity stare.
Takes you.
In the Uber, I went totally silent, thinking about how to end the relationship. Then I looked at a park that is not so far away from my place, and I asked the Uber to leave me there. He asked me what happened, but I didn't answer. I got out of the Uber and walked. The now ex followed me, asking what was wrong, and I couldn't ignore him anymore. I told him everything. I'm proud of how I told him. I wasn't yelling at him hysterically, but I was firm. He asked for a chance to explain himself. I told him he will waste our time because my decision was made. But he begged, so I stayed. He said a lot of things, but here are the main points. They were never a couple like that, but he did ask her to date. And she said she wasn't interested, so I don't have to worry about her because she doesn't like him. What? But he likes her? Oh, fuck off. Okay, so what happens if she suddenly changes her mind? Oh, absolutely not. No, no, no. He's entirely sure about it because he asked her out 3 times,
brother,
and she said no the 3 times.
Brother, ooh. Brother, ooh.
Dude.
Brother,
He is not looking for her
ooh.
anymore. more because she has a boyfriend, not
Brother,
because he
ooh.
loves me or because we have a future. He didn't say that, but that is what I thought in the moment. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. It's only because she's taken and she's not interested in him. The minute that changes and they get close or whatever, and maybe she decides that she, you know, might be into him,
Turn it up and throw a tantrum. Fuck
it's over for you, baby girl. I'm just saying. I would
I'm
not
gonna
want to
cut
stick
off the
around to find out.
Discord.
If for any reason she changed her mind and looked for him in that way, he would say no because he's with me. Again, not because he loves me. After he finished, I told him I wasn't going to be in a relationship with someone who flirts with others and asked him to leave me alone.
Just 'cause
When
it
I walked away, he
consumes
said,
a lot
I know I
of
said she was the woman of my dreams,
trafficking.
but you are the woman of my life. I just told him good luck with that and went home. How does that, I'm sorry, make it any better? That does not, ooh. He's just, like, taking a shovel, digging an even deeper grave, you know what I'm saying? He all the way down there in the grave. I told my friends everything, and they went to my place with breakup snacks, and we had a sleepover. We cried, cursed at him, and laughed. Unfortunately, he and I are together in some projects, so I can't just block him. But they were in favor of a petty revenge and asked some male friends that he doesn't know to go to my Instagram and write some comments like they're flirting with me.
Fuck you.
Lastly, this morning I actually got a call from the school owner. He offered me the children and teenagers groups. The schedule is flexible, so it doesn't interfere with my classes, and the pay is not bad, so I said yes. I will start next Monday. Is this the job that she recommended you for? The woman of his dreams? Yeah, I'll take it. But still, it might be awkward. I'm just saying, in the future,
Word.
if she ever decides that
Yeah.
she's interested. And well, that's it. I'm not gonna lie, I still feel sad, even though I know I did the best for myself. He was kind of the first really serious relationship I thought was the one until that problem. But I'm thinking about looking for therapy to find out why I thought about staying with someone like that, so I don't make the same mistakes. What I got from this, I really have amazing friends and I should listen to them. This community is also great, and I have a job, so it wasn't all bad. Listen, I think that women especially, well, I don't know about I'm not a man, like, I don't know. But, like, I think that we all make excuses for people that we really, really like, love as well. I have so many friends who their boyfriends did absolutely disrespectful things in front of them, and they still stayed with them. I fully believe that he cheated in front of you and tried to play it off like it wasn't a big deal. He was kind of talking to you as if you're like one of the guys, you know, like you were just a friend or whatever. I know he's young, but like who on God's green earth would tell their girlfriend that someone else is the woman of their dreams? Like that is just... I personally think that you should only date people who you can really, really see yourself with. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. If they can see themselves with other people, I'd rather not waste my time. So, am I overreacting for feeling jealous after my boyfriend called someone else the woman of his dreams? No, absolutely not. You should be the only woman of his dreams. Yeah, there were so many red flags in that, but bottom line, he said what he said, and he also gave her his number in front of you. It would be one thing if, you know, there wasn't a history there, but he tried more than once to ask her out. She
Hi,
just said no.
Mac.
So
How you
he
doing, baby?
obviously likes her. I would feel so uncomfortable about my boyfriend exchanging numbers with someone like that. Absolutely not. That's like breakup fuel for me. Hell no. Am I the a-hole for not doing my fiance's laundry after he snapped at me? I, 33 female, stopped doing my fiance's, 33 male, laundry after he snapped at me. This was 3 years ago, but this morning he was grumbling about how he doesn't have any clean clothes, per usual, every week, and it starts to make me feel bad until I remember why I stopped doing it. To set the scene! I love it when you guys feature things in your posts that I say in the videos. Okay, so 3 years ago, I was heavily pregnant with our son. I was put on light duty, not bed rest, due to his heart rate fluctuating. I was seeing a doctor weekly and even had a nurse coming to the house once a week to keep an eye on things. When our son was born, his cord was wrapped around his neck twice. Oh my goodness.
Alice's
The doctor
too.
quickly unwrapped it, and
Twice around her
thankfully, he
neck.
had no issues because of it. The only
Same.
problem after birth was the whites of his eyes were completely bloodshot red from the cord. He's now perfect and healthy in every way. 3
I
years
didn't
ago,
have that.
we didn't know
Hers
why
only
this was
wrapped around her
happening, so
neck
I was put on
twice
light
at
duty.
the end,
This particular day,
like when
same
she was
exact
coming
day every
out,
week,
so
I
it didn't
collected
get to
my
the point of
fiance's laundry,
strangulation and
because why can't
bloodshot.
he use the basket designated for his dirty clothes? Believe me, I also wonder this. It's like it literally takes the same amount of effort. So I carried them to the stairs since our washer and dryer is in the basement. 2 baskets.
I currently do not have that problem. And I super enjoy that.
Of his dirty clothes sat for 3 days
No,
by the stairs as I
no,
reminded him
never.
multiple times a day to carry his laundry down.
Nope.
Oh, I'm getting...
Absolutely would not happen now.
Are they all like this?
No.
I'm sorry.
La, 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 la,
I
la,
fear
la,
they
la,
are.
Baby, baby.
So, heavily pregnant, light duty, and stairs do not mix well. On the third day of his laundry, sitting by the stairs are in my kitchen, by the way, and right by our back door, which we use often, so very much in the way, I got a bit frustrated and in a more nagging tone, complained about how he needs to carry his laundry downstairs so I can wash it for him. He snapped at me, told me,
It's my laundry. I'll carry it down when I feel like it.
with more expletives, and left for work.
Ooh, baby, baby. Oh. Oh, well then you can just go right ahead and do your own laundry, Mary.
I know this isn't an am I overreacting, but like, I hate it. I hate it so much. Like, I literally, ugh. So, I carried his dirty clothes back to the room. A few days later, he asked me to wash some of his clothes because he had no clean clothes left. I told him no, because I'll do it when I feel like it. Oh, hey, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. To present day, our dryer pieced out on us, so I've had to take the household clothes, 2 kids' clothes, and my clothes to my mother's house until we get a new dryer. I told my fiance I'll take his shirts, socks, underwear to my mom's, but he has to collect it. Like I said, why doesn't he just use his designated basket and put it in my car the night before? I only do laundry on Mondays. It's been over a year. He won't do it. It's like Monday laundry day sneaks up on him or something. Either way, I refuse to collect, carry, wash, dry, fold, return, put away everything. If he can't even collect it and carry it to my car, then that's his problem. So am I the a-hole for not doing my fiance's laundry anymore after he snapped at me?
You know what happens? I send a message or a text and I'm like, hey, can you throw the laundry in? And it does.
Be so for real right now.
I could
be
call any
so
one of my
for
bitches
real.
and be like,
the
hey,
fact
would
that
you
he
throw
even
the
had
laundry in? And
audacity
if they're
to
at the
ask
same
you
place,
to
they'd be
do
like,
his
yeah.
laundry, like, you're
throw
not
that
his
shit in.
mother. And I would think very seriously, I know he's your
So
fiance,
stupid.
unless he really gets his
Nobody
act
minds
together.
washing laundry. It's everybody seems to have a problem with folding it. I like it.
I don't know, man.
like folding.
I'm really not a fan of this. It takes
Just
the same
mindlessly
amount of
move.
effort to just put stuff where it's supposed to be put. You're pregnant. You've been told
Yeah.
not to carry things. You do him a favor by doing his laundry. Yeah, I think at the very least not doing his laundry is what I
like
do.
it.
But I don't love how he's acting. He kind of like, and believe me, this is actually.
I'm
quite
fine
common,
with the
okay?
folding and
It's
putting
almost
away.
like men look
I
for
like
wives
all
that
that
take
stuff.
care of them like
Dude,
their
let me
mothers.
loose in a closet.
That's
I will
still, like,
Tetris the
very
shit out of that
ingrained in
place.
them, right?
I
Even
will
if,
go
you know,
all
you're
OCD
50-50 on
full way
everything,
and
you're
like
both
line
contributing
your
to the
shirts up by
household.
shirt
Now,
length
women
and
are
then
not
by
only
color.
expected to contribute 50%, but also to take care of the house and the kids and, you know, your husband.
My squirrels
and
like
all the other
specific
things,
kinds of
right?
parties,
It's
and
little
they're
things
usually
like this that
stuff like that.
tear marriages and relationships apart. I don't blame you for doing the petty thing. Okay, here's a funny comment. He will eventually start doing his laundry himself when his coworkers shame him for not being able to do his
Some
own
people
laundry.
like their t-shirts
Honestly, his
folded.
mom needs
Some
to
people
know.
like their t-shirts hung up.
Oh, well, wait, maybe not
Some
the mom,
people
because I'm
want their
guessing
jeans
the
on a
mom took
hook.
care
Some
of him hand
people
and foot, which is
don't,
why-
and they're
why
fine
he
folding them and
acts
putting
like
them in a
this.
drawer. You know what I mean? It just
I think we
Depends on what your
collectively,
flavor
as
is.
mothers, need to be better about teaching not only our sons but our daughters, you know, our children, to take care of themselves and do, you know, do their laundry, make the bed. Because, you know, if you grow up in an environment where a mother is constantly taking care of you and doing everything for you, how is that going to teach you basic life skills?
Alice knows how
like
to do
cleaning
laundry and
cooking
dishes
and doing
and
your
cooking.
goddamn laundry. Yeah, I'm really hoping that you guys like split the housework, like it's not just you doing everything. Because if it's like he just kind of expects you to pick up after him,
Oh,
and do
yeah.
his
Burst a
laundry
burf.
and cook and clean and whatever.
Bring it all
I
to
don't
my
love
house,
that.
girl.
29 years ago, my husband told me I don't do laundry.
On the
like his
compound,
mother
I'll be
does."
the laundry house.
I told you. Well, there's the problem. I'm not your mother. He has done the majority of laundry over the years. When I feel generous, I will do laundry but not touch his stuff. He's okay with it. Plot twist, he doesn't do laundry like his mother did. Oh, that's the ticket. A lot of people in the comments are still like, why are you engaged to this man-child? Listen, guys, like, I'm going to be honest. I can't think of a single friend that I have that doesn't have a boyfriend or a husband that doesn't
Ooh.
pick up after himself. Women have higher standards as well, right? Like, men are totally fine living in like an empty apartment with like a lounge chair and a TV and a computer, and they don't give a shit about anything else, okay? I'm just saying this right now. And this is a constant source
I
of stress
had
in
8
relationships,
siblings,
okay?
so
It is
yeah,
constant.
I've always
I
known
wish I
how
had
to
a
do
better way of
laundry,
dealing with
cooking,
it other
cleaning.
than
I
maybe there
like
could be
it.
some positive
I've always
reinforcement,
done it, and in
you know?
high volumes, so
Remember
I'm
that
used to
video that we
doing
did
it, like
on my
hand
second
washing shit.
channel
I
where the
prefer
wife
to the
put money
dishwasher.
in the
I don't feel
pockets?
like the dishwasher's getting my shit clean. I don't know why.
And then the husband did
I
his
just
own
don't like
laundry
it.
because he found money in there every time. He not only did his laundry, he did her laundry
If I'm
too.
tired or sick, I'll use it, but I
Maybe
prefer to
that's the
hand
solution
wash.
for this. So, am I the a-hole for not doing my fiance's laundry after he snapped
But
at
all
me?
those
No, you're
things,
not, and I'm
I
sure
guess
he'll
I
come
like
around.
refer to them. I refer to
And
them
if he
as acts of
doesn't-
service. That's my love language.
He's got to answer to me. All right, we got one more. For those of you who are still listening, it's a good one.
Ooh.
Am I the a-hole for choosing my wife over my mom? I, 32 male, have been married to my wife, 33 female, for 5 years. I lost my dad when I was 16. I'm an only child.
Ooh.
Life was rough.
Alice
after he
knows how to
passed,
do
but my
all that.
mom is
She
one of
made
the
tacos
strongest
the other
women
day.
I
They were
know.
banging.
I was shattered, and she held everything together. I love her more than anything.
Oh wait,
I'm sorry to hear, my dear. My condolences. I met my wife in my first year of college. We've basically grown up together. She's my world. Right now, the three of us live together in our apartment. My mom is getting older and needs care, and I feel lucky that I have the two most important women of my life under one roof. Both my wife and I have good careers. We're ambitious and doing well. And yes, we don't have a child. That's a conscious decision. I'm okay either way. I love kids and
Oh,
I would
wait,
love
this
to have
one.
one someday, but my wife doesn't want one right now. Maybe not ever. We've
Yay.
had long
She
conversations
made
about it. I never
tacos.
forced her. It's her body.
She
She's
did a
at the
good
peak of her
job.
career. She says she doesn't feel ready for motherhood.
I
and
stood
doesn't know
behind
if
her
she
the whole
ever will.
time and
I respect
managed
that.
the heat
Honestly,
and
there's
taught
a
her
lot
all
of
that
people who
biz
feel this way. I
baz
know
and
a
all the
lot
good
of people
shit.
who
And she
were
made some
honestly
fucking
never
good
ready,
tacos.
even when they did have kids. They were just
She
never
ate
ready.
a taco. She ate.
I don't blame her. The issue is
She's
my mom
got texture
desperately
issues
wants
because she's
a
autistic,
grandchild,
but
as they do. For
she
the
ate
past
almost
year,
an
she's
entire
been
taco,
emotionally
and I was like,
pushing. Subtle
yes.
comments like,
You'll understand when you have your own. Don't wait too long. Women regret it later.
I kept brushing it off, hoping it would fade.
It was just meat, taco, the hard shell taco,
Honestly,
and
in this day
cheese.
and age, there's so much information out there. Like, have you seen the girl with the list? The girl with the list that compiles all the things that are awful about being a mother? To know all of those things and to still go through with it, you have to really, really, really want that. Man, like, pregnancy knows. You gotta take, like, folic acid and prenatals so that, like, you don't lose your teeth. Like, you're not allowed to take hot baths for 9 months. Not to mention, if you get a sucky child, you gotta deal with that part.
Yeah, what if your kid comes
Listen,
to
I-
a
you know,
serial
I
killer?
really don't blame people that choose not to
I
have
like
children. I really
Cheerios.
don't. I kept brushing it off, hoping it would fade. 2 days ago, we had guests over with their
Cheerios.
kids. After they left, my mom looked at my wife and said,
You can't even give me one grandchild. Isn't that what women are meant to do? Your biological clock is already expiring.
hold the on. Hold on. That's bullshit.
Audacity.
That's 100% bullshit. At 33, your biological clock is not expiring, and that's also based on like older data. It's based on literally society trying to push women to procreate, saying that it's like our only goal in life or should be our only goal.
My
It's
business.
Not. Your wife is at the height of her career, and she would have to
She's
give
like
that
a
up
motherfucking wife
in order to have a
beater.
child. I know plenty of women who, you know, they have the height of their career. They seek some stability, maybe a job that's not as demanding, and then they choose to have children because they're ready to. Okay? Ain't nobody pressuring me into having kids. And at 33 years old, which is how old OP's wife is, that is not an expiring biological clock. Like, I think it's just the complications of getting pregnant, the chances of that go up a little bit, like every year or every 5 years or something like that after the age of 35. That doesn't mean that we can't have children still. What about all the women that have, you know, second, third, fourth children in their 40s? Chill out. And also there's options like IVF, okay? And furthermore, maybe she just doesn't want them. Okay? I just really hate that argument. I was kind of projecting there a little bit, just because I really don't like it when people push it on me and they use the, like, age as a thing. There's plenty of women who have babies later in life, and I'm fully of the opinion that you should get to where you want to be in life, seek some stability, and then have children when you're ready to take time off to really give it your all. So my wife immediately said, "Isn't it my decision whether or not I want to have a child?" It turned into a heated argument. I stepped in and I told my mom, "Please stop forcing us. It's her decision. Whatever she decides is final. You don't get to talk to her like that."
Asshole.
Period.
About all of
Thank
that,
you.
though.
I won't lie, my tone was harsh. I've never raised my voice at my mom before, ever. I've always been respectful, but this time I snapped. I'd been ignoring these comments for a year, and hearing her question my wife's worth as a woman just broke something in me. Now my mom hasn't spoken to me in 2 days. The house feels tense. Ooh, yeah, you all live together. Ooh, yeah. I mean, to be honest, your mother has to apologize for that, because that's BS. You know, she is coming from a different generation. There are a lot of women out there that do feel like that's our only purpose, or our main purpose, or our best purpose, or whatever. It's not our only purpose. It's not the only reason for living. You know, she was probably raised to believe that or to feel that way. She's older. But I still think that she needs to apologize. So the house feels tense. I feel guilty for shouting at the woman who sacrificed everything for me. But I also feel like if I hadn't stepped in, I would have failed my wife. My mom hasn't been eating well and mentioned she wants to move out. Maybe that's not a bad thing, honestly. Like, I can't even think about how annoying it would have to be around someone who makes comments like that all the time, pressures me. Like, it would make me not want to do the thing that she's pressuring me to do.
I have to
Like,
pee. We're gonna have a BRB screen because I gotta pee. Be right back. Looks like a garlicky enough garlic. What's wrong? Back.
You gonna chop that with that little power there, sweetheart?
I will punch you in the face if you flip that. Just a silver.
Cheated?
Silver said, "That's how you orgasm." That's what she said. Hey, Silver said, "I wasn't coming."
Fucking dirty cunt.
We're not close like that. I'm married.
Who are you married to?
Some guy.
What guy?
Mm.
The guy that farts all the time?
Hate to break it to you, Alice. Most guys.
I'm not
Oh
married.
my God, Elspeth, did you hear all of that?
I'm
Can
not
you
married
clip
to
it, please?
Dad.
Holy shit.
Stink. I was the both. Hi, Owless.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah, Dennis, you showed up late.
Because I was taking a shower. I was washing my ass.
Oh,
Sorry,
see,
didn't want to have swamp ass.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me that I didn't want to have swamp ass, or that I got rid of the
No.
swamp ass?
That you shower.
what the
Oh, that I
fuck?
showered? Okay. So I still have swamp ass, is what you think.
Hey, Dennis, this swamp ass.
What is...
Is it like dirty butt? Just
It's
What
when there's
is wombat?
sweat that accumulates, and it's a
sweaty.
very humid environment.
oh,
It's where you learn to appreciate baby powder.
what is swamp ass?
You either appreciate baby power or have
Please,
some
you left
femundities.
Imagine if you used a bidet but didn't dry off and just got redressed and walked around all day.
Getting more than 2 bounces is oh shit.
Eat all the dicks. All the dicks. You just had to get it over and then we had to teamwork it the rest of the way. All the dicks, girl. Yes. Good job, Javi. You were the best. It was fucking just dripping down my chin. Jesus. Okay, so the marshmallow strawberry ones are done. Oh shit, I almost dumped them all over the place. They need to cool. They need to cool. The peanut butter. I just dumped a whole bowl of pasta into the dishwasher. It's just an entire bowl.
Okay. Alright, are we bio BRBs or?
Oh right, we're on a. Oh, I fucking. All the players are ready.
Okay, maybe just give it a minute, because it seemed like I don't know.
Seems like it's having a stroke.
It's having a stroke. I can't help that.
Hi, TNL. I'm halfway through my drunk. And I ate chicken so that your wife wouldn't complain. His stream wife. You know, it's not bitch and that bitch, it's bitch and this bitch. My bad. There's also a bird sometimes. Sometimes there's a bird.
There is sometimes a bird.
Sometimes there's a bird. He's foul. Thank you. I'm here all week. It was fucking just dripping down my chin. Jesus. Keep getting. Oh, it's a very nice Cat, you're an absolute dickhead. Who buys an Alice a white accessory? Cat does. Cat does. Cat, you ass. I know you're gonna be watching this later or possibly right now. Cat, you ass. White. White, girl. White. So loud. Whatever. It's gonna be loud. Oh my ass. Ass and ass. Let's just.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
Stop making me poop. It's not bitch and that bitch, it's bitch and this bitch. My bad. There's also a bird sometimes. Sometimes there's a bird.
There is sometimes a bird.
Sometimes there's a bird. He's foul. Thank you. I'm here all week. Jars that go out to friends will be colored. So, you know, if you're our friends and you want some kimchi and you're in the area, just come to my house and take jars. If you have jars at your house, bring them back to my house and trade them for full jars. I am the Kimchi Milkman. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Jesus Christ! This is like those people that asked what horses' preferred pronouns were. What the fuck? That horse does not care what you are talking about.
You can't just assume a robot's gender.
It's a fucking robot! It doesn't have a gender! It's a robot! It's just a robot! That's like gendering my... Your gender has a what gender is your toaster, bitch? What fucking gender is your toaster? What gender is your fridge? Shut the hell up!
I have it.
Go ask your dishwasher what it identifies as. That is a delivery robot. Shut the hell up, you're crazy.
Oh my god, I did it. I don't know what it was.
Oh no, it's that dick.
Oh no, it's Dick. Oh no, it's Dick.
Wait. Like, okay, listen. I feel like Elsabeth is hecka sus.
Wait.
Whatever.
Told you, Elsabeth is hecka sus. And then I killed her.
I didn't even get to kill anybody.
I told you she was sus, and respectfully, that bitch had it coming. She was extremely. It really didn't matter. I had like vigilante or some shit, and she had to die. She walked in front of me while I had a "you can kill a fellow member" thing. Whoever walked in front of me was getting murdered. They were dead. It doesn't matter. They were fucking dead. And it was Elsabeth. Back to food. Wait, I gotta pick a different food. My narrator. Watch me burn. These are all shorties. I don't want shorties. We long. There you go. Watch this. There you go. Good.
Tell me to do something, and I like if I
Don't
feel
walk in
backed
front of
into
me
a
and I won't
corner,
murder
I
you.
will never do it. Like I will never do the thing that you're trying to pressure me to do ever. Just because I'm petty like that. Okay? I think if your mother has any hope of having a grandchild, shutting up and moving out is the best thing that she can do if she wants that outcome. Am I the a-hole for losing my temper and shouting at my old mom like this? Honestly, I don't think you are. I know that you feel like an a-hole, and being a mother is a thankless job. But at the same time, being a mother doesn't mean that we're right all the time, like as women. To show strength and be a good mom, I feel like we have to like recognize when we're wrong and be okay with admitting that. Being like, just as a person in general, like being a mother and giving someone life does not absolve you from any responsibility of how you treat people. I think it would be good if you both apologized.
Just gonna stand
I would really love it if, you know, she also apologized, right? Not the a-hole, your wife isn't an incubator, your mom crossed a line. Wanting grandkids is fine, shaming a woman for not providing them isn't. It's just kind of the way things go, though. Like, you know, you get married, you're with someone for a while, everyone starts asking. Like, I feel like it's so ingrained in our society that, like, everyone... Oh,
there's the Spotify jam if you want to join.
Like, I see it all the time. Like, I know you guys question that with me as well. And, like, you know, I want kids, but I'm not in a rush. But it's so inherently ingrained in us that, like, the minute that you, like, get married, everyone's like, okay, now what? Now what? Some people mean well, but I think in general, everybody just needs to zip it with regards to the pressuring, okay? I feel like the stats are like 1 in 3 couples have issues conceiving right away. I think it's safe to just stop asking. Like, don't ask. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know the reasons. Maybe she can't have kids. Maybe she doesn't want to have kids. Maybe, like, you know, it's just collectively, we should all just decide to, like, mind our own business with that. Okay? You are not the a-hole.
Okay, we're done that one. Doot. Oh, what's this?
Hey everybody, welcome back.
That's the fucking other one I was looking for. Yeah! There we go.
Publicly humbled. Compilation.
Am I the a-hole for not writing vows?
That's where
for
we
my
were
wedding?
yesterday.
You claim to be that seems unfair. You should be there. Right off the bat, the place is
Everyone threw that.
there. We've learned that. Sometimes people just can't make it work. And a big factor is like not being able to take time off.
A couple of our really good friends can't come.
I recently went
That doesn't mean he's a bad
This is where we
person and
were.
that he's trying to, like, again,
This
more
is where we
context.
were.
Like, maybe it was something romantic. Maybe they talked about they always wanted to get married in Venice. So maybe that's a little key part of information. Anyways, I'm done. I'm done. I'm trying to be holy. I'm trying to be holy, but I keep getting holes poked in my holiness.
Am I the a-hole for confronting people for eating dessert at a wedding?
Oh,
So
it was
I
after
recently
this.
went to my boyfriend's father's wedding. Serious?
That's it. It's not that deep.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, it just kind of sucks.
I was also wearing a pattern dress when I specifically asked all my bridesmaids to. Number 3, I will.
Yeah, we watched that.
the money and give yourself some time from all the nonsense. You slept with that man for years. You shared a life, dreams, and goals. You know him better than she does, so don't let her take away your right to grieve as you need to and take away your chance.
We watched that. Fuck! It's this one we're on now.
Welcome back. Am I the a-hole for exposing my best friend's affair? I have a new one. I didn't set it up yet. I didn't open it yet. I probably should. I'm lazy. Welcome back to another story time with Charlotte Dobre. This story is from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. So am I the a-hole for exposing my best friend's hidden affair because they were mean to me after I was announced valedictorian?
Pipe it up, pipe it up, pipe it up.
Hi, I'm 26, female, and a little context to the story is that I
What is the
graduated law school just
geekiest,
a few months
nerdiest
ago.
thing I can think of? A TARDIS. A TARDIS. A TARDIS! You fucking don't see one of those and don't think nerd, geek, nah. A fucking TARDIS. There you go, bitch. You better make a couple then. Nah, not a Millennium Falcon. Geek and nerd? TARDIS. Doctor Who. Come on now. Come on now. Nah. I mean, maybe. If you did like the D&D book, the original old school, or a dice, or a D20, she's right. A D20 would go good. The old, like, the book, I got the original book for my buddy Cliffy, because he's my best friend since fucking high school. And he's a big old nerd, too. But he's also over 6 foot tall, and a big old burly ginger man with a big ass beard, and he just likes D&D. Sweetest guy on the planet, though. Fucking sweetest. It's funny.
As valedictorian.
But literally, a TARDIS,
so you like
a D20,
smart.
she is
you
right.
Like a smarty pants or whatever. Good for you. Congratulations. Love that for you. I was part of a friend group of 8 people, including me, i.e. 3 girls and 4 boys, to be called Marie, Yina, Fred, Steve, Norman, Alex, and Matt. The history is messy, so let me try to clarify as brief as I can. 2 of the members of the group were already in a relationship. Marie was my best friend. Her boyfriend, Fred, is the OG joker of the group, who is also a bully. I only became friends with Fred because Marie wanted me to. Either way, after the midterms, we figured out that all 3 high scorers of the batch of 2019, which comprised 150 students, were from our group, i.e. Yina, me, and Alex. It was that moment that made me realize that maybe I got something here. I was always an average student, but this started
You could
being
do
fun to me.
a
So the
whole,
next
well,
5
because
years
they're
in law
the
school,
shape.
Yina
Just
and
do
I
a
were
whole
neck to
bunch of
neck in
D20s
competition,
and then
but
just
we
do
were
all
never
the numbers.
hostile, or so I thought. Ooh, we got some resentment brewing. We got some jealousy. Now let me explain my dynamics to the members. Alex tried to pursue me, but when I refused in the kindest way possible, he flipped and tried to ruin my reputation publicly.
You suck.
Which is why, after that, I never talked to
know
him.
if mine likes
Meanwhile,
D&D.
other members continued to hang out with him and brushed it off as a petty matter.
Definitely likes gardening.
A petty matter.
Loves
This is the thing about like
bonsai.
coming to terms
Grows
with the fact that people
bonsai.
that you're friends with
Absolutely
are not
loves
great
them.
people.
Grows them.
That's a damn shame.
I'm gonna look
You know, I
into
had a
getting a
conversation
really
the other day
nice
where
one.
I was, I went out to dinner with a group of people that I used to see all the time, but they are still friends with my ex. I happen
But
to know
also
that my ex is
loves
a
gardening.
complete douchebag. Like literally like borderline narcissist, creep, weirdo. And, of course, when it got a little messy and I kind of discovered who he was, it was very hard to get people kind of on my side. But when I tell you that I went to this dinner and finally, I have been vindicated. It was like an entire evening of them telling me that I was right, and that gets me going, honey. Ooh. It takes people a little while to come around because unfortunately they need to see it for themselves. I really wish people would just listen.
Damn it, I need to
because
get more
ultimately
candy.
They're also saying that they don't necessarily trust your opinion, nor do they feel like being loyal to you is a good enough reason to stop hanging out with a certain person.
You can't do that. Like, You can't do that to friends.
Okay, so back to the story. Marie and I had a falling out after I figured she lied to me, basically about everything. I never confronted her, just got distant. Marie and Fred broke up because he told her she wasn't the girl one could marry, and then she got married to his elder brother. Oh, a tale for another time. I mean, I kind of want to know that tale, I'm not gonna lie. Yina had a major crush on Fred and would tell him all the gossip about Marie to him, and their hate just got extra. Either way, after 5 years, I was announced to be valedictorian of the batch of 2019, and it made me happy, like the only good thing that happened in a while. Yina was in second place. I did feel guilty, I don't know why, and hence I didn't celebrate my success openly so she might not get hurt. This is the thing about excelling in life. You think that life is about, you know, succeeding, and you think that it kind of is. Like a lot of life is about, you know, overcoming problems and celebrating your wins, right? It can't just be about suffering the whole time, because then life isn't really worth living. But the unfortunate thing is that when you win, you start to realize how few people actually clap for you, and that doesn't mean that you shouldn't win, but it's like, it makes you apprehensive about sharing that you've won. Because unfortunately, you find out that your friends aren't really your friends.
I can't believe you did this to me!
Now, 3 weeks ago, I got a text from my junior about Fred that he was harassing her after they broke up. I didn't want to get into the mess, so I asked her to report him and move forward, but it was then that she told me Fred claimed I had a crush on him and I wouldn't stop chasing him. That angered me because for me, being framed for liking Fred is an insult. The man is the biggest narcissist and gaslighter. I confronted him and he tried to gaslight me by saying that his ex also talked crap about me to him. So I shouldn't believe her, and also tried to claim he did so much for me and I'm ungrateful. Mind you, we were never close, so I don't know what he did for me to be grateful about. I just blocked him and forgot about it. That evening, I got a call from my senior asking why I wasn't participating in a mandatory workshop. When I told him I didn't know anything about it, he told me he asked Yina to inform me. She then told him that I wasn't interested. Okay, so she's sabotaging you a little bit. She out here sabotaging you because she's jealous.
It's a trap!
The workshop was important because the ones who don't take it would get their bar license suspended. So basically, she was screwing my whole career over. Okay, so not just like sabotaging a little bit, like sabotaging a lot. I decided to stay silent on it, and I started attending the workshops. I met her there, and she was so sugary sweet. The organizer of the workshop, a senior lawyer, texted me that our bar is making a committee, and he would like me to be a part of it as I'm the valedictorian. I was hesitant, but I agreed to it. Cut to a week ago. I got to know that I was cut from the committee because Fred was the chairman and didn't want me there. Some friends you got, bestie. What the fuck? Although it made me angry, I decided he just wanted drama, so let's stay away from his provocation. The next day, another committee was announced with me as the member, and it did make me happy. But Yina decided to text me and quote, "Everyone is surprised you are part of the committee because you don't deserve it."
Hola, 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 hold up.
How big is that stick that Yina got up her ass? I gotta tell ya. I was taken aback by her text and asked her why. Then she started saying it was a joke, etc. I left her on scene. Marie also called me and told me to patch things up with Fred because I was being petty. And he would accept my apology because he's a kind person. Okay, so what about when he got you kicked off of that, like, committee thing? I don't know if kind people do that. I was hurt because she knew how Fred was, and he did the same thing to her once. But now he's her brother-in-law, so she's protecting him. Norman also decided to remove me from the group chat and privately text me saying, "Please don't ever ask us to add you again because everyone hates you."
Are you trying to do this whole compassionate friend thing? Because you really suck at it.
I asked him why he would say that. He replied that it's true and they just don't say it to my face. I feel like this is also a case of someone is going behind your back and saying things that just aren't true. But even then again, like, when friendships kind of fall out, sometimes friendships come to an end, but you don't need to be like terrible about it. Like, you can still be cordial. I feel like they're doing all of these things really unprovoked unless they know something you don't. Although I was hurt, I was confused too, because why would they be so hostile to me? It wasn't until I heard Yina saying she deserved to be valedictorian and I stole it from her, there it is, that it all made sense. I don't know why that day I had a meltdown. I couldn't stop crying because all the harsh behaviors, and after all the crying came the anger. I decided enough was enough, and I decided to expose that Fred and Yina were having an affair. I knew this because I caught them making out once and they asked me to keep it a secret. See, this is another reason why they kind of want you out of the friend group, is because, like, number one, Yina is resentful of you, Fred is resentful of you, and they're probably trying to ostracize you from the group because you know something that would hurt their reputations.
You're starting to get a reputation.
Fred was involved with a lot of other girls while hooking up with Yina. And Yina was also sending me screenshots of Fred's conversation with her and other girls crying that he doesn't value her. I posted the entire thing online and decided to sleep, only to be woken up by multiple calls and texts from the entire group. They added me back in the group chat and tried to shame me that I shouldn't have done this, and I took it too far. Yina can't stop crying while Fred blocked her. My sister said that I maybe overreacted. Am I the a-hole for doing this? P.S. Sorry, English is my second language, so I took the aid of Grammarly to rephrase and kept it as brief as possible. But some of you think it's fake, so here's my original draft, no matter how confusing. It's not confusing. I got you. You good. It's always funny to me when a-holes call you an a-hole because you just told people that they're a-holes and why they're a-holes. And they act like you ruined their life and you did all this horrible shit, but it's like, okay, but if you didn't do anything, then there would have been nothing to tell. They already kind of think that you're going around saying bad stuff about them and, like, you know, ruining things for them, etc. So it's like, at this point, if they already think that about you and that's what they're telling people, then you might as well do it. Devil's advocate, you know, you could have just, like, gotten rid of the whole friend group and not done a thing. They were kind of coming for your future, so I don't really like that at all.
Whoa! I don't like it.
In this case, you could have just let your revenge be success, but if they're preventing you from obtaining that success and they're going out of their way to do that, I feel like you're kind of justified. My only worry is, how is this gonna go, like, how is this gonna bite you in the butt, you know?
Bit me directly in the buttocks.
That's why sometimes it's not always the best idea to, like, go out of your way, because you're not dealing with rational people. You're dealing with people who bite first. I'm interested to know what happens when they bite back. Not the a-hole. You took so much crap from so-called friends that wouldn't pour water on you if you were on fire. Block them and leave them to their pathetic little lives. They don't matter. You matter, and your mental health matters. OP responded, thank you, I did block them all. I mean, realistically, like, I understand that you're friends and you're friends in college and stuff like that, but, like, I can only think of, like, maybe one person that I'm friends with still from university days. Like, once you leave university, you're gonna have an entire group of friends that's, like, entirely new, that, like, isn't tainted.
Freedom, 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 oi! Freedom, 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 oi!
For someone going on to be a lawyer, you really need to try and not let these things get to you, to be honest. Other lawyers are going to get so much ammunition out of this, making you look bad to clients in possible workplaces. Never forget, once it's online, it can't be removed. Yes, I also agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that. I think that there could have been a way to get back at the group by not, you know, putting yourself in the line of fire. The best revenge is always living your best life, standing above these stupid things. Never show that it gets to you, and never stoop to the level of stupid people. Yeah, I mean, I totally get where people are coming from. It's honestly a little bit split. It's not that you're an a-hole, it's that, like, are they even worth it? You have to decide if people are worth it. That extra energy, right? They might be people that would stoop to that level, but are you? Not the a-hole. You're justified in what you did. But for next time, it's honestly, I don't know if it's even worth it. Like, these people are petty and, like, not as smart as you and not as good as you. So maybe next time, don't let things like this bother you, or at least try not to act on it. Moving on. All right, we got some more best friend drama for you guys. Because we got time for that today. We got lots of time. We got 3 hairs past a freckle. This story is from True Off My Chest. My childhood friend scammed me, so I ruined her relationship. We did 1st and 2nd grade 2007 together, and then I left the country and we reconnected in 2017 through Messenger. We talked romantically, but it instead got toxic since it was long distance, so I ended it. At the beginning of 2021, I visited my home country to attend a wedding, and once I landed at the city, I hit her up. I went to her apartment complex. We hang out at the indoor park, talk about our childhood, and she mentions that she has a boyfriend and she was getting married, so I never made a move. We go for a walk, and I tell her I want to go to a currency exchange office because I was carrying USD. They were all closed, so we head back to her apartment. It was already too late, so I told her I had to go. Before leaving, since this was during COVID, all places had tight visit hours, so she told me we had to bribe the doorman or he would cause problems with management. I only had 20s and 100s, and she knew that, and told me to pay him $5. Since I didn't have change, she offers to take a bill and go up to her place and get me some change. I gave her a $20 bill and waited for her. I wait, and she doesn't come down. So I text her, and I said nothing. I go to the doorman and tell him what's going on, and he tells me there's no issues with visits at this time.
I got tricked into all those things.
She comes out on the balcony and tells me those $20 are not going to make me rich, and neither will make you poor. So get the hell out of here. She just stole from you? I was fuming on my way home, not because of the money, but because I was lied to, stolen from, and abandoned. I felt very disrespected, so I wanted to teach her a lesson. I scrolled through her followers on Instagram and tried to find her boyfriend. FBI mode was on, and I found him right before she blocked me. I screenshot our conversation of her inviting me over, sent them to her boyfriend, telling him she's cheating, and I didn't know she had a boyfriend. Oh. I mean, okay, I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that you didn't even have to really lie and say that she was cheating. You're lying, right? You're lying.
Lies, lies, lies.
Yeah, you're lying. I feel like you didn't really have to say that she was cheating and lying about it. I feel like you could have also just like told her boyfriend what she did, and it would have had a very similar effect. He calls me to explain, and he was convinced. He went to the apartment to check the cameras and saw me, which made the story believable. She unblocks me and explodes through text, insulting my existence. And I acted nonchalant, telling her to stop denying the truth. The guy keeps texting me and suddenly asks, did you give her $20? I told him yes, for the good service, lol, oh dear. And then he tells me she took him to get ice cream with that money. Ooh, you got some dusties. These are some dusties. Yeah, this is like weird. I get why you did what you did, but I also feel like you didn't have to lie about it, you know? You didn't have to lie. You could have just told the boyfriend that she's a little scammer. I feel like that would have had the same effect. It's not necessary to lie, especially when, like, she actually did something, like, kind of illegal. She stole from you and was like, you about it. I'm guessing, had she simply asked you for $20, you probably would have given it to her. OP responds, even $100 I wouldn't have minded, but she chose the path of destruction and got clapped back. Yeah, she was very unapologetic about it, eh? She was just like,
yeah, I stole from you. Suck my...
I love this. My favorite part is how she felt so haughty and badass. OP responds, she told me her boyfriend was paying for her breast implants and a BBL. Guess who didn't get a breast implant and a BBL? Was it her? Was it her? Yeah, it was. I'm gonna say
Me. I did not get either of those.
Everyone sucks. I know it's not an MIB hole, but I feel like
natural.
I feel like I get the pettiness. I don't know if the lying was necessary.
I'm actually missing a bunch of parts.
I think that you could have exposed her to her boyfriend with just like the facts.
Fact.
But it is what it is.
Pretty one.
Next case. All right, we got one more. We got one more spicy one.
Spicy meat. Yeah, boy.
My best friend ghosted me before my wedding. Am I the a-hole for letting her? Forward the court. I, 29 female, had a best friend, Laura, 29 female, for almost 12 years. We met in college, bonded over our tough family relationships, and remained close despite only ever having 2 real fights. One about her unwillingness to drive on highways, which I meant I always made the 3-hour drive to see her. In 2017, I started a new job and became friends with a coworker, Cole. She later introduced me to her longtime friend, Dennis. In late 2019, Dennis and I went on our first date. When COVID hit, it accelerated our relationship and we moved in together. After things settled down, I tried multiple times to arrange for Dennis and Laura to meet, but she always seemed to blow it off. I honestly don't even remember when they finally did meet. In the summer of 2022, Dennis and I moved about 1,000 miles away. A lot of our old friendships naturally faded, but my relationships with Laura and Cole remained strong. Even though we weren't seeing each other in person as much, we still talked just as often. When Laura's grandmother passed away, I made sure to fly back to attend the funeral and support her. Then, in May 2023, Dennis proposed. Since we live far from most of our friends and family, he planned the proposal and an engagement party to happen during a visit back to our home state. He worked with my sister and Cole to plan a surprise. I had no idea it was happening, and obviously had no say in who was involved. Laura was invited to the engagement party, of course, but when she showed up, she seemed distant. I figured it was just because she didn't know a lot of people there. She fucked Dennis.
Boo, you whore.
Her and Dennis did this. When it came to choose my bridal party, I made my sister maid of honor since our relationship had significantly improved over the year. I also asked 4 bridesmaids, including Laura and Cole, and everyone accepted without issue. My sister planned my bridal shower and bachelorette party. I decided on a good old-fashioned girls' sleepover with matching pajamas, air mattresses, and just hanging out like we used to. The plan was for me to travel home, have the bridal shower during the day, and then the bachelorette sleepover that night. Ooh, fun. 3 weeks before the shower, Laura texted me saying she'd hurt her neck, and she didn't think she'd be able to do the sleepover. I told her no worries and asked if she still planned to travel up to my new state for my wedding since she hadn't mentioned anything about a flight yet. Her response was a casual, duh, which made me laugh. Over the next 3 weeks, we kept talking like normal. She was responding to my texts, giving me advice on my dress and accessories, and acting like everything was fine. Then, on the day of the shower, she just didn't show up. No text, no explanation, nothing. And I never reached out. It's been 9 months and we haven't spoken.
You can be very inconsiderate sometimes.
Am I the a-hole for never following up? Should I reach out all this time later and ask what happened? Okay, so it's always interesting when you realize that unless you're the one putting the effort into the friendship doesn't really exist.
Fake news.
I want you to try something. The next time you're kind of like confused about a friendship and you feel like you're the only one, like see what happens when you don't say a thing. If that person doesn't reach out, doesn't think about you, doesn't make an effort, you have your answer. And who knows what's really going on? Like maybe she's a little resentful because you got married first. Maybe she liked Dennis. Well, she never met Dennis. I feel like maybe she's just a little bit resentful that you're getting married. There's not a lot of context. Like I feel like you didn't really pick up on any of these things. It kind of came out of nowhere. But it says a lot, doesn't it? Ghosting your like longtime childhood friend before their wedding, a little weird. Edit to add, in April 2024, I had to fly to home state for my grandmother's funeral. She didn't come. Okay, so again, like I said, it sort of seems like you're the only person that's actually putting effort into this friendship, hence why she doesn't want to drive on highways, and you're always the one going to see her. So you're there to support her, but she's not there to support you.
It's true.
This is kind of like the reality of getting married. Like you really do find out who your friends are. You find out who your friends are when you're getting married and when people die. And it's like, you know, these are happy times. These are also times where you need support. And it's when people kind of show their true colors. So as much as getting married is great and fun, it also has like a bit of a dark side to it. I've learned this. I was married in November 2024. She didn't come. We ended up having a very small wedding, so we didn't have an official wedding party anymore with matching outfits. Basically, the wedding was the people who would have been the bridal party plus a few extra. Top comment says, not everyone is meant to be in our lives forever.
Yes, queen. Yes, queen. Yes, queen.
It's just one of those things where, you know, if you're the only person putting effort into the friendship, like, it's not a real friendship. It's like, wow, you didn't think about me? You didn't think, like, I should probably be there to support them. Like, I want to lift them up. Like, that didn't cross her mind at all. It's because she didn't want to. Not to be dramatic, but are you sure she's alive? Yes, she's very active on social media, posting while out a bunch. You didn't let her ghost you. She ghosted you and you accepted it. Was she possibly irked you made your sister your maid of honor and not her and let it fester? OP responds, that's another perspective I thought about. When we first met, I wasn't close with my sister. So Laura and I had talked about being each other's maid of honor with several different grooms over the years. However, with time and family stuff happening, my sister and I became very close. I think it kind of goes without saying that if you're doing a bridal party, like sisters kind of trump best friends, and you kind of need to be okay with it.
What?
Hi, sisters.
I also absolutely know, once dating Dennis 5 years ago, I never mentioned her as a maid of honor again. From the day she bailed on meeting him for the first time, I got an off-putting feeling. And when I told her my sister was my maid of honor, she's like, yeah, that totally makes sense. Your relationship has mended so much over the years. So yes, it could be entirely possible. Like, a lot of people are saying maybe she's butthurt that, like, you didn't make her maid of honor. I mean, she's never even met Dennis. Like, she's never even met your fiance or your husband now. I don't know. This is the thing about having bridal parties, man. This is why I don't have one, because like you're basically like ranking your best friends and the people close to you, and I think that we all need to like be okay with it if like a sister is maid of honor or a brother is best man. At the end of the day, it's like best friends come and go, family is forever.
We're an unusual family.
Case in point. So she didn't go to the wedding, no present, nothing, not even a card. OP responds nothing. I know it's totally superficial, but she didn't like the bridal shower post or say anything like,
Oh my gosh, fun. I wish I could have been there.
I feel like there's missing context. She didn't show up and you weren't concerned or hurt. You didn't even say, hey, are you okay? I guess the context is she has a habit of not showing up. For my grandmother's funeral, she told me she was coming. It was about an hour away from her. She also didn't show up to that, but then texted me that night and said, sorry, work got busy. The type of job she works ends usually around 3 p.m. Funeral service was until 8 p.m.
You think you're too cool for school?
Honestly, like she hasn't shared a lot of context and I agree, but I think that knowing what I know, I've definitely had friends where when I don't put the effort in, our friendship literally dissipates. Like I had a friend that I like genuinely, truly loved. Sometimes I would text her, she would take forever to respond, sometimes like a week, and I would always be the one inviting her to stuff. And then after a while, I just kind of thought like, I'm not a fan, you know? Like this is not like, I wonder what's gonna happen if I just never reach out. And it's not that I don't like her, it's just that like, I wanted to see what would happen if I never reached out. And sure enough, we like barely talked. I think she sent me, you know, a text a few months after I got engaged to congratulate me. And like, I texted her Merry Christmas, she didn't respond, and that was it. That's our friendship. And, you know, if we had kept in touch, I probably would have invited her to my wedding. And sometimes it's just people drift and they don't really consider you important enough, or maybe they have new friends or whatever. And that's all it is. So are you the a-hole for never following up? I mean, no, you're not the a-hole for letting her ghost you. Like, let's remove the blame on that. It kind of just sounds like this friendship has run its course. Not the a-hole. Siska! Am I the a-hole for flipping out on my fiance for canceling all the vegan food options from our wedding food menu behind my back? My fiance, 31 male, and I, 25 female, are getting married soon. There wasn't much that we disagreed on during the wedding planning, except for food. Me and my family are vegans, and there are so many reasons why we chose this lifestyle, and one of them being that we have a history of health issues. My fiance and his family are the complete opposite. They're hardcore meat eaters, which is fine by me, obviously. Okay, good to know, good to know. Okay, so wait, so like you had both options, and he canceled them. Let's get some context. However, when deciding on the wedding food menu, I wanted to add 4 to 5 vegan options. My fiance and his mom objected, saying it's a waste of money over food that isn't real food. You can eat it, so like it is. Also, there's like a lot of vegan food that is like amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, like it's hard to make really good vegan food. I feel like you have to be like a very good chef in order to be able to be a vegan. There's definitely really good vegan options. There's this one restaurant I go to, it's called Fresh in Toronto. Everything's vegan and it's amazing. They have such good salads and their chicken is like pretty close, honestly. They also argue that this would be offensive for their guests and suggested my vegan options just be the good old salads and appetizers. How is it offensive to have options for people who have different dietary restrictions? When you go to a restaurant, do these people get offended that there's vegan options on the menu?
Your menu's on fire.
That's weird. You're being weird. I said no. For one, it's me and my family who's paying. And 2, I want to make my guests feel welcome and not be treated as second-class citizens by being served salad. My fiance made a face and said,
Isn't that what vegans eat?
No, not just. I refused to argue about it and said it was final. My goodness, so you're paying for it and he's literally telling you what you can and can't have on your wedding menu? The other day, I found out he canceled all the vegan options and took them off the menu completely and behind my back. The audacity. I was seething. I called him at work, but he kept hanging up on me. What is his problem? I went straight to his workplace and confronted him there and just flipped out on him. He was stunned to see me.
What are you doing here?
He at first said it was his mom's idea and then told me to go home because I was making a scene at the office. The fight continued at home and he defended himself by saying I sort of made him resort to doing this after I kept brushing off his thoughts and input and refusing to accommodate his family. But it doesn't affect his family. It affects your family because they can't eat anything at your wedding. How does having an option for other people with dietary, like, would he have this same reaction if people had allergies? This is weird. Listen, you are allowed to have whatever dietary restrictions you want. If you're a vegan, if you're a vegetarian, if you are a carnivore, whatever, just don't force your opinions on other people. And it goes both ways, eh? Like, vegans, don't push it on other people, and meat eaters, don't push it on vegans. Everybody is entitled to eat whatever they want. And that is final! But there were plenty of meat options. Why can't I get 4 to 5 vegan options? When I'm paying for it, it literally doesn't affect him at all. He yelled that it was his wedding too, not my family's. My family said it was fine and they'll figure it out and told me to let it go, but I refused. Am I the a-hole for putting my foot down on this? No. He's being so unreasonable and dumb. Okay, so there's an update. So his mom messaged me earlier to try to get me to listen to what she had to say after I kept ignoring her phone calls. She sent long walls of text just to address what I did at her son's workplace, calling it all kinds of stuff from immature to unhinged. Yeah, of course she makes it about how you f***ed up and not what they did to ruin your wedding for your family. Yes, you didn't have to go to his workplace, but he was ignoring your calls. She then went on to explain how she noticed that me and my family kept acting dismissive of her son's input and contributions to the wedding. What contributions? I feel like this is just like a really dumb hill that he like wants to say, and like this is how he's like asserting dominance. She says she noticed my behavior toward him and her entire family and wanted to speak up earlier but didn't and tried to keep the peace. She then went on to address the food menu issue and denied her involvement in the cancellation of the vegan option, but that didn't mean she didn't support her son's decision. Moreover, she thought it was so responsible of him to make that move because of my continual refusal to see how this stuff is a waste of money. It's not. People need to eat. How is that a waste of money? And what does it matter if you're wasting your money? She's not the one that's paying for it, and neither is her son. So what does it matter?
Go marry your
if that's
mom.
Something that
Go
you
marry your
want
mom
to spare
then,
no
dude.
expense over. Ugh, I'm livid. I'm angry. Triggered, if you will. She also pointed out how I kept saying I paid for it, and she said that technically this isn't just my money, it's mine and his because we're getting married, and she suggested I wisen up and get rid of my money, I paid for it mentality.
Oh my god! Wow!
I hate
They
this,
aren't
but it's
married
a
yet.
fact,
Run,
though.
run, run,
She
run.
finally mentioned how bad this whole situation is making me look, and she said that she and her son had already offered a number of compromises that I chose to brush off and decided to make it my weird hill to die on. Interesting choice of words. It doesn't affect them. I feel like this is just a weird way to like control something, but it's also like so unreasonable because what are your family supposed to eat? She said that not only her son is upset, but she and the family as well are hearing about it and suggested I just agree on their compromise and be done with it. This pissed me off beyond belief, and I responded by letting her know I'm still standing my ground on this, even if I have to call the whole wedding off because of it. Honestly, this is just ridiculous. My mom and dad, they don't even know what to say anymore. Apparently my fiance saw my response to her, he's with her, and is now trying to call me, but right now I'm waiting on him to get home and see if he's still insisting on taking the stance he took. This is so dumb. What is this about? I feel like maybe they just have like a deep-seated hatred toward vegans or something. Or maybe they're trying to assert control over the wedding in some way. Let's recap. He, 1, has no clue what vegans actually eat and no interest in learning. 2, believes having food for your family is offensive to theirs while having no food for your family is perfectly fine. 3, he doesn't respect your input and your money. 4, he makes decisions about matters important to you behind your back. And 5, he can't stand up to his mom or he uses her as a scapegoat. That's a lot of things to be really angry about. Why are you marrying this guy again? Like, it may sound like a small thing, but like, is it really a small thing? Kinda isn't, is it? If she marries this guy, she'll find a lot of the vegan food she keeps at the house suddenly goes missing, and he'll start substituting meat in her meals without her knowledge to show how this really isn't a big deal. If they live together, that could already be happening. I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, this is weird. People who eat meat and are forced to be around vegans are the worst. They act like the victim when they can simply just not eat the vegan food. I don't know why vegan options are so offensive to them, as meat eaters just Literally, who cares? The other very toxic trait is hanging up when she calls him to discuss something important to her. What an absolute child OP is about to marry. Wait until you have kids, OP. Him and his mother are going to drive you insane. So you and your family are paying, but his mummy says salad and cupcakes is fine. So he cancels any food the family paying can eat. I'd cancel the wedding. You're not the a-hole. Him and mummy, massive a-holes. Yeah, you're not the a-hole, my dear. Next case. My 28 female fiance, 26
All the
female,
red
told me
flags,
my
girl.
parents are saying incredibly racist things to her when I'm not around because they don't want black grandchildren. Hello, everyone. I'm writing this to figure out what to do or who to believe in this situation. Let me start out by saying I'm white and my lovely fiance is a black woman. We have an amazing relationship and I don't want any other woman in my life. She's also the only black woman I've ever dated. My parents have always been supportive of me and I have an incredibly strong family relationship with them and my siblings, or at least I thought. When I was growing up in the Midwest, there weren't really black people around and the topic of racism never came up. But I never suspected that my lovely outgoing and polite parents would be racist because they even donated money to an orphanage in Africa for like 20 years now through their church. Could be performative activism disguised as something else. My parents met my fiance a year ago, but did not take it too seriously because I had a lot of girlfriends in the past and they probably just thought it was another girlfriend. Well, last weekend I announced to them that my girlfriend was now my fiance on a Zoom family meeting. My parents looked a little surprised because I did not discuss it with them before, but were ultimately congratulating me. We wanted to have a dinner with them in person to sort of let them get to know their future daughter-in-law and everything blew up. My mom forgot something for the dinner and my dad went to the store to get it. My fiance texted me about 10 minutes in, asking me to come back right away because she needed me, and my dad and I turned around. When I got back, she was sitting in my car. I still had the keys, and she was crying and asking me to take her to our house. Of course, I drove her home and told my parents I was sorry, and my fiance told me what my mom said to her. Essentially, my fiance told me my mom said she was not supportive of us because she didn't want black grandchildren. A number of other things that she was surprised my fiance married up, even though I think my fiance is better looking than me, but I'm a bit more successful financially. When I confronted my mom and asked what she said, my mom said she said nothing even close to that, and the only thing she said was that she was curious what country my wife was ethnically from, and my fiance mistook it. When I asked my fiance more probing questions, she's adamant that my mom explicitly said these things. Well, if she did say these things, that's not exactly something that she would admit to, especially considering this was said when you weren't there. She did it behind your back if she did do it. I've never known either of them to be liars, but the two people I trust most in this world are giving me completely conflicting stories. I want to side with my wife, but what if she's having some sort of mental episode or something? Is it a possibility that no one is lying here? I need some help. Edit. It could also be a mental episode with my mom, maybe, but neither have mental issues. But they can pop up in people in their 20s, like my uncle. So I just said my fiance might have had a mental episode. Sorry for the confusion. I don't think that her being offended by your mom's racism is a mental episode. I understand you're confused. I understand this is between your mom and your fiance, but I really highly doubt that your fiance would lie about something as serious as this. Your mom, being someone that doesn't want black grandchildren, does have something to gain by saying what she said, which is to end the relationship. Another top comment, I'm a white guy from the deep south. This isn't even a mystery to me. Your wife is not making anything up. Trust her. The ethnicity dodge is an old hat, and she's blaming your fiance for her own racism by saying she was misunderstood. Midwesterners, I personally know, have a really skewed view of what racism is, and often are not aware of how racist they actually are, because they do not get to witness it on a regular basis or be embarrassed by it on a regular basis. I think that she said something to the effect of like,
where are you like from?
There are certain things that people say that's a little bit of like what's called like a microaggression, right? It's possible it could have been a microaggression, but I think that your fiance has been accustomed to this type of treatment, and I would believe her over your mother. But we have an update. Thank you to those who reached out with good suggestions and such. I really took everyone's advice on this. However, I really didn't think it was fair the way I was characterized in the comments, because I love my fiance and I believe her, but I also love my mom and I have no reason to doubt her either.
Still
It's really
do
hard
make
to doubt
fun.
her
Follows
parents when
your
they've always
channel.
been good to you your entire life until this incident.
Thanks for the
Important context.
follow.
Anyways,
Welcome in,
I was
babe.
basically completely wrong about this whole situation. I decided to call my sisters. I told them it was an emergency and we hopped on Zoom. I explained the crazy story to them, and one of them let out a laugh and tried to hold it back. Then I went quiet, and we had a few seconds of awkwardness. until she let
Hydrate?
out a-
Why?
Really
All
asking
right.
this?
Then she told me,
Of course mom is racist.
and my sister agreed with her. They then led me on a 30-minute rant about how mom would tell them not to marry outside their race, especially black people, because these marriages won't work out and no decent man would want you after. Oh, Lord. Apparently, she told them this regularly, and they all married white people anyway. The thing is, I'm 9 years younger than the youngest of them, so I guess I was never included. She never once mentioned to me about race or who I should or shouldn't date. I don't know why I never received these messages. Oh, dear. Maybe it was because I
Hydrate,
never
bitch.
dated
I
anyone
did.
black before, so like they just assumed that you wouldn't marry anyone black. Moreover, I guess I'm just blind because they also told me I was the favorite child because I was the only boy. I assume my parents paid for everyone's first car in college, but I guess it was just me. They were really mad at me for what I put my fiance through and not realizing things. I mean, I kind of agree with them. Like, I don't think you're a bad person, but I also don't think that someone like experiencing disrespect and like prejudice and then telling you about that, the appropriate response to that is,
Oh, you must be having a mental episode.
I feel like that's unfair because how am I supposed to know they were mistreated compared to me if I was a child when they were in college? I guess the close relationship I thought I had was just an illusion. I told my fiance I was with her until I die and I don't care if they all cut me off and that I'm siding with her always. I should have done this from the beginning because she's really not the kind of person to call people racist and I never knew her to be super political. After talking with my sisters, I hung up almost crying, which I normally don't do. But I went and told my fiance everything I had learned and we held each other for a while. Oh God, I'm actually like tearing up for a bit. That's so hard. It's such a generational thing. Like, it's not just generational, but like it really is a generational thing. And it's something that generations just like honestly can't agree on. I understand that your mom treated you really well, but like this kind of thinking toward other people is just like not okay. She's not really mad at me, but I just was sad about the whole situation. And we talked a lot about whether to cut my parents out completely or not. I know for sure we will not let them around our future children. Also, my sisters called me back and told me they're sorry they were so harsh on me, but I really hope I don't lose all my family from this. I also found out my dad has internal Ring cameras and I asked to see the videos from that day, but he told me they were already deleted and overwritten. Guilty. I would really like to see it in person for closure. Overall, I'm sorry for the storm this caused on here, but I decided to update just because I keep seeing alerts and messages from people. Maybe somebody will find this helpful. Some important things to note in the comments. I'm glad your sister sorted you out, but remember, this has disproportionately affected them and your fiance. Even if you weren't intentionally blind, you do need to cool it with complaining about how this is unfair to you. It is unfair to him. Obviously, he would love his parents' support, but at the end of the day, the prejudice is not being directed toward him. It will be directed toward his own children, which he can be upset about. You can be upset for people, but this is not about you. I really hate that he says his fiance isn't super political, as if being racist is political. Yeah, that's a very good point. I kind of cringed a little bit when I read that. I was just like, okay, this is not like a red versus blue issue, I feel like. I mean, it kind of is, but it shouldn't be. It's not. Being racist just makes you an a-hole. I think it will be really hard to be around your parents if they feel this way about black people, because they're gonna feel that way about your kids. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of unconscionable at this point. It would be nice to be able to have a relationship, but quite frankly, your mom should have kept her feelings to herself. Then again, is it a good thing that maybe you find out these things before having to guess? I'm glad you somewhat came to your senses. I'm sad that your sisters had to knock some sense into you for you to believe your fiance. All right, we got one more spicy one. My 22 female fiance, 25 male, wants his father to check my tomorrow night before I get married. Originally posted to relationship advice.
What?
My fiance proposed to me about 8 months ago. We decided on having a relatively small wedding, which is in 2 days. Everything was going great. He seems absolutely perfect and we are very much in love. I am a virgin and so is he. He wanted to save it for marriage and I wasn't fussed, so I agreed to saving it. He's told me earlier that in his family, the father checks the of the bride the night before the wedding. I laughed this off as it seriously sounds like a massive joke. It does sound like a joke. The dad? The night before the wedding. I feel like the only time I've ever heard this happening is like when I watch like a period drama. Not like period, like you're on your rag, but like, you know, Marie Antoinette or something. And like they check, the bride has to be a virgin and able to bear children, so the doctor checks before there's a royal wedding. I've never heard of this like happening in real life, and not in like the 2000s. Turns out he was dead serious. He wants me the night before to to have a small ceremony type thing so his dad can check me while him and his brothers and uncle can walk so they know I'm still pure. I told him, fat chance I'm gonna do that. And he was begging me to go through with it. Like, why not? Like this is so weird to begin with, but why the dad? Fucking weird. And how important it is for him. He said he knew it was slightly embarrassing for slightly embarrassing for me, but his mom did it and will prove how much I love him and that I have nothing to hide anyway, as I'm a virgin. Hide? I don't like this at all. This is weird. This is some weird medieval. I left and he was crying. It was very dramatic, to be honest. I want to call off the wedding because of this and never talk to him again. But at the same time, it's only one thing. Other than that, we're genuinely perfect for each other. And I don't want to spend my life with anyone else. And it's very important to him and his family. Why? What the frick frack do I do? I'm currently at my friend's house and I might stay here for the night. Tomorrow would be our last day as an unmarried couple and I'm straight up panicking. Yeah, this is odd. I think that this is a very strange hill to die on, and at the end of the day, it's up to you what you want to do, and if he forces you to do it, then you end it. If he forces you and says that he's not gonna marry you, then you don't marry him. Like, I'm uncomfortable reading this. I can't even imagine how one would feel if they were obligated to participate in this kind of ceremony. Jesus. Even when you're thinking about like medieval times, you know, royal weddings where you had to do this as a bride, it wasn't the dad that looked, it was like a priest or a doctor or something, like a bishop. This is weird. So we do have an update. First of all, thank you for all the replies. I didn't think this would get so big. I've read pretty much all the replies. Special shout out goes to the person who said this was fake solely on the fact that I write like a man. Whatever that means. I went and talked to him this morning and I told him that his father is not going to look at me and he needs to respect that. He was adamant that it needed to happen and he accused me of lying about my virginity. I was trying to be calm and rational, but he was not having it and became more and more angry. Yeah. This is when you end it. I told him if he really loved me, he would stand by me on this and tell his father no. To which he slapped me and said he didn't need to prove anything. This is done. We're done. See you later. I ended it and I left him. I'm currently back at my friend's house being miserable and eating pizza, which is pretty fun. So yeah, thanks everyone. I'm very rarely like speechless. Takes a lot to knock the words out of me. I can't say I'm sad for you though. I really can't. Like I know that it's like sad right now, but you're gonna look back on this and be like, imagine you went through with it. Oh, weird. Look at the top comment. That's medieval sh. It is. And even when it was medieval, even when it was allowed in medieval times, that was for like royal weddings and like the nobility. What is this family on? That's enough fiance drama for one day. Subscribe. Am I overreacting for not wanting my eyes permanently on my boyfriend's arm? Okay. So he wants to get a tattoo of your eyes. You must have some really nice eyes. Me and my boyfriend have been together for 3 years and we are both 19. He seriously wants to get my eyes tattooed on him and he's been raving about it for almost a year. I feel mean for saying no and that I'm overreacting, but am I? I'm so stuck in between just letting him or sticking to plain no. I'm also tempted to say yes because not bragging, but my eyes are definitely one of my favorite features since my ethnicity is kind of rare and I want to see it tattooed. But this is more a commitment thing for our relationship, in my opinion. I would say, and I feel very strongly about this, I don't have any tattoos. I have my eyebrows microbladed, which is pretty close to a tattoo.
I have
but
a
it fades
few.
over time, so most tattoos. And I have like a lip blushing, so like kind of a lip tattoo. I can't say I would ever want anything permanently on my body, let alone a relationship that has, you know, even if you get married, a 50% chance of failing. But let's look at this text message conversation. Babe, quickly. The tattoo artist got back to me and said he would be able to do it in mid-May. Oh, okay, so he's doing it. Dude, no, quit bringing this up. What pictures did you even send him? You never asked me for any. That's kind of blurry. How did it even come out so clear if you zoomed in? I don't know, and yeah. What if we break up and you have my eyes staring into your soul? I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say, I think that you are uncomfortable with this because you don't know if you want to be with this guy forever. Just saying.
You're psychic?
Which is fair. It's a big commitment. That's permanent. You can't get rid of tattoos unless there's very painful laser techniques to get it off. Oh, He says crying laughing emoji. No, but seriously, this isn't something you should be getting when we are this young. If we were married, okay, but not at this age and stage. It's kind of a big step. I know we've been each other a good while, but you know what I'm getting at? I mean, I do. I agree with you. You're being way too dramatic about this. Loosen up, darl. It's a way for me to show my appreciation for you. Get her flowers. Get her some nice jewelry. Okay, your eyes are very cool. I will say that. They are very mesmerizing. I can feel your apprehension through these text messages. But I am also very risk averse, and like, I don't have any tattoos. None. I think they're cool, don't get me wrong, but I personally can't picture myself being in love with any tattoo for the rest of my life.
Commitment issues.
I change my hairstyle like every 2 weeks. Let's see what the comments said. Low-key understandable, my initials on my boyfriend's hand, and I love him for that, and I love the tat. However, I'd feel super bad if anything happened between us, because then it's stuck on him forever. I almost feel like in getting a tattoo of like someone's name or something, or their face or whatever, someone you're dating, I feel like that's just a surefire way for it to fail. It's like you're jinxing it. You're saying that you're gonna be with this person forever, and you won't ever regret this?
Not a great plan.
Didn't Johnny Depp get a tattoo of Winona Ryder? Like, he got Winona on his arm, and then he had to get it like filled in and altered when they broke up, so now it says Wino. Yeah, it said Winona forever, and now I'm pretty sure it says Wino forever, or just Wino. My brother had a portrait of his wife on his arm. He caught her cheating and they got divorced. He went in and had the tattoo reworked and turned it into a Dia Los Muertos girl. Okay, so like a skull. Day of the Dead? Yeah. So you turned her into like a scaredy skull lady. My dad got his ex-wife tattooed on him, and when she cheated, he got it reworked into a Grim Reaper's skull type of thing. Dude, I'm telling you, it's doomed to fail. It's doomed. Who cares? Let him get it. I mean, if y'all break up, it's not your problem, is it? If he points it out that it's your eyes, say, hell no, it's the eyes of insert random celebrity here, and laugh about it. Yeah, but he would know. People getting initials, names, pictures, or whatever the f that have resemblance of their partner are just stupid. Even married people, you should never get a tattoo like that. I totally agree. I'm good on the tattoo front. Like, I really am. And not because I don't think tattoos are cool. I actually really like a lot of tattoos. Knowing how I am and knowing that like I change like styles, like hairstyles, nail colors, like my makeup routine, I'm constantly changing. I could never think to have something permanent. I don't know, maybe that'll change. Maybe, you know, maybe my dad will die.
Oh, I missed something.
I know this might happen eventually. He is not immortal, but not yet. Maybe, you know, something really tragic will happen and I will want some sort of reminder or something. And I'll change my opinion. But as of right now, I live a very, very sheltered, privileged life. I can't do it! I want to be able to shapeshift, and I can't do that if I have a tattoo. Okay, so are you overreacting? I think that this indicates that he maybe wants to be with you forever, and maybe you don't want to be with him forever. I don't blame him, because you got some purty peepers on you, honey. Those are some purty peepers if I ever saw some. Keep us updated. So, Sharklot, is she overreacting?
No, that guy's crazy.
Sharklot, why don't you brush your hair? Why don't you take care of yourself?
You put me in a drawer for 5 months. Your fault.
Am I overreacting for being hurt? My girlfriend doesn't care about my graduation.
Let me at her. Let me at her.
Wait for the story. Wait for the story. In a few days, I'm gonna graduate with my BSN. What is a BSN? I like doing my research. Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Did not know that.
See, we're learning. Even I knew that.
I don't want a big celebration at all, but it's still a big accomplishment for me. True. You don't need to justify that. I get she wants to think about it all realistically, and we talked about that when she got home, but I feel bad now. I've always congratulated her for her own achievements, and even though we'll still be stretched for time, still be parents, etc., this is a big step in both our lives. What time do you get home from work tonight? Around 8? Why? I was just wondering if we could like go over some plans. Plans for what? Plans for my graduation. Yeah, sure, but why? What do you mean? What plans do you have for your graduation, lol? I mean, nothing special, of course. I'm gonna stop you right there. Nothing special? You have been conditioned to believe that you don't deserve to be celebrated, young man, and I don't love that for you. But I'm just excited. Once I graduate, so much changes, you know? Yeah, obviously, but not for a long time. Our time eases up a lot, though. Of course, it won't transform our life or whatever, but like we won't be as stressed, and you know that. Not really, to be honest. I still have to work. We still have to watch, I'm assuming, a child's name all the time. Honestly, I don't care about your graduation that much. I beg your finest pardon, madam. That was a bombastic side eye. I'll let you go out with your friends if you want to. Oh, wow, thanks. Oh, I'll let you go out with your friends. My goodness. I think we got a little narc on our hands. I'll let you go out? Is she gonna let you out of your cage there, bud? What the fuck? I don't think you should be happy at all. Oh my goodness. Be so for real right now. Girl, bye. Bye. Bye.
Arrivederci.
What? So you're saying I shouldn't be happy after 4 years of work? Maybe I'm confused, but I don't know. All I'm saying is I don't really care that much personally. I'll let you be happy. I won't stop you. We celebrated your graduation, though. Yeah, we did, but I didn't waste time like you did. You know I want you happy, but we have to be realistic. Like I said, you can celebrate with your friends, but in my opinion, it's nothing special. Sounds like to me that you are in a relationship with someone that does not celebrate you.
And that's not good.
It's one thing if people don't like to celebrate in general, but she likes to be celebrated. At least she doesn't not like to be celebrated. But when it comes to celebrating you, she doesn't think it's a big deal. I think in life, and partially like one of the reasons why I love Mike so much is because I do feel like very much celebrated and supported. When things are going wrong, he gets me flowers. Like I'll always come home to like beautiful flowers just because it's just like a little thing. I can think of like a few times where some really amazing things have happened and he's been incredibly excited for me. I think it's super important to surround yourself with not only people who are there to support you when things are going badly, but also people who are there to celebrate your wins. I don't love this. I'm not gonna lie. A graduation, a Bachelor of Science in nursing is a very, very hard thing to achieve. Any sort of degree is difficult. Like it's very, very difficult. And it takes a lot out of you and it's super important. And I'm sorry that your girlfriend does not feel that way or she's trying to make you feel like you're not important. I don't think you're overreacting. I think that this is kind of relationship ending shit for me. If Mike said this to me, this is a red flag. Like this is a major red flag. This is not something where you look back and think, oh yeah, that was kind of like sketch. It's right there in black and white. Well, gray and white and black. All right, let's look at the comments. What is NOR? This is my first time venturing into this subreddit. Nor, I'm just reading it nor. I don't think you should be happy at all. Is a concerning way to word that. She seems like she's downplaying your accomplishment. She absolutely 100% is. Either to make herself feel better or to make you feel not as great. Congratulations, by the way. It does take dedication and hard work to graduate. My husband gets home from work and if he fixes a small issue with his PC, I tell him how smart he is and how he does great. I don't understand not celebrating the small wins, let alone something as big as your graduation. I wouldn't even say this to a friend or a stranger. It's a big deal and you deserve to be happy and to celebrate. We, as partners, need to be good about celebrating the wins. Life is not about just like one struggle after another. If life isn't about celebrating, then what the hell is it even for? Like literally, are we just supposed to hate life our whole lives and just go from one problem to another? No.
Yes.
We're supposed to celebrate. Being alive is great and accomplishing things is great. It's clear from the comments that this is actually quite a common experience. Partners just kind of downplaying your achievements, not being excited for you. I don't know, man. It's one thing if a frenemy isn't excited for your achievements. It's an entirely different thing if your life partner isn't excited for you. It's a deal breaker, in my opinion. I didn't have to say it. This person said it. Jumping on the top comment so more people see this. OP, your girlfriend is abusive. That's the A word, okay? Because we can't have that in the video, but just letting you know. And they're right. This is a characteristic of someone who is an A word, not a-hole, the other A word, also interchangeable. Going through your post history, your girlfriend, oh, can't say that. Based on this person's post history, I guess there's other signs that she's an A word. Yeah, no, you're not overreacting at all. This is 100% a red flag. And guys, if anybody treats you like this, especially a close friend or a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a wife or a husband, it's not normal. I'm sorry, it's not. It might be common, but it's not normal. I'll just say that. Okay, Pumpkin? Okay. So, is he overreacting?
Yeah. She's a man. Understand the sign when
Not
you see it. She's
overreacting,
crazy.
nor.
I mean, takes one to know one. Fair. Am I overreacting for not quitting the gym because my boyfriend told me to? This one hits home. Praying he doesn't see this, but anyway, my boyfriend has suddenly snapped and doesn't want me going to the gym anymore, and I can't figure out why. I can tell you why. Number one, you're starting to look too good. And he's worried you're going to leave. Or maybe there's someone else at the gym that he's jealous of. I think it's the first. I do already have my dream body, but I don't want to quit. Does anyone have any ideas on why he suddenly switched up about me going to the gym, and am I doing too much by not quitting? This is some crazy controlling shit, but anyways, I'll read your text. Where are you? At the gym, nearly done. You're going quite often now. Babe, I've been going 3 times a week for ages now. Nothing has changed. I'd prefer if you stopped going. That is not happening. But why? Are you craving attention? I give you loads of it. Are you craving attention? Just because someone leaves the house does not mean they're craving attention. Who would I be craving attention off of? Those guys you work out with. Oh, okay. So remember what I said, that maybe he's jealous of someone at the gym? I was working out before they even joined in, so how did you come to that conclusion? You said you were fine with me having friends that are guys. I am. So what are you trying to say? So I want you to quit. So I want you to quit. Your stomach is flat and you've grown your glutes. What more do you want? Yeah, buddy, gym doesn't work that way. Just because you've gotten to your goal does not mean that you don't have to maintain it once you get there. 3 times a week is a very healthy amount to go to the gym.
Lightweight, baby!
And what do you think will happen if I stop going? Can you just freaking quit? It's starting to really irritate me. I can stop going as often with them guys if you want. No. I just want you to fully stop. Both things are going on here. He's jealous that you're going and you're working out with other guys. And he's also getting to a point where he sees how good you look, and he's trying to essentially keep you from getting better looking because he thinks that you're too good for him. As simple as that. It's the same kind of concept as, like, you know that pickup artist book that like tells men to, like, when they see like a hot woman, to like kind of make fun of them and like make them feel insecure because it brings them down to their level? This actually worked on a friend of mine. She's a supermodel, and that's how she met her husband. He like told her that her hair looked weird in a ponytail, and then she went to the bathroom and put her hair down, and then they got married.
That escalated quickly.
A literal supermodel, okay? This happened. It does, in fact, work. It doesn't work on me, but it does work, especially knowing that that's like a pickup artist thing. I just genuinely think that he's being controlling. Like, he doesn't want you to look better. He wants you to, like, not be confident, and he wants to control what you're doing. I don't think you're overreacting at all. Why doesn't he work out with you? Could be fun. Dude, WTF, throwing a weird ass tantrum about quitting a thing that everyone should be doing anyway, and basically called you an attention whore. This is already bad enough, but it only gets worse from here. Don't talk to that dude anymore. Take all the men off your social media. Don't talk to any men when I'm not around. Unless you want to get to the point where he conditions you to think that stuff is normal, get out now. Literally. What they said. How you're actually entertaining it, even trying to meet him halfway by stopping to go with the guys, is beyond me. This is kind of what happens when you're in a controlling relationship though, right? Like, you want to keep the peace, and you don't want to like make your partner feel bad, but they do a good job of manipulating you and making you feel bad. So I think that it happens a lot more often than you would think. You've got a boyfriend or a husband, or, you know, even wives really, that are trying to be controlling. Even the one in the last story was kind of being a little controlling. I just think that you just don't realize when you're in it. I'd laugh in his face and tell him I'm not changing shit, and if he's got a problem with it, he can break up with you. Nar. I'm assuming that means something like not overreacting. I'm just gonna go with nar. Nar. This dude is like hella insecure. He thinks she's gone out of his league and will realize it and start liking the attention she's gonna get from other dudes. Bingo. That's the ticket. So of course, instead of tackling this insecurity head on and improve himself to the point he doesn't feel threatened by imaginary men that don't exist, he tries to knock her down. It's common, it's not normal. So, are you overreacting? No. Dump it. Oh, we'll dump it.
Not you. I wasn't talking to you. I'm
Back in the year.
Charclot is like my alter ego. Am I overreacting? I broke up with my boyfriend after I caught him peeing in my kitchen sink. On Valentine's Day, my boyfriend came over in jeans and a sweatshirt. I asked him where we were going to eat dinner, and he said, "I'm not sure. Where do you want to go?" I was frustrated because although I wasn't expecting to go to a fancy restaurant, most restaurants require a reservation on Valentine's Day. Yeah. In fact, I don't really think that you can just go out on Valentine's Day. Most places are pretty much fully booked. So if you don't have plans, you're not gonna have plans. We ended up having a 2-hour conversation, which I told him I felt disrespected in the relationship. We ended the conversation with him being apologetic and saying he understood and that he would change. We went to dinner. He had 1 beer at dinner. We went back to my place and he watched a movie while I put away some clothes. The movie ends and we're getting ready to take a shower, but I realize I need to use the bathroom. I told him I would be right out. I closed the door and played some music so he wouldn't hear me going to the bathroom. I was in the bathroom all of 4 minutes, and I opened the door, and his pants are down, and he's peeing in my sink! Oh, that is some nasty shit. 4 minutes? Go outside, you're a guy. Even then, hold it. In the kitchen sink? Where do you think we are? I don't even know a place on earth where that would be respectable or normal. We don't pee in the sink.
Are you sure about that?
He quickly pulls his pants up and says I wasn't doing anything. Oh, he's done it before, bestie. He's done it before. I said, yes, you were. You just peed in my sink. I have contamination OCD. You don't need contamination OCD to think that that's disgusting. He knows this and said I was going to clean it up and you were never going to know. The fact that you even think that that's okay is like just vile. Ooh. I can't even find the words for what this is. Dutty. He's a dutty guy. Does he like not wipe too? Like what?
Yes.
Who taught him that this was okay? Because like, this is crazy. I didn't raise my voice or kicked him out. I cleaned my sink. 4 times. I still feel like there's pee in my sink. 2 days later, I broke up with him. Am I overreacting? No. Dogs don't even pee in the sink. Dogs go outside. They're smart enough to know to not pee in the house nor the sink. Vile. That is disgusting. Nar. That's gross and highly disrespectful of you and your property. God, the kitchen too. Imagine that there's just like, I know you know what happens when someone pees in a toilet with the seat down. There's dribbles all over the place. There's dribbles all over your kitchen. Mark my words. It feels at least 10 times worse since he knows that you have contamination OCD. The fact that he thinks that doing things that would hurt your partner or breaking a boundary is okay as long as you never know is creepy and makes me lose all trust in him. He doesn't care what you want, and he also is just not a clean person. Like, that is just gross. He'll do what he wants in secret, and that makes it better. He honestly used that as an excuse too. There's no way I can imagine he genuinely expected you to go, oh, okay. I wonder if this was some sort of like weird psychological thing where he like got back at you. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it. That's a very disrespectful thing to do. Is he just disgusting, or was that a way of like getting back at you? You have a fight with somebody and then you use their toothbrush to like clean the toilet or something. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't know.
That's gross.
He's gross, disrespectful, without empathy, can't take responsibility for his mistakes, and tries to make you feel worse when he should just be trying to help you feel better because he messed up. I'm glad you got out early. This relationship is going to be miserable. Yes, I'm happy to hear that this is not a relationship that still exists. Okay, OP responds, it honestly felt intentional.
Some slack.
Especially after us just having a conversation about disrespect. Yep. He was so embarrassed and apologetic, but when he said he was going to clean it up and I would have never known, it made me lose all trust in him. And I think that without trust in a relationship, it's over. Yeah. This was my first thought as I was reading your post that was intentional as payback for the conversation. Wow. Why would he even do that? Odd behavior. He said he had to go really bad. He had the entire time he was watching the movie to pause the movie to go to the bathroom. He could have knocked on the door and texted me if he had to go that bad. I told him he should have used the litter box or go outside. No, he could have asked. He genuinely could have asked. He could have gone outside. He could have held it. Okay, I'm picturing this in my head. You tell him that you need to go take a shower and that you know you're gonna be a few minutes. In that time, he couldn't have said, oh, I really have to pee. Could I go pee first? He just all of a sudden had this rushing wave of I have to pee so badly that I'm willing to do it in the kitchen sink. Absolutely not. That does not happen.
How about a little piss?
It's not a immediate when I gotta go, it builds up. Are you overreacting?
Your boyfriend's fucking disgusting. No, absolutely not.
Thank you, Sharkbot.
You're welcome.
Back in the drawer.
No! No! Let me in! Save me!
Hashtag save Sharklot. Subscribe! Am I being a bridezilla by asking my best friend's partner to not propose at my wedding? Like, the fact that you even have to say it? Redonkulous! Hi, Honorable Judge Charlotte and Potato Queens and Kings. This actually ended up in Best of Redditor updates. We're like literally making waves in the Reddit community. And the editor's note says, nickname for Charlotte Dobre's fans. The ones that get it, okay? I have come seeking your advice. I will accept my judgment. Hold on the call. I get married in April. Ooh, okay, so you just got married then. Congrats. We got engaged at Christmas, but in January, my dad was given 5 months max after being taken off chemo for it not working. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. That's sad. I will preface this by saying I never wanted the big white wedding. I'm not a fan of being the center stage, etc. My best friend, 26 female of 14 plus years, is the polar opposite of me. My partner and I have been super busy with work, so we've allowed my parents to plan the wedding. His parents are out of the country on hollybobs, but have had input. My dad wanted a bigger celebration as this will be the last chance he gets to celebrate. I'm obviously heartbroken and want to give him exactly what he wants. I chose my bridesmaids and my partner chose his best man and groomsmen. My best friend is one of my bridesmaids and my niece is my other. My bestie from day one of being asked has been finding dresses. Not a problem. I've said all along, I just want them to feel comfortable, so to wear what they want. I'm paying. Some of the dresses were questionable, but I honestly didn't have the heart to tell her. Men's suits were all chosen and everyone was happy. Little side note, my parents have never been a fan of my bestie. They think she's an attention seeker and a bit of a tot. Just a little bit of a tot. You know when you read something and you just know that someone's British? Like, you know they're from the UK. They've accepted my choice because they know I love her to bits. Last week when we went to see my bestie, she had a baby recently, so love going to see Bubba. She was saying, I think her partner, let's call him Paul is going to propose at your wedding. And she got all excited. No. She kept saying how she wanted it to be a perfect proposal and we have the perfect venue. Come again? Excuse me? That is true, the venue is stunning. Give me a break, dude.
Have a break.
Seriously? On the way home from seeing her, I was talking to my partner. I said I didn't want him to propose at the wedding, as we were already celebrating a wedding and my beautiful daddy, and I didn't want to take away from that. You don't even need to throw the dad in there. Like, I understand that this is like a big reason why you want it to be about you and your dad, but it goes without saying that you don't propose at someone else's wedding.
Fair enough.
I reached out to try and explain this to Bestie. Her reply, if you're going to be a bridezilla, I don't want to be a part of your rushed wedding. Wow. If you can't stand other people getting attention, you're really pathetic and need to get over yourself.
Ironic.
The fact that she said that speaks volumes. If anyone can't stand someone else getting attention, it's her. Because of all places and times, why do you need to have your proposal at someone else's wedding? Like your best friend's wedding, no less? Why? Here I will input. Partner and I have been together for 4 years. Her and partner have been together 1 year. Not that this is any sort of competition, but here is where I may be a bridezilla / a-hole. My response, I'm truly sorry you feel like I've been a bridezilla / a-hole. I've tried to be accommodating and as free-willed as possible. You've had your choice of dress, shoes, hair, makeup, accessories, which were all paid for by me. And we have accommodated by bringing your baby, which of course we would as we love you. You know I don't like major attention, but this is my family, my friends, and they're coming to our wedding. If you're so desperate for the attention on you, perhaps it's best you're not there. I'm sorry that this hasn't worked out. I'm truly heartbroken, but this day needs to be perfect for my daddy. Her last response, I didn't respond. Your dad's gonna die. He won't even be here to give a shit. What is wrong with you? Not OP, this psycho best friend you have. Something tells me you were always the person in the friendship that like didn't want the attention. Like something tells me that she was used to kind of like commandeering every social situation. You know, you kind of just let it slide because you don't like the attention or whatever. But at the same time, this is your wedding.
You heard that, right?
This is not about anybody else. And she needs to be your friend and
Okay,
be
pause,
there
pause.
for you on your...
I paused. I love how I paused Charlotte. Look at her. Look at how crazy she looks. Is everybody else totally loving this? Because I am.
Wedding day, not the other way around. Women can be so delusional about this attention. Just wait for your turn. I don't mind losing her over this, but I'm heartbroken, and now I'm thinking I may have been a bridezilla. Please help potato kings, queens, and everyone in between. I think that your response to her was warranted because of what she said to you. If it had been something where she was really apologetic, really understanding, and then you said that, that would be different. But she's the one that called you a bridezilla and an attention seeker, okay? And the fact that that was her response for your very reasonable boundary that you set, I just think she wasn't really your friend to begin with.
Amen, sister.
All right, so we do have an update and a little edit. 1, I no longer want this girl in my life, let alone at the wedding. She's a vile human being. 2, I've always been that one girl she gets at. I've never had much luck at making friends, so I think that's why I've always accepted crappy treatment. One girl she gets at. Does that mean that she like yells at you all the time and berates you and treats you like crap? Partner hates her and has hated her since they met. She's gotten too comfortable with treating you badly and feeling entitled to attention when the attention should be on you, and she should be there for you as a friend on your wedding day. How is that so difficult for people to understand?
Inconceivable.
So we do have an update. The last thing that OP said was, I'm gonna send a message and block, she's done. So my partner and I reached out to him, asked him to meet in a neutral place. We chose the park near to his house. He agreed to meet us alone. You told the fiance, good. Or like the potential fiance. I showed him the messages from the screenshots shown in my last post, and he was raging. Paul was so angry about what had been said, then turned to us and said, I actually wanted to leave her, but I was waiting until after the wedding as to not ruin the day for you and your dad. Okay, so this really was just a case of someone who was trying to steal the spotlight. This guy had no plans to propose at your wedding. Where she got that idea from, I don't know, but it just sort of seems like she also wanted to be at the center of everything, and she kind of said that to like push your buttons or something. We had a long chat. Paul and my partner have a lot in common, and he's always been lush to the both of us. We drove him home and left. Driving the 2 hours home, I felt relieved. I've never felt so stress-free. I had no one to try and please. Who needs an egg-sucking bridesmaid anyway? And if it wasn't the proposal, she would have done something to ruin the day anyway, to sabotage it. I've been on like a lot of bachelorette parties, okay? And I kind of have an aversion to bachelorette parties because almost every single bachelorette party I've been on, there has been drama. People have cried, people have had breakdowns, people have gone in fights, people have gone home early. It's just been really, really difficult, and it made me think like, our bachelorette parties really, really like this? Lo and behold, I just did like a little like baby bachelorette trip. We were already planning on kind of going to New York to see my best friend who just moved there. You know, it was kind of just like one of these things where I was just like, can we just do like a little something? Because I'm not doing a destination bachelorette. My bachelorette was honestly perfect.
Down to the last minute details.
There was absolutely no drama. Everybody got along. Everybody had an amazing time. No crying, no fighting, no feelings of like resentment. And guess why? It's because the people that caused the problems on the last bachelorette weren't there this time. Over and over and over, these people made these special occasions about them, sabotage them where possible, cause drama where it didn't need to be there. When you remove those people from the equation, all of a sudden you have great vibes. And I firmly, firmly believe it might hurt to not have your like longtime best friend at your wedding anymore. But if she wasn't gonna sabotage it with, you know, her own proposal, she would have sabotaged it in a different way. Paul rang when we got home. They split up. She tried to deny the messages, but didn't delete them from her phone, so he knew it was true. He told her he was repulsed and was planning on leaving after she'd been unkind to his mom, also ill.
Hey, yo, what the
What is wrong with this person? Are you okay? Are people okay? Paul wants an amicable split with baby, so we'll possibly get lawyers involved. My daddy is over the moon. He's heartbroken that I pretty much lost my only friend. She was taking up too much space in your life. Now you can actually make friends. But he's so glad she's gone. He's surviving day to day, and we're giving giving him the best we possibly can. We took him suit shopping and he looks incredible. My mom hasn't gotten her dress yet, but we're having a special girly day out soon. Dresses, spa day, and just overall love. And major updates, passwords made with the vendors. Paul is still coming. Oh, good. Either alone or with a friend or someone else. He deserves a break. And 3, Paul is going to tell her parents, who are massively religious and massively strict and will not tolerate bullies. Well, this is a great ending. It's not gossip if you're just telling the truth. So are you being a bridezilla by asking your best friend's partner to not propose at your wedding? Like, why do you even have to ask that?
Falling in reverse.
No. I'm planning to elope because my parents are trying to make me agree to letting my sister's boyfriend propose to my sister at my wedding.
Listen,
I need
bitch.
to air out the knuckles
Affirmation
for this one.
cards.
Maybe this is the wrong
What
place,
should
but I'm
these
going
be
to
set
explode
at?
with rage and disappointment at my family. My baby sister is the golden child, or maybe that's unfair to say. She survived cancer when she was a child. It was the darkest period of my parents' life. I don't remember much of it because my parents shielded me from the horrific truth. I knew she was sick, and I remembered all my childhood spent in hospitals, but never did I know that my sister almost died until many, many years later. I was 12, and she was 10. After she beat the sickness, she became the obvious favorite in the house. Ooh, that's hard. She got everything she wanted, and sometimes it was at my expense. I resented that, but I always heard that I was a naughty girl for being jealous of my hero sister. I mean, you wouldn't need to be jealous of your hero sister if you were given the same attention and love that she was. My sister grew up to be a brat. Big surprise. Now, 20 years later, she's still bratty, although we get along better than when we were teenagers and young adults. My wedding is
Added
in
to
July.
that-
Neither my fiance nor I have the money for a big wedding. We settled for a small wedding, 30 people, and my fiance's
would you rather
grandparents who have a
incoherent?
beautiful
I don't
house
know
with
where
a
that
lake
is right
view.
now,
My
so-
parents, when they heard that, said no way and
Where
offered
is
to pay for a
that?
bigger wedding at a better venue. We didn't agree at first, but later we didn't want to disappoint them. It seemed like it was important to them.
Okay, I'm gonna turn that one off,
Strings,
'cause I don't know where that is.
strings. This is the thing about the strings, about people contributing to your wedding. It
gonna
comes
add
with strings. And you are pretty much obligated, if you accept from anyone really, you're pretty much obligated to do what they say, or you'll feel obligated to do what they say. Last week, my mom invited me over. My dad, mom, and my sister's boyfriend asked me what I would think if my sister's boyfriend proposed to my sister during the wedding, so it becomes an engagement party as well as a wedding. Mom has seen reels on Instagram about people proposing to maid of honors and bridesmaids and thought it was cute. My sister is my maid of honor. Listen, I think if you're comfortable with that, then that's fine. But if you're not comfortable with that, they have to respect that. I said, no, that's ridiculous, and laughed. My mom was livid. She told me I was selfish and ungrateful, and I accused her of favoritism. I told her I always thought it was odd you'd pay for my wedding, but now I know the reason why. She started crying and kicked me out of the house. She really does not want to take any responsibility for the favoritism. Later, both she and my future brother-in-law sent me texts warning me from exposing their plan to my sister. My fiance was disappointed, but not sure what we could do. My parents have spent almost $30,000 and it's too late to cancel. My mother called me today to plan the proposal, and I begged her not to ruin my day. She's still going through with it? Okay, no. The fact that they're trying to strong-arm you into this, just do the engagement party then. You go elope somewhere fabulous. It sounds like they kind of just wanted to rent the venue for your sister anyway. She told me since she was paying, she can make requests. There it is. And that I should let go of my jealousy and resentment toward my sister because she's innocent in all this. It's not jealousy and resentment. It's literally just your wedding and you don't want to share it with someone else. Why is that so hard for people to understand? But the thing is, this day will be about my sister. I told my fiance to ask his grandparents if they're still willing to host my wedding. If they are, I'll revert to our original plan. If not, we will just elope. Not sure yet if I'm going to tell my family and cancel the wedding or just let them have their grand proposal party. None of my family is invited to my wedding, including my sister. Is your sister, like, I understand she's a brat, but I also don't know if she's aware of any of this
I'm not gonna put a cool down on it because I don't,
know
give a
if
fuck
I
how
would
many
throw her
times you
in
want
with
me to pull
everybody
your
else.
card.
I don't know. That's just like my
do it.
first kind of read on the situation. I can't tell her since she has no idea her boyfriend is going to propose, and this would ruin the whole thing. At the same time, it would be ruined anyway when I elope and she wonders why. But as of this morning, my mom still says they're going ahead with the proposal even without my help. The original plan is that I should be the one making the speech and telling my sister there's there's a surprise for her. And today is about us two, blah, blah,
just
blah.
made it. Where
If
did it
you
go?
want to do that, if you genuinely want to share that day with your
I
sister,
have to do it
then
all
by
over
all
again?
means
Oh,
do it.
that's-
But if you don't
that's
want to, then you have every
infuriating.
right to say no. Then her girlfriends and boyfriends do some rehearsed dance to their favorite song, and then he proposes. If I know her well, she wouldn't mind being proposed to on my wedding day, so it's a lose-lose situation for me. Sometimes I think maybe I should agree and just get it over with, but I'm so angry and my fiance actually doesn't want me to cave this time. We're both happy with the backyard wedding. So screw it then. Just do it with your friends. We even asked mom to donate what she had planned on spending to the wedding to the Childhood Cancer Fund in our names, like what we requested as a wedding gift, but she insisted on a party for the extended family. I had a back and forth text with my future brother-in-law where he called me jealous and bitter. I have now blocked him. Honestly, throw the whole family away. I know I've said that a million times, but like, Lord almighty, Jesus, take the wheel. He texted my fiance apologizing, but we didn't answer. My plan is to now get married a week early at my grandparents-in-law with 20 guests because we have managed to change our honeymoon trip to be 3 instead of 2 weeks within departure day, the morning after the wedding. My mom's wedding is already paid for in full with no refund possibilities with such short notice, 3 weeks. That was the whole point, I think. I mean, fair enough. Can't back out now. To spring this information on me so close to the wedding day so I can't do anything about it. Now they'll have 1 week heads up anyway when they see my wedding pictures on social media. They will probably just turn the wedding into an engagement party and have a blast. So it's a win-win, I hope. No, they want you to witness. They want you to be there and witness it. Suck it up. One final update, which I think is very
that's
important
why.
to share. I really want to thank everyone that showed me support. I'm now happily married and in Como, Italy. Yay! Favorite for my honeymoon. I tried to stay away from my phone, but I was so curious to see my family's reaction to my elopement a week earlier than planned. It was really ugly. I must start with saying that I really tried my best to negotiate and compromise with my family. And truly,
Now
explain that
it's
this was
on!
hurting me. I have nothing against my sister, and to be honest, nothing against her getting engaged on my wedding day, but the principle that it was made
Hi,
very clear
Smitty.
to me that I had absolutely
Sorry,
no
I
option
was
or
creating
say
a
what was going
thing.
to happen on what was supposed to be
Okay.
my special day was where I drew the line. Yeah, this is the thing. Like,
Oh.
you felt really
Roulette cup?
put in a
Okay.
corner by everyone.
I
I'm
don't know
glad
where
that they asked for
incoherent
permission,
is.
But when you said no, they should have really respected that. Was your
Ah.
mother paying for your wedding
Oh,
on the
you
condition of
bitch.
your sister getting engaged at it? Like, it makes
Black
me wonder,
cherry
was this the
extreme
plan
sour
all along?
warhead.
Yes.
Like, I don't understand why this wasn't brought up sooner.
Yes.
Anyways, so I told my mom that I'm not going to attend the party she paid for. They should make it
Okay.
an engagement party instead. She got very upset and told me the engagement was supposed to be a surprise. I told her I was just giving her the heads up since she's about to lose an insane amount
Okay.
of money. She didn't take me seriously. Like, I wasn't going to cancel my wedding because of
You-
a trivial thing.
you want
this
an
isn't a trivial
affirmation
thing.
card,
this
right?
is like really
Alright.
messed up that they're doing this to you. What she didn't know is that
Ugh,
I've already
it's
made
kinda
plans to get married a
gooey.
week earlier at my grandparents-in-law. We invited our close friends, and some even had to book earlier flights and take more vacation days. For these people, I was extra grateful. What was left was my sister. I'd been back and forth arguing and negotiating with my parents and future brother-in-law. I decided that even if this would ruin her surprise, I had to tell her, so I did. Interesting. This is good. She wasn't really happy with my mom, but she was more upset that I ruined her surprise. And she, as I expected, thought I could have just sucked it up and gone with the flow. I didn't tell her about my new wedding date. Well, there's your answer. 'Cause I was
Cream,
really
gray,
worried that,
or
your
pink?
sister would have not been okay with this happening at your wedding, but it's very, very clear that she's part of the bunch that just kind of pushes you around.
Cream,
the wedding was dreamlike.
black,
In the back of my head, I was hurt
or
because
pink?
the people who loved me the most, did they though, weren't there. But I pushed that thought away and refused to let it ruin our day. My husband was amazing, and he promised to make me happy for the rest of my life and make up for every heartbreak I've experienced in my past. My in-laws surprised us with upgrading our honeymoon to a 5-star hotel. Look, see, you got a new family. I had my friends and some cousins and my favorite aunt attending. We asked them to not live stream or upload any pictures to social media until we were...
This is gonna be backwards because the cameras are backwards. It says, "Listen, bitch. Be a fucking weirdo. There's power in that." Whoop, whoop. True. All right.
We're all already on our honeymoon. We asked them to not engage in any altercations online with my family. Today, my mom made a long Facebook, Twitter, Instagram post bashing me and my husband, calling me ungrateful and disrespectful with pictures of my wedding, telling people I've cost her a big chunk of her savings and she's now demanding compensation. I mean, she didn't even have the wedding for you. She had it for your sister. She's like, oh, kill two birds with one stone. No, she could have also just backed off if she didn't want to lose the money. Her Facebook post was shared about 200 times, and the majority of my extended family is angry with me. She never once tried to contact me. I really thought she would bombard my phone. Instead, both her and my dad announced they're cutting me off and expecting compensation. Future brother-in-law commented that I ruined his surprise, and my sister made a post about being tired of jealous
TNL
bees
ordered
and
4
haters.
blankets.
I'm so jealous. Everybody's so
I'm halfway.
jealous of me.
Well,
no, babe.
a
Like,
third
just
of the
because
way
someone
into
hates
this
you
one.
does not mean they're jealous of you. It could also mean that you're just a bitch. I know we like to say, you know, to make people feel better, oh, they're just jealous of you.
blanket.
They're just jealous. Sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes you just suck. None of the people that were invited have commented, even though some of them were directly attacked. So they respected our wishes. I don't know if they're going ahead and turning the wedding into an engagement
It just
party
holds
now.
it
I really
like an
hope they do
S
so the money isn't wasted.
so that it's
on
more
Saturday.
compact.
I'm sorry the update got too long with the amount of people asking for an update.
But
I hope
it's
this is what you wanted.
an
It absolutely
open S.
was, and I think that things worked out for the best. And OP later confirmed the wedding
very,
did end up
very
being a
soft.
party for her sister. They blew up the internet with pictures and posted how magical it was. Well, good, good. Everybody's happy then. They kind of like shot themselves in the foot. Like I know they're doing it to be petty, but if they want like compensation for like damages, they also have to prove that you inflicted damage. So the fact that they're posting about how amazing it was, I'm sorry,
fucking
but that doesn't
sleeves.
really help the case. A judge is gonna see that and be like, hey, but you said you had a great time though. Like you still used the venue and had a party. Little sister made sure to write about haters not ruining her special day. Screw the haters. And how she's surrounded by people that mattered. Good. From what I gathered, about 30 to 40% of the guests that were invited showed up. Right, because most of them were supposed to show up for you. This means they can't sue me for the wedding, so all is good. I'm dead serious. Like if their plan was to sue you over the damages, posting about how great everything is to make you mad also kind of ruins things for them and their plans to sue. Just saying. All right, let's read some comments. My parents wonder why I decline stuff from them a lot. It's because they used to throw things in my face whenever they did something for me, and that's the thing. And literally, there's nothing you can do about it. They'll hold that over your head for the rest of their lives. When I was younger, my mother told me I was such an ungrateful child because she got me medical care and it was hard on her, etc., etc. That is your job. You're a parent. Same. My mom would often use things she bought me as leverage. Now she's frustrated every time she tries to buy me something and I say, no, it's not worth it. Like, it's literally not worth it. So whenever someone suggests to just suck it up to keep the peace, I want to say, why don't you suck it up and not do that thing, which will also keep the peace? Realistically, you don't have to keep any peace if you're not doing things that disrupt the peace. So why not stop doing the things that disrupt the peace in the first place so I don't have to keep the peace, right? Logic.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always.
OOP's parents have some nerve to now demand compensation for the event that they paid for that wasn't ultimately for OOP anyway. Bullet dodged with this faux event. Instead, now OOP and her husband will have sweet memories of their wedding that actually honor them and their relationship. Good thing her in-laws are also on their side. See, you got a spare. You got a spare family. All good. And congratulations on your wedding. I'm genuinely glad it turned out for the best. You don't need people like that in your life. And like sometimes you hear, oh, I haven't talked to my parents in years. It's because of shit like this. I know you didn't say, are you the a-hole, but you're definitely not. Subscribe! This is how to walk out of a wedding in 10 seconds or less. Am I the a-hole for pulling out of my sister's wedding due to her in-laws? And by the way, if you're not subscribed yet, why not?
Do you like me? You watch my videos, you don't subscribe? Why not? I like you. Stay for a while.
Stick around.
So for background, Stella and I are identical twins, 29 female, and we both will be 30 when her wedding comes around this fall. I had her as my maid of honor 8 years ago, and she promised me that I could be hers when her wedding came around.
Ready to party!
I have 2 kids, 6 female and 3 female. They are flower girls. My marriage fell apart just over 2 years ago due to a stillbirth and my husband's infidelity. My parents and sister were the only reason I didn't drown from the stress, loneliness, and total abandonment of my spouse. It was a total mess. I went to therapy and got diagnosed with bipolar disorder and depression. I quit drinking, and I owe a lot of that to my amazing sister.
I adore you.
She's the reason why I kept chasing down my ex for child support when he stopped suddenly paying. He suddenly switched from world's best dad to deadbeat dumbass so quickly that my ex-mother-in-law is disgusted with him. Okay, so good relationship with your sister. Not sure how I feel about you pulling out of her wedding, regardless of that. Stella and John, 35 male, got engaged last year. His parents are paying about 60% of the wedding. Our parents are paying 30%. Stella and John are paying for the rest themselves.
Money, money this, money, money that.
The biggest caveat is that they must be married in John's family church with full mass and communion. The family is on board because this is going to be a very big wedding. Tonight, Stella invited me to dinner as they had finally reserved a date for the church and reception, assuming it was to formally ask me to be her maid of honor. I was excited since I haven't been in a wedding aside from my own wedding. John was with her. Weird, because Stella didn't mention him coming at all in our text about the dinner. We hugged like usual, but John didn't. Weirder. Ooh, this sounds like an intervention or a confrontation. Confrontation station. After we got our drinks, they got into it. In a nutshell, John expressed the following. Despite my best efforts to keep it secret, my parents found out that you're divorced when they asked why your husband wasn't coming. They're no longer comfortable with you as maid of honor because it won't look good to the church if my family hears about the divorce. You can be a bridesmaid but can't mention the divorce or your conditions at all during the wedding events.
What year is it?
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
Gluten
I was
free
stunned and I
crackers.
felt tears in my eyes. Stella started crying too, and she tried to spin it in a good way. This is way less stressful for you, so it's a good thing. Mother-in-law has already approved my BFF as my maid of honor, so please don't make this any harder. Oh, Lord. Honestly, after hearing stories like this is another reason why I'm not having a bridal party. I chose not to have one. I have, my friends who are technically my bride tribe who are going to be speaking at the wedding. But the idea of ranking them, you're essentially saying that you love one more than the other. And I don't. I love all my best friends. They've all been in my life for a very long time. I love them all equally. And I just don't think it's fair to them. I think that these kind of politics ruin friendships. It's a lot more trouble than it's worth.
All my friends just get me into fights and trouble.
And also back to the story, is that a thing where you can't have a maid of honor that's divorced? I didn't realize that was a rule.
Could it be
If this is a rule at church, that's one thing. But if it's just an optics thing where they're embarrassed about the fact that OP is divorced, that's an entirely different thing. I knew that I couldn't possibly stay there through an entire meal. I had to process all this new info alone. I didn't speak. I just paid for my wickedly expensive cocktail and left to order an Uber home. A few hours ago, I texted Stella that I would not be in her wedding party at all. That was my decision. I wouldn't pull my daughters out, but I would only attend as a guest. Okay. Pulling out of my sister's wedding. Okay, so you're not just not going. You are still going as a guest at this point? She wouldn't take this as an answer, so I had to temporarily block her due to excessive texts and calls. I sent my parents a summary of what happened and promised to call them when I was in better shape tomorrow. Stella thinks this is a total overreaction. I don't even want to know what John thinks at this point. Please help me. Am I the a-hole?
Is it me? Am I the drama?
I think I need to know whether or not this is a rule in the Catholic Church or wherever, whatever religion they are. I don't understand how that's relevant. Other than they're trying to make you feel bad about getting divorced and they don't want people to know that you're divorced or that someone in their wedding party is divorced. I don't know. The mention of mass seems to indicate it's Catholic, and the church dogma doesn't give a rat's ass about the marital standing of anyone other than the bride and groom. This is all on the sister's bigoted in-laws. Okay. I just always find that people that judge other people for reasons like this, and then they kind of have this holier than thou mentality about themselves. I don't know. I just feel like they're projecting. But it's just like, who are you to tell someone what they can and can't do?
Not listening. I'm not listening.
I feel like I would think you were the a-hole if you pulled out of the wedding entirely, like you just didn't go at all. Because at the end of the day, it is your sister, and, you know, she isn't really standing up for you right now, which I don't like. I think it's totally fair that you don't really want to be in the wedding party now. It's just this is just an awkward situation, isn't it?
Oh, this is awkward.
Not the a-hole. I honestly wouldn't let the kids be in this wedding either. They don't need to be subjected to the in-laws' high and mighty attitude. Ooh. That's true. The kids are also in the wedding. This, so much as painful as it is, please don't allow your innocent kids to be props for Stella's in-laws. Their religion and conservatism does not take precedence over you and your kids' health and well-being. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go with not the a-hole for now, but we do have some edits just to answer some questions that you may have. Thank you for all the responses. I half expected to be told to just put up with it and be a plain bridesmaid, which, while difficult, I kind of would have forced myself to do just to make Stella happy. I was so blindsided, and I feel like I've been gut punched, and I do need to be told if I'm overreacting in a big way sometimes. I have a call scheduled with my parents this afternoon. From what I've gathered, they're extremely upset with Stella and John at the moment. Depending on how that goes, I will talk to my girls about doing something big and fun instead. The more I think about it, sitting through a mass sounds less and less appealing. I'm not even religious. I keep seeing that everyone thinks I should pull out my daughters. I disagree. As I currently stand, I would be fine attending as a mere guest or childminder to keep my daughters on track. It would actually make it easier to not have to bring a friend with me just as a part-time babysitter for the occasion. I will not let anyone in John's family talk down to my children, even if I have any sort of inkling that such a thing would happen. Only then would I pull. It's simply too important to my daughters for me to pull them out altogether. They would be crushed if they were told they couldn't go to the wedding anymore. Okay. I think that's a fair assessment. I'm glad you're still going because, yes, at the end of the day, this is your sister. She's not doing right by you. I'm sure she's getting a lot of pressure from the in-laws. I do wish she'd stand up for you, but we do have an update. I'm parched. I'm gonna need some water for this one. This is going to be a brief update. 2 days later, by the way. John found the post as he lurks on Reddit and shared it with Stella. Wish I used the fake name Ursula since she joked about that detail herself. Stella, Ursula, have officially called off the wedding? Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. When John was ranting about the post and how bad the comments were painting him, he said that your sister must be off her gosh darn meds and going manic.
You better get her butt under control.
Oh yeah, that's a no. That's gonna be a no from me, dog. Listen, you changed the names, okay? Yes, you're talking about your problems on the internet, but like, how would this really get back to him? Unless he's kind of insecure about the criticism, honestly.
So don't go there. Don't go there, judgy judger.
But then Stella Ursula actually came undone on him and began calling out everything John and his family had put her through. Oh, yes. Yes. Stella! Hell yeah.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Good for her, man. Like, that's amazing. I can totally see how that would totally flip the script, like him just being so worried about optics and like, you know, kind of attacking you when all you did was talk about your situation. You didn't even really say too many bad things about him, honestly. Like, even the post is titled The In-Laws, right? Am I the a-hole for, you know, not being in my sister's wedding because of her in-laws? It's not even really about him. It's interesting that he came out and attacked you. Ooh, I love this. I love that she's sticking up for you and for herself, period. No blood.
You can call it the art of fighting without fighting.
She then took off the ring and chucked it across the living room. John went into a rage, and while he didn't do anything but yell at her, he threatened her in regards to her mobility issues. Stella uses a cane to walk. Ooh, absolutely not. No, he did not. This was what triggered her to text our parents and myself. By the time our parents made it to the house, John was gone, and she packed up her bags and left with them. Her cane was not in the house. Ooh, so he stole the cane. Ew. Ugh.
We're having it out. Let's go. Come on. Come on.
Stella, Ursula. I love an Ursula, but I feel like she's I wouldn't say Ursula is a good name for her. Ursula implies evil, and I think that this is her redemption arc. Stella wanted to thank you all for the comments calling her out. See? It shattered the mosaic that John built around them. This is how you process public criticism on the internet. Some of it is just darn stupid, but the constructive stuff, it's important to note sometimes, the criticism.
You better check yourself before you wreck yourself.
You can choose to deflect and blame everybody else, or you can take it personally and change your behavior. While we're both still raw and processing the last couple of days, I'm glad to have my sister again. She was someone else I hardly recognized a few days ago. As kids, I was more outgoing and she was more reserved. So I felt obliged to go along with her the other night, despite how conflicted I felt. But again, Stella says thanks for the wake-up call. And John, if you see this, you. Edit. You know what? And you, Keith. Is that your ex? Hang on one second. Who is Keith? Who is Keith? One of the top comments, he took away her cane. Oh, he did. He did. Be for real, dude. Like, that's how you know you made the right decision. I'm sorry. If she had any regrets, all of those regrets would be dissipated by finding out that he took her cane. So I guess it goes without saying that this person is not the a-hole, and I'm really glad that your relationship with your sister is not damaged by this, and she, in the end, chose herself and chose you. We love to see it. Next story. Am I the a-hole for walking out of my cousin's wedding with the flower girl and exposing her secrets? All rise for the Honorable Judge Charlotte. Presiding, you ever said Horn call. This is from the Charlotte Dober YouTube subreddit. Charlotte, I've been watching your videos on YouTube and I was inspired to create a Reddit account to share my own chaotic stories. Enjoy. Thank you very much. I noticed you deleted your account. I don't know why. Why'd you do that? I, 36 female, have a cousin, Lily, 34 female, who got married 2 years ago. A year earlier, I declined her invitation to be a bridesmaid due to medical issues. I don't want to be a dead weight, and I knew I couldn't fulfill my duties on her special day. She was understanding, and a few weeks later, I had emergency surgery for a rare disorder. Within 6 months, I lost 70 pounds and felt like a new person after dealing with symptoms for 12 years. Period, Bessie. Good for you. Lily and I weren't close growing up. She was mean and bratty, but in our mid-20s, we bonded. We took spontaneous trips, confided in each other, and became reliable friends. For her wedding, I went all out, buying her a living room set she always admired as a combined gift for her new house, graduation, and marriage. As a side gig, I do hair and makeup for special events. After Lily knew how much better I was feeling, she asked me to do hair and makeup for the bridal party, the bride,
Lots
4
of
bridesmaids,
stuff.
and her mother. I agreed to do it and told her it would be a gift. I have alarm bells. I have my intuition is saying this is a bad idea. I hadn't seen Lily or most of my family in almost a year. We live a few states away, and being sick made the trip impossible.
Yeah.
So I was excited to finally catch up with Lily after so much time. The day before the wedding, at a bridal event, Lily barely acknowledged me.
all
I
of
assumed it was
them
pre-wedding stress.
that way?
From the moment I walked in, I could
Any
tell
of them
something
down
was
near
off,
me?
and it felt like she didn't really want me there, but I shrugged it off. The next morning, I arrived to the venue at 6 a.m. to set up my makeup station for the bridal party. We had a tight schedule, but by 7:30, no one had arrived. By 9 a.m., only her mom had
and
showed
it
up,
is Thursday,
confused.
so-
When she called Lily, she answered right away and said they, quote, partied too hard and
But all the
overslept.
snitching.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh, partied too hard and overslept. Okay. I like, honestly, like, when I think about my wedding makeup, I have to be like ready to start at like 9 a.m. I don't really have too many people that are getting their makeup done. My mom's getting my makeup done. Most of the bridal party is not. They kind of want to do their own makeup. There's
Hey,
not
at the
going
end
to
is
be
nice.
enough time. I'm just saying. The bridal party finally arrived at 10:45. Ooh.
Well, at least I
With
hope
full
so.
professional hair
Try
and
to make
makeup
it
already done.
Totally banging treasure.
Excuse me? No, she did not. I asked Lily what was going on,
then
and
it's
she
not gonna
muttered,
be able to
I
happen.
don't need your drama.
I disconnected all that stuff.
Drama? Okay. I calmly asked why she didn't inform me. She rolled her eyes and said,
There's other
just
days.
shut
Friday,
the frick
Saturday,
up,
whatever.
please. I changed into my outfit, a black turtleneck and a marble
No,
pencil skirt
that's
that she
Easter.
approved of. When Lily saw me, she snapped.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you wearing?
She accused me of trying to steal the spotlight with my weight loss. Yes, because everybody in this world loses weight because they're trying to spite their family and friends.
April 5th is Easter Sunday. So
What is
Saturday
going
the 4th.
on? What is going on here?
Yeah.
Like, did someone talk shit about you or something?
That's fine.
Like, what is with the 180?
Inconsequential.
Like, I don't understand,
Inconsequential. We're not
Lily.
even
I
in
don't
April yet.
understand. No
I gotta remember
comprende.
to
She unleashed every
book
insecurity she's
tickets
ever
for
had, and
Clara's
through personal
thing
struggles that I had confided in her
for-
back in
'cause
my
it's on the
face.
1st
Her
of May,
bridesmaids egged
and
her
I don't
on.
want to be there for more than like
Yeah,
3
I feel like the
days, 4
bridesmaids are
days.
saying something
That's
behind
it.
your back. Like, I only returned
Yeah.
to pack my supplies after they left for photos. I found my makeup and tools on the
I don't
floor
even know
as
if I
if
wanna do
someone
that,
had
if it's gonna be
swiped their
scheduled
arm
on a
across the
weekend.
counter. Ooh, blushing
'Cause
bride.
I need to be here for
Ooh.
Alice.
What do you mean? This is your wedding day and this is how you're acting?
No.
What is the issue? You can't just do this to me. Palettes were cracked
That's
and
the
a
wedding.
few brushes had ended up in the toilet.
June
Ooh.
24th?
No bueno. Later, I realized products were missing and my curling iron would no longer work. Lily was trash talking me to
wedding is
family,
out of the country,
claiming
and
I
she's
was
allowed to go
ruining
to
her
that one.
day.
I
I
asked
wasn't
in
allowed in
advance.
family photos. My aunt said, just stay away, let her cool down. Others made excuses saying she's stressed out, don't make
And
it
it's my
worse.
year for
The final
Christmas.
straw was her being hateful to my
she said she
6-year-old
wants to go to
daughter, the
Florida.
flower girl.
Yeah.
I could tell my daughters were feeling hurt and she started biting her nails, looking around for someone to help her. I told my husband
Yep.
we were leaving and quietly informed my mom before we drove 7 hours
Santa
home.
will come
Here's the context we've been waiting for.
Our
It's
place
important.
here.
And it also proves
We're
I'm
here,
right.
too. You don't always have to be in Florida for
That's
Christmas.
why it's so important. Oh, people are so predictable.
I know it!
Let's rewind 3 years before her wedding.
mean,
Lily and her maid of
it's,
honor,
you know,
Hannah, visited me during spring
decorate
break.
and
After
do
some
all the
drinks,
things and
Lily
put it under the
confessed
tree
to
and do the
having
present
multiple
opening in the morning.
affairs, including with
Stuff,
the DJ,
and it doesn't
the
usually have
husband
anything
of
at
her
all to
best
do with
friend
Santa,
Tara,
because
also
the
a
gifts aren't from
bridesmaid. The
Santa,
three had been
they're
best friends
him.
since high
He's
school, and she
basically
claimed that she
UPS.
always loved DJ.
No.
It seemed like a justification of her actions.
Yeah.
She also
So
admitted
it
to being
just is
addicted
like
to
a
prescription
huge slap in
meds,
the face of
revealing that she was
Buzzed.
none of your
during
family
2
get
recent
to-
car accidents that my grandmother paid thousands to
Anyway.
cover. She laughed about using the money for a shopping
I'm alive
spree
right
because
now,
her
so-
mother had paid her deductible. Interesting. Okay, so you know something that could potentially ruin her marriage. But like, why go through the trouble of asking you to do makeup? Like, she wanted you to be in her life and stuff. Like, why?
I gotta-
I distanced myself after that, but Lily begged me to stay in her life, claiming she was getting clean and had confessed everything to her family and fiance. I doubt that. I gave her a second chance, believing she was trying to grow after
Well,
a
we
tough
got his
upbringing.
last two, so
After
I'm
I
waiting for
left
him to
her
restock
wedding,
those ones.
Lily
He
and
got
her
the
parents
other
spread
ones.
lies that I stormed out, cussed her out, and even brought party favors. I don't know, like we can't
He
use
said
that
he'll
word.
be
Her
doing it at the end
bridesmaids
of the
backed
month
her
or the
up.
beginning
Her
of the
dad
next
told my
one.
husband vile
like,
things
uh-huh.
to stir the pot.
brother
Oh,
or
throw the
some
whole
shit.
family in the bin.
Is
I
the one that
realized I
gets
had left her gift
those.
card at the reception and canceled the furniture order the next
nowhere
morning.
else that
A
has
week
them?
later, Lily texted, the furniture never
It's
came.
like 2 for
Why
50.
would you?
He does them for
It's-
like 2 for 50
Wha-
or some shit like that.
I'm sorry, we still think we're getting wedding gifts after that little tirade? When I told her I'd
Same.
canceled it, she exploded, calling me
Yeah.
a B word
Unless-
who couldn't handle
unless they're
not being
cheaper
the center of
somewhere
attention and
else.
bringing up deeply
Like at
personal
a
things I'd
dispensary.
shared. I didn't respond
Having
and
a
went no
sale or some
contact.
shit.
Later, my mom told me Lily was upset because she thought I showed off my weight loss at her wedding. Yeah, but you showed
deliver it
off
to
the
me
weight
for
loss after
super
she
cheap.
acted like a total jerk,
get lots
asked
of
you to
them.
get up at like freaking 6 a.m. to set
So
up
instead of
to
just
do
getting
her makeup,
4,
had
I
a
could check
different
for a
makeup
sale.
artist do her makeup and her bridal party. The math ain't mathing. What's going on? What happened? Lily has struggled with her weight her whole life and had gastric bypass. years earlier, losing 100 pounds, but dealing with excess skin. I was heartbroken to realize our bond had been partly due to my own weight gain during my 20s. Gaining weight was hard, and I did everything I could to stay healthy. The lies Lily spread began to divide our family the following year. Okay, so this could be some deep-rooted jealousy going on, but I also think that she
It is so
partied.
heavy. I'm on the phone. Stop it,
I think
Miso.
that the partying is affecting who she is at this point.
One of the-
She's getting paranoid and weird. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there, but like, I just still don't understand how we got from A to B. It's not
I
rational,
startle
at
easily.
least from what she shared.
Okay.
So maybe she'll share something else. I slowly reached out to family members in the hopes of salvaging things. It became clear things Lily had said on and after her wedding day had the potential of ruining our family. I dug up years of messages from iCloud and sent screenshots to key family members. This proved that Lily's accusations were false and she was projecting her own actions onto me. The entire thing made me want to barf, but I didn't want to allow her to ruin my relationship with my family. I also wanted our family back to the way it was before this all started. Turns out, Lily had never confessed to her husband or grandmother about her past. Someone, still unknown, shared the screenshots with her husband, who filed for a divorce immediately. Ooh, fair.
Hasta la vista, baby.
It was final a few weeks after she gave birth to their son. He later got full custody, confirming he'd already suspected something was wrong. Friends came forward with more information about her affairs and partying. Tara received screenshots revealing Lily's affair with her husband, ending their friendship with a dramatic public Facebook post, screenshots included. Holy cannoli, this is a story!
The suspense is terrible. I hope it'll last.
Since the divorce, Lily's life had spiraled. She's been arrested twice for a DUI, lost her job, and I recently heard she lost her nursing license after an appeal. I know canceling the gift and leaving the wedding with her flower girl is petty. It is petty, but I feel like it's kind of justified. Like, I'm sorry. Why do you expect people to treat you with kindness after you treat them with disrespect? Like, yes, maybe, you know, she was struggling with stuff, but like, why is she taking it out on you? Like, I just feel like you've done nothing except like ignore her past and, you know, not judge her for it. And then she treats you like that? This is cray cray. I regret not telling her husband the truth earlier, but I didn't want to cause unnecessary problems. I chose to trust her, which was a big mistake. I truly wanted to have a relationship with her. I believe in second chances and that people can change. I'm usually pretty good at recognizing when someone is attempting to manipulate me, but damn, she had us all fooled. Guess she thought, hey, it's my special day and I can do whatever I want. Never thought she would try to completely alienate me from our family, even if it meant destroying it. I mean, it's kind of difficult to get inside the mind of someone who's dealing with substance abuse. It's not rational, and like, I think that because you know, there's this deep-seated resentment, and also the fact that you knew all of these things about her that could potentially ruin her wedding, I just find it interesting that it went from, yes, let's like, we're at this like lovely bridal party and everything is fine. Next day you show up to do her makeup and then everything is different. Like, I'm curious how it got to that point. Except maybe I'm not curious and
I have
maybe
loud
there
sound
was,
alerts on
I
my
don't know,
stream.
some partying going on.
That some people are assholes and they'll hit
Okay,
the
so
loud
we have an
ones,
update.
and I
Ooh,
get
it's long.
startled.
Ooh, it's
So today
meaty.
it's
I
gonna be
love a
so-
meaty update.
Usually it's
Since I don't
silver.
get to see my family often, I make
She's
sure
an
to keep in
asshole.
touch. During my weekly call with my grandmother the other night, I asked how Lily was doing. Since writing this post, I
Miso
found
very
myself
hungry.
wondering where she is in life. I usually get small bits of information without asking directly, but this time
it's
I was
Miso
curious.
very
My grandmother said Lily was doing really well and still living with her mother, which surprised me because she never had a good relationship. When Jet was about 10,
Also,
her
I
mother
was
cheated
looking.
on my uncle.
Fuck
He was
yourself.
deeply in love with her and willing to forgive her, but she chose to divorce him.
I lost both the kids in the divorce.
After the divorce, it came out that she had a serious addiction and moved
Aggressive?
back in with her own mother unless she was staying
That's
with a
how I love
boyfriend.
them.
When those relationships ended,
Yeah,
she
she's
always
laughing.
returned home.
He wants
Lily
to know
lived
why
with
I
her
have to
father,
be so
but my
aggressive with
grandmother
my
often
friends.
stepped in to help raise her.
I
So hearing that
aggressively
Lily
love
moved
my
in with her
friends.
mother felt strange.
how
My
we
grandmother
do.
admitted she was disappointed and worried Lily might be partying again, since her mother still does. She also told me she believed Lily's decision to
that's how
move
I
in
love
had more
silver.
to do with her mother's new husband, a man her mother had dated off and on for years. I didn't even know her mother had gotten married. My grandmother
I'm the mommy
explained that
in
her
mine
mother
and
always
Silver's
said
lovely
she'd never remarry,
relationship.
but eloped with this man months ago
We
after
need to
he
get a
received a
baby
settlement
carrier
of
so
over
I
$1
can just
million.
pack her around. She's like 4 foot
after
nothing.
being struck by lightning while working. Pardon? Pardon me?
Yeah,
I beg your finest pardon.
yeah.
Also, shocked you
Her
get
being
money
a
for
pencil
surviving
eraser.
after getting struck
Shut
by
up,
lightning.
Sophie. She's in the
Didn't know
fucking
that.
bed.
I mean, the chances of that
She's
happening are
in
so
bed.
slim. It's like, let me put that in my. Let me call my insurance and be like, if I get struck by lightning, give me money if I survive.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Apparently, the
Sorry, I
man
was laughing
sustained
at
brain
Chat.
damage, causing impairments and cognitive issues,
No.
and
What?
will
What's
never
that?
be the same. They bought a large house, and recently, Lily moved in with them. This has deeply upset my grandmother, reinforcing fears that Lily hasn't really changed. All right, so are you the a-hole for walking out of your cousin's wedding with the flower girl and exposing her secrets? Honestly, she sounds like kind of a jerk, and she sounds like a ticking time bomb. I don't regard you as an a-hole. You might be an a-hole to her, but sounds like the truth came out anyway.
And sooner or later, the truth will come out.
All right, so the comments, I lost 150 pounds years back and lost a lot of friends. One of my friends was a
my
really
God.
big girl. She started
That's
mocking me
ridiculous.
and telling lies about me, taking things out of context. Her last words to me were,
You're no longer part of the big girls club.
Yeah.
I say totally not the a-hole.
Splinters.
Your weight loss had nothing to do with her, and had she not behaved the way she did and spread lies about you, you wouldn't have needed to out her lies. OP responds,
sharp
you
piece
wouldn't
of
have
wood
needed to
sticking
out
out,
her
tearing it
lies.
all to
Dang,
pieces.
that's a good point. One, I've never considered. I felt guilty for how her life turned out. Knowing if it wasn't for me
Yep.
sharing those messages, most likely things wouldn't be the way they are. I doubt that, though. I genuinely doubt that. I
Shut
feel
up, Silver.
like she's a serial
He
cheater.
could do that
She's got
because I'm
some
flexible, but also I could kick his ass. I don't
substance
care if your
problems.
boyfriend's 6'2".
I feel like
I
it
could
would have
knock his
come out
fronts out.
eventually because
You
the
wanna
truth
find out?
always
No.
comes out. You just kind of like sped
tell
the
Jolly I'm
process
coming
along,
for him.
if you will. Deep down, I know all of this is on her, but I've struggled
I'm
with
knocking
feeling
his ass in.
irresponsible.
Bruh.
Well, you're an empathetic
Bruh.
person.
You're the
and
one talking
it
about how
also
tall
means
he
you're a
is.
good
That don't
person
mean
because
shit.
You care.
You can
But
throw
at the
punch
same
anybody
time,
at any
like,
height,
this,
well,
all
except
of
for
this really didn't
if they're
have
really,
to
really
happen.
short.
I feel like it was
Then maybe
kind
not.
of unnecessary.
I might
If you weren't the
struggle
one
to
that
throat
exposed
punch
it,
you, girl.
People would have found out eventually. Certainly, her husband would have found out.
Once someone is exposed.
So, are you the a-hole for walking
Okay, love
out
you,
of
bye.
your cousin's wedding with the flower girl and exposing her secrets? Absolutely not, bestie. Sis
so aggressive.
am
with
I
your
the
friends?
a-hole for telling my daughter I
That's how I
never
love
want to
them?
see her
Okay,
again
look, I'm
because
taking
she
the
reminds
earbud
me
out
of the
and
worst
leaving the
time
music
in
off,
my life?
and
Throwaway
you can just
account,
scare the
this
ass
has
off
been
me if
eating
you
at
want.
me.
Feel
I,
better?
31 male, am gay. I'm married to my husband,
What?
29 male, and we've been together
What?
since college. We have a quiet,
What do you
happy
want?
life, and I recently adopted a baby
What?
boy. I've worked really hard to get to a place where I feel
I don't
safe
think
and
so.
whole. But a few weeks ago,
Did
my
you
past
ask?
came crashing in, and now
Well,
I feel
go
like I
ask
may
then.
have handled it horribly.
Uh-oh.
What'd you do?
What'd you do, you bad, bad,
What did
bad
you do,
man?
you bad boy?
You're being very naughty.
Naughty, naughty.
Naughty, naughty.
When I was 17, I was still living at home with my extremely religious and homophobic parents.
What do you
I'd
want?
known I was gay since I was
You
around
want
12,
please?
but I buried it deep.
Then
I
do
spent
please.
years praying, begging, and trying to convince myself it was a phase.
Yeah.
My parents made it clear that if I
Listen,
ever
fat
came out,
bitch, you're
I
not
would be
getting
thrown
treats
out
unless you
and
do
cut
please.
off.
That's so tough.
Tough.
I'm lucky to have very supportive parents.
True.
You know what I mean?
Like this?
I mean, we all are.
True.
You too.
Then you
Your
do
parents are
please.
lovely.
This might be a bad
Kitty,
time to
please.
tell you that I'm a little gay.
And I love you for it. I think we're all on a spectrum.
Sexuality is a spectrum, guys. I started dating a girl in youth group. I told myself I loved
My
her. I told
spectrum
myself
is
I could make it
rainbow.
work. We giggitied once, and it was deeply uncomfortable. And I shut
Kitty,
down
please.
emotionally afterward. A few weeks
Good
later, she told me
girl.
she was pregnant. Then she left. I don't know where she went or why, but she was gone. I didn't hear a word about the baby after that. Soon after, I left for college, came out, and cut off my parents.
No,
I never
you're
spoke
not.
about what happened with
You
that
might
girl or the
punch
baby.
me in the
it was like
tit,
sealing
but you're
off
not
a part of
getting
myself
anywhere
I
other
couldn't
than that,
survive
you
revisiting.
tiny little
I met my
bastard.
husband in my sophomore year, and he's the only person who ever really knew the whole story until now. So last month, I got a message on social media from a 14-year-old girl. She said
Oh.
she was my daughter. Her mom told her who I was. She found my name online. She said she wasn't looking for money or anything, just to know who I am. I felt like the floor fell out from under me. I couldn't breathe. It wasn't her fault, I know that, but her existence snapped me right back into that suffocating, terrifying part of my life where I thought I'd never be allowed to exist as myself. She looks like that girl. She speaks like her, and every word she wrote, no matter how kind, felt like sandpaper on a wound I thought had healed. I mean, listen, I can't even imagine imagine what that must have been like for you, but we have to also consider that this is like an innocent person.
I mean, it's not her fault. She was thrust into the situation. You gotta kind of, I mean, think of it from her perspective. She's never met her father.
Yeah.
And she wants to meet you. So I'm a little saddened that the mother didn't say anything for 14 years.
I mean, it's a little hard to say something when they're children, right? Maybe she just finally got to a point where she was old enough.
No, but I mean, like the mother to this man.
Oh, yeah.
Like the fact that she didn't tell him that, she, you know, whatever, she decided to have the baby, sure, but like not even including him for 14 years. That's tough.
He doesn't really sound like he wanted to be included.
Yeah, maybe.
I responded once and I told her I was sorry, but I wasn't able to have a relationship with her. She sent a long message back. It was emotional but not cruel. She said I abandoned her before she was even born and now I was doing it again. I told her, probably too bluntly, that I never wanted to be her father, that I was a scared, closeted kid forced into a lie, and that seeing her felt like being dragged back into the life I barely survived. I told her to not contact me again. She hasn't replied. My husband is supportive, but some people, especially my sister, say I crossed a line and acted cruelly towards someone innocent. I mean, it wasn't her fault she was born, and I should have handled it with more compassion, but I genuinely don't think I have the emotional capacity to revisit that version of myself. That period nearly destroyed me. So am I the a-hole for telling my daughter I never want to see her again?
Yes, you are.
It's complicated. I get it. She reminds you of this traumatic past, but she's an innocent bystander in all this. You know, it's not her fault that her mother had this baby and didn't tell you for 14 years.
No, he knew about the baby.
No, I know, but like ended up having it and didn't include him for 14 years.
Right.
I think you owe it to her to give her something, to have some sort of relationship with her.
Or just not say it like the way you said it.
Yeah, the way that you just told her that she reminds you of her trauma.
Yeah. It's interesting that he adopted a baby boy. Like, it's not like, oh, he didn't want any kids. He just didn't want that kid.
Because it reminded him of a time that he was, I mean, I don't want to assume, but like hiding his sexuality, right? And
yeah,
it's tough. I get it. I understand where he's coming from, but still, I don't think you should take it out on this kid.
Yeah, it's not her fault.
You can't just ignore a past part of your life. It's still a part of your life. It's still a
Yeah,
part of
it
your
is.
history. And I think maybe over
Just in
time, I
case
hope
you're
you
curious,
reconsider
that's a
and change your
spoonful
mind
of
and
sugar
maybe
going on top
include
of
her
those
in your
eggs
life.
on that
I think at the very
sandwich.
least, you need to apologize for how you spoke to her.
Judging by how you spoke to her, I think like I don't really want you up here. Right now, though, you can change.
I don't want him either.
You're somewhere in the middle, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's kind of a purgatory kind of guy,
Yeah.
you know?
Go down to purg.
Like, he had his reasons for doing what he did.
But I can only empathize with how hard your life must have been.
Yeah, that's
at
the
that
thing
time.
is, like, we will never
looks
get
like
it.
peanut
So
butter.
it's kind of hard to, like, put ourselves in that person's shoes.
looks like
Because
peanut
that
butter.
is just so far beyond anything either of us have
It's peanut butter.
experienced. You didn't have
Oh
to
my
be
God.
a dick about it.
You didn't have to be so mean to this kid who's innocent and just wanted to meet her father. I don't know what her intention was. Maybe just have a
Peanut
conversation, a relationship.
So
but
it
now
was
she's going
a
to be
orange-colored
traumatized.
Because
sauce,
you
so
adopted
it
a
was
baby
toast.
boy. Imagine how you would
Orange-colored
feel
sauce.
if your son wanted to meet his adoptive parents.
wait,
And
yeah.
they talked to him the way
Orange-colored
that
sauce,
you talked to
cheese
your daughter.
slice.
No bueno.
No bueno. You'd
No,
be
no.
like,
Ham slice,
those people,
egg
how
slice,
dare they? So why is it okay
spoonful
for
of sugar,
you to talk to people
some
like
kind of
that?
peanut
people
butter,
who have literally never hurt you and
cabbage.
are not responsible for your trauma.
This is probably
Yeah, I
gochujang.
don't know. I mean, like, that's a tough situation to be in. I don't know. I think you're a little stinky. Purgatory butthole. But you can rise. I will
whole
take you if you
tablespoon.
apologize.
You must redeem yourself.
You must
A
redeem yourself
whole
in some way.
OP
Tablespoon-
deleted his
whole
account.
Okay, well, I
entire
understand why.
Let's look at the
tablespoon.
comments. Two innocent
sugar.
girls. The one he used to hide his sexuality and knocked up, and the 14-year-old daughter he too bluntly told to F off. It sucks to be closeted, but he still made the decision to have giggity-goo relations without protection. He made a young girl a single mom. Now he's being a jerk to his daughter. It's not cool when straight men do this. Why would it be cool now? I mean, that's a very good point. You didn't wrap it up.
I can't disagree with that. It's true. You have to live with your actions.
It sucks to be closeted. I was for a long time too. It sounds like OP went through a lot of trauma, and it's okay if he isn't ready to meet or talk with the child. You also didn't have to respond. In the way that you responded, you were a jerk. You could have been like kind of a jerk and not said anything. That's okay. But where you went wrong is what you said. Her only interaction with her father, and he tells her he doesn't want her anymore, like rather than just ignoring it or maybe coming back to it later.
I think maybe one day he might come come back to it, but the things that he said make it difficult for her to trust him ever again.
For sure. But which is why I'm saying maybe he should have said nothing at all instead of saying what he said.
Or maybe she's very understanding and one day she's mature enough to see, okay, I get the trauma that you've been through. Maybe let's start something. Let's start fresh. I mean, it could have a silver lining.
So it would be fine to say thank you for reaching out, but I'm sorry, I'm not in a place right now to have a relationship. Trauma dumping on the kid and treating her like she's the problem is wildly inappropriate and immature. OP may have deleted their account, but is probably still reading. What happened to you was not your fault. But it wasn't the mom or the kid's fault either. Your reaction to her was awful. Apologize. Do better. I'm gonna say I get why you did what you did. I'm guessing that you had a rough time, and I can't begin to empathize because I don't know if I'll ever be in your shoes. So we're gonna say that you belong in the purg. The purg?
The purg, yeah. Think about what you've done. And then maybe I will let you come upstairs to hang out with me. We can watch a movie, have a glass of cocoa.
Too bad we can never hang out. I mean, we're kind of hanging out right now, but...
We're hanging out right now.
Moving on. I ruined my life by cheating on my wife.
I do not like green eggs and ham.
I'm writing this with nothing but shame.
And yet you are to blame. Sorry, we're just keeping with the rhymes.
Since I'm anonymous here, I'm just venting. My wife and I were together for 8 years, 3 years of dating and 5 years of marriage. We had a good relationship. Ever since our son was born, I thought we had everything we wanted. But life got in the way. My work got demanding. She was busy being a mother and getting back to her career, and I was busy with my job. Slowly, our time together shrank to just nights we were too exhausted and drained. She became completely absorbed in our child and work, and I started to feel left out. Left out of raising your own child?
Very interesting.
It's a weird thing to say. Why don't you just also raise your child together?
Yeah, why are you being so crazy about it?
Why did she raise the child? You raise the child too.
It's what do we like?
It's what do we? You do this
You
together.
do this together.
I should have understood, but instead I let resentment creep in. There was no physical and emotional intimacy between us. Then I met a colleague from my new project team. At first, it was just work. Then soon for professional talks, we started to talk about personal lives. She knew I was married, knew I had a child, as I used to mention them a lot, but that didn't stop us. We gradually started spending more time together at the office. Used to go to the same gym too. We started talking more and more, and before I knew it, I was having a full-fledged affair.
You bad boy.
After some months, I started to feel guilty about what I was doing. After a few months.
After we were shagging for about 3 months, I pulled my back out. I just started feeling weird about the situation.
Bad boy.
Took a few months, but I started to feel like I wasn't doing the right thing.
I tried to end it. I broke up with her, but I couldn't resist myself. And I got back together with her even though it made me feel awful.
Well, as long as you felt awful.
As long as you felt awful about it.
It's kind of like with me and cookies. Like, I know it's bad, but I still eat them anyways, and kind of ruins my relationship with the cookie, but I still do it.
And like every cheater, I got caught this time.
Shocker.
Sloppy too. It was when I was using my wife's old laptop and forgot to log out of WhatsApp. One day she opened it by mistake to share something, and there it was. My messages to my girlfriends.
I hope she gave you a what slap. Right in the face, right in the gonads.
Right upside the head. Hotel bookings, plans, every disgusting detail. And if that wasn't enough, I had a habit of saving my passwords in a chat with myself.
It's actually so funny.
She got access to everything, my phone, my emails. She didn't react with anything at first, but with the help of her best friend, who is a lawyer, she collected every bit of evidence while pretending she knew nothing. She watched me lie about my weekend plans, saw me cover my tracks, and let me dig my own grave.
It's like, that makes it worse. I feel like you're gonna need to make room for someone here.
He's definitely belongs with me, yeah, definitely.
Are you feeling horny for this person?
Yeah. And then, when she had enough, she called my parents and told them everything. Good for her.
Jesus Christ. Oh my me.
I will never forget the day my father slapped me in front of everyone. That was when I realized I was doomed. I begged her for forgiveness, fell at her feet, cried for hours. Blech. You're just like playing the victim now. Like, she probably cried in private, but she's not even crying. The next day, she packed her bags, took our child, and left the home. My parents stopped talking to me. My father, in his rage, disowned me. Over the past 3 years, they aren't talking to me, and finally they disinherited me from family inheritance and gave everything to my brother.
That's like pretty intense.
Actions have consequences. Let this be a lesson to people who want to cheat, that it is like a form of like a to cheat on someone because you're not only blowing up their lives, but your children's lives, your in-laws' lives, your parents' lives. It affects everyone around you and not just you. I think the punishment is justified.
The punishment fits the crime.
Meanwhile, in court, my ex-wife ripped me off, her best friend fighting for her case, and they made sure I had no way out. She filed multiple cases, and for 3 years, I'm visiting courts and getting scolded by judges. I lost custody of my child. I'm drained financially, emotionally, and physically. They left nothing untouched.
That's like the perfect storm of like your family disowning you. I presumably aren't going to talk to your child for a very long time, and your wife and her lawyer friend just absolutely took your bum and gave you a little slappy slap.
This is why I don't really understand why cheaters just think that like they'll get away with it. Like even all cheaters get found out eventually. Did you just think that like maybe your wife would forgive you, or like what did you think was going to happen? Because like in any way, you're gonna end up worse off than you were before. So why did you think that you could do this and not have any consequences?
I
because
bought
it makes
these
me
separately.
wonder,
This
would
is
you
a
have
double
done
hook.
it if you had known what the consequences would be?
Do you view cheating
came as
as
a
like an
two-pack.
addiction of some kind? Like, you know how addiction is chemical? It's a disease.
I view it as a lack of self-control. I think there's a little bit of almost like you're doing it to spite the other person, or you want the relationship to end and you're looking for a way out, or you're greedy and you want the attention. There's plenty of reasons why someone cheats. I think it goes without saying that after reading this story and you're thinking about cheating on your spouse, you should think about what is the worst possible thing that could happen if I did this before you cheat. Decide if it's worth it, because it sounds like this guy is having second thoughts.
Sure, the grass is always greener. That's what you could always argue in any situation. Just
This
don't
is a
succumb to your
loon.
lust, because look what you
This
have in
is
front
a-
of you.
You could have just
Hook.
worked on your marriage and it communicated your feelings to your wife,
This
and
is just
instead
an empty
you betrayed
pen.
her. I ruined my
This is
life
just a
with my
pen
own hands, and I deserve every bit of it. I can't
that
believe
I
I
pulled
destroyed
the
years
inside
of
out of. It's
reputation,
just a pen.
relationships,
Just a
for some
regular
months
fucking
of
pen.
pleasure. Well, you are a very
It's a pen.
self-aware man. It's a good thing that you shared your
a
story
pen.
and what happened, because now people can fully grasp, especially when you're married, how messy divorces
This just has
can
to be
That's
a
just
bigger
legal.
opening
You'd
than
sign
your
in
yarn,
a contract
and
for
you
life.
don't want it
You
to
need to
be-
make sure that you're ready to commit to one
'cause you'll
person,
get it
because if
full
you're
of
not,
fluff
then
and
don't
stuff, and
sign
then it
it.
gets
Don't get
clogged and
married.
shit.
The law will hammer you like Zeus.
Yes, it will. It will come for literally almost everything you own and your children. As expected, Reddit is not
Yeah.
very sympathetic. Karma is a... So what happened to the
No,
woman
she's
you were
not.
cheating with? Does she want you now?
She's like,
Oh no, I don't want to touch that guy. He's used goods.
I only wanted him when he was married. Now he's damaged goods.
people like that too, eh? There are single people who like to sabotage
Oh,
marriages
totally.
and just be like, ooh, I like people in relationships.
It's like an attention thing and a power thing, and it's like, oh, I can get the one person that is off limits.
Mhm.
So it's not about even liking that person. It's about obtaining someone and making them fall in love with you that you're not supposed to.
Which is pretty messed up. Maybe that was the situation here. She manipulated a man who was weak.
I mean, he hasn't made any mention of her, and he certainly can't afford a girlfriend now. So, fellas, don't get married if you can't control your lust.
Put your down.
Put that down. Put it away. Where do you belong, Bestie? I mean, I wouldn't say that you belong with all the war criminals, but like...
What department? Like, would you say, if we're talking in terms of severance, maybe he needs to go to the break room?
He goes to the goat room.
The goat room. Yes, he does. No, he should go down to the basement. You're definitely not coming up with me. I'll tell you that much.
Come on down here. I got a hot dog stick with your name on it. Might even stick a marshmallow on there too. Ah, the devil, my dear. Am I the a-hole for telling my brother-in-law to get over himself and to quit holding a 10-year-old grudge?
Okay. I'm very interested in what this grudge could be. Although, side note, have you ever seen the movie The Grudge? Very scary, very scary.
I honestly left the theater. I could not get through it. My brother-in-law, married to my sister, is a general contractor. About 10 years ago, my dad and brother were building a deck at my parents' home. They asked my brother-in-law if they could borrow his skid loader, but he said no. They prepared the ground as best they could without the skid loader, but got to the point where they couldn't go on without it. They went to my sister's house to ask again, but found out brother-in-law went out of town. Ooh. They talked my sis into letting them borrow it, so she took them down to his construction lot and they hooked it up to dad's truck. Let me guess, you ruined it.
Did you break the skid loader motor?
Did you put your skid marks on the skid loader? This next part, I'm not sure since I don't know much about towing, but from what I was told, Dad's truck wasn't big enough or powerful enough to tow the skid loader on the dump trailer, so he lost control and wrecked. I knew it.
Yeah, you knew it.
This is why he didn't want to lend it to you, and let me guess, that thing was probably pretty expensive.
Probably worth about 4 million boops.
Let's go shopping. So on AliExpress, they're about $3,000. The truck, trailer, and skid loader were totaled. The insurance was barely enough to cover the medical costs and the truck. There was none left over to cover brother-in-law's stuff. I mean, if anything, you probably should have gotten the insurance to pay for the skid loader that you stole. Yeah, I mean, you definitely should have at least paid for it if you totaled it. And it's,
Oh, sorry, the insurance didn't cover it.
Buddy, you break it, you buy it.
You stole something from him and then broke it.
It's not like it's cheap either.
No, it's definitely not. So when brother-in-law got back to town, he exploded. Reasonable. He threatened to sue, and things just went downhill from there. My parents are not rich, and he wouldn't have gotten anything, so in the end, Sis talked him into letting it go. Let's make it a rule of thumb where if you borrow something, especially without permission, you need to make sure that you can pay for replacing it.
And if you can't, you better be able to sell things and liquidate to pay for
Literally,
it.
you need to be prepared to replace it if something goes wrong. From that day forward, he would not have anything to do with our family. He doesn't come for birthdays, holidays, nothing at all. Next month is our parents' 50th anniversary, and we're planning a big family gathering to celebrate. We're also chipping in to send our parents on a cruise to Mexico because they've never been out of the country. It is nice, but it's also interesting that they have the money to send the parents to Mexico. I know they're kind of unrelated,
Yeah, but still.
but it's like, oh, so you do have money. It's kind of like when someone says, oh yeah, no, I can't go out.
You're
I don't have
selective
money.
about where you use your money.
Yeah, you're just selective about what you want to spend money on, and you don't feel like paying him back is a legitimate expense. You don't care about paying him back. That's the problem.
It's literally a crime.
It's literally a crime. He could have sued your ass. Like, he really could have. I spoke to Sis about it the other day, and she said she's coming with the kids, but brother-in-law isn't coming. I was fine with that, but then when we were discussing their portion of the cruise money, I heard him yelling in the background to deduct their portion from the cost of the skid loader and the dump trailer. That's what's up. Ooh.
I like it.
My horns. That pissed me off. So after my call with Sis, I called brother-in-law and told him to get over himself. I told him Dad and Bro made a mistake, but that was 10 years ago and he needs to let it go. The only person that benefits is like you guys. He said he'll let go when they give him the money he lost. I told him he's a jerk for holding onto a grudge and putting money in the way of a family relationship. I mean, if anyone's putting money in the way of a family relationship, it's you guys.
It's not like it's $5,000. It's like $34,000.
It's very expensive.
Dollars.
Sis called me a few minutes ago and said they're not coming and that I was out of line. We argued for a bit and that's where it stands. I don't think I'm wrong for telling him to let go of the past, but they're not coming to the anniversary party, so now I'm not sure. I mean, I think he's absolutely justified in questioning why he now has to spend more money. Like, they're spending money to send the dad, who was part of this whole, like, totaling the skid marks.
The skid loader.
The dad was part of this whole thing, okay? So now I would feel some type of way about shelling out a few $1,000s to send someone on a cruise when they owe me money.
I totally agree.
What the fuck?
I know.
Why would I do that? We're not doing that.
I'm not doing
And
that.
it's been 10 years.
Let's
They could
get
have paid
something
down
straight.
it.
My
They
dad and
really
brother are
could have.
not bad people. They are good people who made a mistake. They
Yeah.
couldn't pay brother-in-law back because he wanted almost $70,000. And again, we're not rich. Dad had to buy another truck because he needed it to go to work. On the other hand, brother-in-law had 3 sets of skid loaders and dump trailers on his lot that day. So he could take the financial hit. Just because someone can take the financial hit does not mean that they deserve to take the financial hit.
Yeah, it's like they have enough money to pay it back. Like, we don't have the money. They should figure it out. It's like, no, you should definitely
You
pay.
Let's get down to brass tacks here. You stole something that wasn't yours and you ruined it. Whether or not you can afford to pay him back right away, it's been 10 years. I'm sure that over the course of 10 years, you could have put money aside.
Have you taken a vacation over the last 10 years?
Literally, exactly.
It's like $1,000 a year.
Exactly.
$2,000 a year.
You could have put money aside a little bit at a time and just made the effort to show that you wanted to pay him back. But you're just like, oh, whatever, he's right.
Forget about it. It's like just like this huge expensive piece of
No,
equipment.
that's a massive expense for
Yeah.
anyone. Brother-in-law and sis are way better off than the rest of us, so while I understand your reasoning of paying brother-in-law back, he doesn't need it. The audacity on you, my dear. The cruise to Mexico isn't some millionaire's trip. The total cost is $3,000, and it'll take 20 people to pay for that. Again, we're not rich. We can barely cover $3,000 spread out over 20 people, so there's no way we can pay $70,000. Okay, I understand that you can't pay the $70,000. I understand also how the brother-in-law doesn't also want to give more money to people who owe him money.
Both sides make sense, but you have to make an effort to at least try to make amends. You can't just be like,
yeah,
"All
I
right,
agree.
We can't afford it, so yeah, so just get over it. Yeah, we ruined your truck and your.
You're being a jerk. You're holding grudges. Just get over it.
So another thing that I wanted to point out is that this would have been like obviously a civil suit, but like if he chose to sue you, you would have been forced probably to pay back the $70,000.
And liquidate your assets.
Either liquidate your assets, you have to like declare bankruptcy, or like would that mean that they would have gone to jail if they stole something from another person?
I mean, criminal charges, it kind of depends. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to pretend like I know. If he pressed charges, they would have maybe had to do jail time.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, this guy did you a solid, did not put you in jail, did not sue you, you know, had to declare bankruptcy or whatever because you couldn't afford to pay him back. The least you could have done to keep it out of the courts is to slowly start to pay him back something or try to make up for it in some way.
But just being like, yo, forget, we'll figure it out.
You can afford it.
Buy a new one, wherever.
You're the a-hole. Your family stole $50,000 in work equipment from your brother-in-law. They didn't pay him back by the sounds of it. You showed zero remorse and he should just, quote, get over it. You and your family sound massively entitled. Your brother-in-law is smart to cut the lot of you clean off. I agree wholeheartedly. In the UK, brother-in-law could have claimed off his own insurance by reporting the theft, as long as his wife has no authorization within the company to loan out equipment. Of course, this could have led to the prosecution of his wife and her family for the theft and result in a criminal record, prison sentence, etc.
Room fungus followed your channel.
Laws vary depending on
Thank
where
you
you
for
are.
the
brother-in-law did
follow.
OP a solid
Welcome
by
in,
not
friend.
pressing charges. The least you can do is try to make up
amends
for it,
or
make
do
amends.
something. Even if you can't afford it, even
Welcome
making a
in.
gesture, putting
Hi.
money towards it, or like whatever
How
you
you
can do, a little bit
doing?
a year or something like
Yeah,
that.
something.
Did he apologize even?
I mean, it doesn't really sound like he apologized. I don't think I read it that he
The
apologized. or
audacity
anything.
to make me pay for a thing that I stole and broke. Oh, fuck.
There was nothing about an apology. I'm not sure if that's something that he just chose not to disclose or if he actually didn't apologize, but it doesn't really sound like he's remorseful at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if he never even apologized.
I think you can have this one. There's no room on my cloud for you.
You're the a-hole. So are your parents. They shouldn't have stolen his property, and yes, it was theft. They should have made him whole before replacing their own property. Good point. They should have apologized. They should have given him the money back at some point over the last 10 years. Would have considered ESH if your parents had made any effort to take responsibility. I think I can make some room for you down here.
Yeah. Wow, I'm 0 for 3 today.
3 for 3.
But you know what that means? It means I got some room on my cloud. I got a cloud bed.
For me?
Yeah. We can rain on people from our cloud bed.
Oh, I love that.
Kind of feels like we're peeing.
This is good. My maid of honor made my bachelorette all about her. I'm recently engaged. Congratulations. And I watch your Bridezilla Am I the A-hole videos thinking,
This would never happen to me.
boy, was I wrong.
You're gonna learn today.
Yeah. I think that's why these videos are so relatable, is because, like, I feel like we all know someone or have had it happen to us. Context. Set the scene! I, 24 female, met my fiance, 23 male, in college. We've been together for over 6 years. I met my maid of honor, 24 female, in college as well. Okay, so you're all the same age. Roughly. We went to culinary school, so super nice, and my maid of honor and I became best friends by bonding over cooking and taking classes together. We'll call my maid of honor Gianna.
It's her real name.
I've always known that I would marry my
I
fiance.
fucking
We were
will.
each other's first real relationship, and we felt
Probably
like
not
we
till
were meant
Friday,
for each
though.
other from the beginning. Gianna has always been nothing but supportive of us throughout these past years, and I've always known I wanted her to be my maid of honor. I have 3 other bridesmaids, 1 being my fiance's sister, 2 being close friends that I met through work within the past couple of years. I would have had another bridesmaid, however, she got engaged as well, and she backed out due to not being able to contribute financially to all the events while paying for her own wedding, which I completely understand. Her and Gianna were roommates in college. We were a trio of friends. What's that word? Three's a crowd?
Three's a crowd.
Three's definitely a crowd, I'm just saying. Every time I've been on any sort of trip with like 2 friends and there's 3 of us, it's always a weird vibe.
Real weird vibe in here.
My fiance and I got engaged on Valentine's Day of this year in Hawaii. I'll note that both Gianna and my fiance's
It's been
sister flew
6
out
months?
to surprise me for the engagement. Okay, love that. We're getting married next year, and I decided to have my
recent thing.
bachelorette party in early September. I live on the West Coast, and I wanted to go to a cute beach town a couple of hours from me. 2 of my bridesmaids live near me, and my maid of honor and fiance's sister live on the East Coast. The trip we planned was only 2 days. Drive in Friday afternoon, leave Sunday afternoon.
Road trip. Vacation!
Gianna is super type A. Plans everything down to the minute, always arranges her outfits, the whole 9 yards. Overall,
Why?
loves to be
Tell
in
you guys I
control
love
of a
you.
situation. This
Tell the
personality
bitches I
type
love
is
them.
great.
I tell random dogs
in
I
many,
love
many
them.
respects. But also,
Strangers,
when things don't go to
babies.
plan, they have a very hard time just kind of like letting go and going with the flow.
It could take time to get a taxi. There could be traffic. The plane could leave early. When we get to London, there could be a line at customs. Come on!
And I have learned on many a bachelorette trips that sometimes you need to be able to go with the flow. She's been like that since high school, so I've been aware of this. I thought it would be a good trait to have as maid of honor when it came down to planning events.
Okay, sit down. Take this.
Sure.
Now pull up the PowerPoint I made. It's in your email.
Got it.
So,
This is nice.
day 1, I thought it would be super fun to do an intensive hot yoga class.
Wow.
Then back to the Airbnb to change. And then we're gonna go to a winery. You know, what
That's a lot.
Please let me finish.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, so then we hit the winery, wet our beaks a little bit, and then we go back to change. And then we hit the town and get a bottle at this super sick club. I saw it on TikTok. I got us guest list. Don't worry, I don't wait in lines. And then day 2, we can start the day with a boozy brunch and then a day rave.
Day rave. Honestly, I would really love to do just something more chill.
Oh.
Can we just relax by the beach and spend time together?
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Is that okay?
I'll make sure your bachelorette is absolutely perfect.
I'm so excited, I can't wait.
Now pull up slide 79.
She wanted pretty much the whole batch trip to be a surprise. However, I gave her a general idea of the vibe and activities I want to do. I'm super low key, I don't drink or party, and I wanted to have a relaxing time with all of my closest friends. You sound like a really, really chill bride. I didn't know much about the planning, but one of my bridesmaids was basically a liaison and would discuss plans with me, report back to Gianna, etc. I also planned for my wedding dress shopping to be happening the day before we left for the trip. We arranged for my parents, Gianna, and my fiance's sister to fly across the country to partake. Now, time for the tea. It's about a week and a half before the batch party, and I'm talking with my bridesmaids about the trip. The itinerary was revealed to me, and I was a bit overwhelmed. Oh. We were waking up before sunrise to drive there. We were going on several different hikes. Oh, I'm not a hiking girl. I am not a hiking girl. Absolutely not. Sorry. We were spending a lot of time driving around. It was literally packed out to the minute. 6:30 to 6:45, do this. 6:45 to 7:15, do that, etc. And it would have been impossible to try and accomplish everything. Long story short, it wasn't as low-key as I was hoping, and my bridesmaids said they could chat with Gianna about cutting out a couple of the activities, mostly the hiking, because I'm not outdoorsy. I am many things. Outdoorsy is not one of them. I totally get it though. Like, some people are like super pro hike. They love a hike, love a good hike, and I like a good hike. I like a good leisurely walk in the woods. There's something about doing it in the heat. I can't breathe. I think it's because I'm a ginger. Like, I have issues with heat and exercise at the same time. And I also have to say that, like, Gianna probably went through a lot of trouble to plan all of these things to the minute.
Precisely on schedule.
But the thing is, things always go awry, especially toward the end of the trip where you start getting like really tired. And I know you don't drink, so that's a good thing. That would probably prevent that from happening for the most part. I didn't even make it to Sunday of my like bachelorette trip. I couldn't do it. Me and Vanessa, we woke up in our hotel room and we were supposed to go to like some rooftop. And I turned to her and I was like, do you want to go? And she was like, no. Okay, good. Back to sleep. I'm just saying that I feel like all of the planning it's not gonna go well. Gianna initially had a neutral response, but was acting more distant, saying,
whatever you think is best.
and stuff like that.
Ultimately, though, she left the batch group chat and texted me a long message that can be summarized as follows.
This trip is a disappointment. It's a dumpster fire. I could have taken you on a trip to Europe, just you and me, and I would have paid for the whole thing. The rest of the bridesmaids weren't making any suggestions. I tried to make the trip affordable for everyone else. I don't want to fly across the country to sit in an Airbnb. I don't want to come? Safe to say I was shocked. Yeah, I know I changed the plans a bit, but it's not like we paid for anything. Dude, Gianna just left the bridal party group chat. What is going on? Yeah, I just got a crazy message from her. She doesn't want to come anymore. Wait, why? Maybe she doesn't feel appreciated for all the work she put in. But it's your bachelorette, and you specifically said that you didn't want to do all that. I don't know, maybe she thought she was being helpful. Hang on. I'm sorry for making you feel like I don't appreciate your time and effort, but I do appreciate you. That's good. I really want you to come. I just want to have a fun time hanging out with my friends. Work has been kicking my butt lately, and I want a chill and relaxing weekend. I don't want to do a bachelorette trip if you aren't there. Great. How could she possibly have a problem with that? Oh God. Oh God, what did she say now? You can't stay stuck in the Airbnb dwelling about your problems. The other bridesmaids won't look at my PowerPoint. Who the hell makes a PowerPoint for a bachelorette? There's more. There is. I'm at a time where I'm taking my life into my own hands. I don't give a crap about making friends with the other bridesmaids. I know you best. I'm sorry you feel stuck in life, and I'm not coming. What the hell is she talking about? You know what? I'm just gonna call her. Maybe there's something going on with her. She screened my call. This is so weird. Come on, what did she say? I don't give a flying fuck about your friends. I'm not threatened by them. Shut up. This trip isn't special enough and no one wanted to put in the effort. Stop. If you're struggling so much financially, then you can reconsider your living situation. Excuse me? Hold on. You're acting like my ex. He never supported me enough. Also, I'm starting to lose trust in you because you're telling your fiance everything. Honestly, I really don't think I feel comfortable coming to your bachelorette anymore.
Oh, however, will we survive?
Listen, don't worry. We're gonna have an amazing time on your bachelorette. It's best she doesn't come. You're right. I know. Fine. It's clear I can't change your mind, but I need some time to think. I agree. It's best you don't come on the bachelorette trip. Perfect. The rest of us are going, and we're gonna have a great time. Period. I got a tinkle.
I just struggle to understand how we got from A to B, you know? Like how we got from you say that you just kind of want to limit the amount of outdoorsiness and just maybe hang out and spend time with them. And then she gets extremely mad and plays the victim and gets mad at you because your bachelorette trip is not special enough and the other bridesmaids don't want to help.
How selfish of me. Let's do all the things that you want to do.
I wouldn't argue that they don't want to help. I would argue that they're also listening to you, and she isn't. Fast forward a couple of weeks, and I decide to reach out to her and try to make amends.
Hey, I know we haven't spoken since our convo. Can we talk on the phone? Ugh. We're fine, and I'm fine. I can't talk on the phone right now. There are a few things I want to get off of my chest. I'm honestly pretty hurt by what you said. Okay, so that's not how this is going to work. You're only bringing this up to make me feel bad about my decision. I meant the things I said, and I won't apologize. You wouldn't be bringing this up if you really wanted to make amends. What? I just want you to apologize for how you made me feel. You hurt my feelings. I hurt your feelings? And why did you bring up your ex? What does that have to do with me? Reality check. This should be the happiest time of your life. You've gotten everything you've ever wanted, but you're hating every second of it. You should wake up every day and be grateful for what you have. The way you spoke to me honestly reminded me of my ex. What? I basically hid my feelings from you that whole time to protect you. What the All of this is news to me. I'm sad you felt like you couldn't tell me we are supposed to be best friends. You're right. This is supposed to be a happy time for me. So I don't understand why you're being so cruel when you're supposed to support me. Also, why did you say you don't care to be friends with my other bridesmaids and that you're not threatened by them? I don't know what's going on with you, and I genuinely hope you're okay, but if you're gonna treat me like this, I don't think you should be my maid of honor. No, you know what? No, I don't claim this energy. She doesn't deserve you. Look, I know it's harsh, but if she's gonna act like this during my bachelorette, what's she gonna act like at the wedding?
Just an overall very strange situation, and I still feel like it's a fever dream. She's been my best friend for years, and this totally changed my point of view of her. Am I wrong for rethinking our friendship and removing her as my maid of honor? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you like told her not to come to the wedding entirely. There's something going on here. Like, we need to like read between the lines here, because I've said it before and I will say it again. You will find out who your friends are when you get married. And it's sad, because it is supposed to be the happiest time of your life. But it's also riddled with, there's that quote, comparison is the thief of joy, right? When other people are around you and getting things that you want, it can bring out some complicated feelings, which I understand. And I've also felt those things. It's difficult. I just fail to understand how punishing you by not being there for your bachelorette and blowing up at you and like saying all this unnecessary, I'm wondering how that benefits her, except maybe she's just kind of making it about her and wanting attention, and it believe me, the logic does not logic.
Nothing about this makes sense.
Once you've dealt with a person who plays the victim card, sabotages big life events, it always seems to happen. And like, quite frankly, if you have a friend that has the tendency to sabotage major life events, you don't want them at those major life events. So are you wrong for rethinking your friendship and removing her as your maid of honor? No, I don't think that you're wrong for rethinking the friendship. I think that there is some deep resentment going on there. And I think the lack of apology and lack of willingness to like kind of hear you out, and like when you're trying to communicate your feelings effectively, that's very telling.
Toxic.
It's one thing to go out of your way to behave in such a way because you're not in a good place or whatever. But I think the best thing to do in a situation like that, if you realize you're projecting, is to talk about those feelings and do it in a healthy way. But if she's not willing to do that and she's not willing to admit any fault, I don't know if she's as good of a friend as you think. So we have some responses in the comments. Info, did something happen between her and the other bridesmaids? She said the word threatened a few times, and I wonder about that. It sounds like she's overwhelmed and possibly traumatized by something. Maybe you could ask her if there are other things going on for her at the moment. Opie said, so according to my bridesmaids, nothing happened. However, I work with 2 of them currently, and I have been for the past couple of years. I only see my ex-maid of honor once every year, and I feel like she thinks she's getting replaced. That's interesting. And it would explain a lot, but I feel like that's also kind of going on in her own head too. Wow, your ex-maid of honor has a lot of baggage. It sounds to me like she had her own ideas about the Bachelorette and also believed they were excellent plans. In her head, it might have come from a place of like,
I want to make this trip like epic for her.
You know, go over and above to prove my friendship to her, while she also felt like she was being replaced. And then when you kind of said that, you know, you want to dial it back, all of the plans, she kind of like took offense to that.
A fence! Sir, a barbed wire fence!
But I think at the same time, being a good friend isn't always taking the initiative to go and not listen to what your friend wants for her bachelorette party.
I don't care what she wants. Don't care what she wants.
I mean, a PowerPoint slide deck? Jeepers, I got exhausted just reading about it. And why should anyone feel threatened by meefing with your friends? She's projecting her own insecurities. I kind of get where she's coming from, because my reaction to things when they go sideways is to organize stuff, but really that is her issue. It's really sad when someone you trusted and felt close to blows up about stuff they held back. I've had this happen a few times, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why. My own sister has done this to me. It's so sad. You can invite her to the wedding, and maybe a face-to-face heartfelt talk will smooth things over. I think that a face-to-face heartfelt talk needs to happen before the wedding. If not, let her go with love and good wishes. Maybe sometime she'll come around. If she doesn't, then hold the good times in your heart and sending healing vibes to her. Until the message with the reality check.
Reality hit you hard, bro.
I would suggest removing her from maid of honor, but still have her as a bridesmaid. But after this message and her whole behavior, she sounds like she's jealous of you, and she couldn't even respect your wishes about what kind of bachelor party and trip you wanted to have. It seems like she's unhappy with her life and projects all of this onto you. I would suggest you remove her from the wedding party. Tell her you think her stress levels are high and you don't want to overwhelm her to avoid any drama. It's still gonna cause drama. I'm telling you. Honestly, I don't think you can rely on her about anything regarding the wedding. Okay, here's an important note. I feel like we need more information. Were the other bridesmaids making it difficult for her by not helping or responding? She seemed to imply she was on her own for planning, and maybe the reason she doesn't care about making friends with the bridesmaids is because she doesn't like them. If they all ignored her when she was trying to get the event organized, I could see why. I will get downvoted, but I do see her side. It would inevitably be frustrating to try and plan something and no one will acknowledge your questions or give ideas. And then when they finally do reach out, it's to tell her she's doing it wrong.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Yes, I agree that there probably could have been more, communication. I just know that when there's group plans being made about like a group trip, whenever someone isn't responding, there's always subtext there.
Because I don't like you.
It's either they can't afford to come anymore,
That's my new
or they don't want to
emote.
come
Go
anymore,
check it out.
or they don't necessarily like the plans and they don't know how to say it. Or maybe they also felt like
this is not what the bride said she wanted.
But they also should have voiced those opinions sooner.
No, I don't think I will.
Why didn't they come up with suggestions before? Why wait until the week before? She's probably like, screw it, and gave up. It's perfectly reasonable to not want to fly across the country for 2 days of sitting in an Airbnb. But again, it's not just 2 days of sitting in an Airbnb. You're spending time with the bride. OP responds, I saw all the texts in the bridal party group chat. They did not make anything difficult whatsoever.
Clap back.
They made tons of suggestions, okay, as we all lived together in the same state, and were vocal about what they were willing to spend. At the time, Gianna said it was fine, but she comes to me and complains they weren't willing to spend money on anything. If anything, they made better suggestions for activities. For example, I don't party or drink, and Gianna wanted to do a night of bar crawling, which they said I wouldn't like.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Gianna had suggested whale watching, and they mentioned I wouldn't like it. The reason everything happened the week before was because that's when I found out about the plans, and I only wanted to get rid of a few hikes and lookout points that were far away or involved a lot of driving. The rest of the weekend went according to plan, down to the same restaurants, boutiques we were scheduled to shop at, and beaches to go to. I told her I knew it was terrible timing, but I was advised by the rest of my bridesmaids to speak up, so I did. So we do have an update that actually made it to Best of Redditor updates. Apparently they don't like us over there. Like, I was looking at the comments and I was like, ooh, listen, I will take the brunt of like the negative comments because this is my job and I'm used to it. A lot of these people in the subreddit are just like,
Who the fuck is Charlotte? Why does everybody love her?
I'm like, we're literally just existing over in our little subreddit and someone else is posting them in the Best of Redditor updates subreddit and everyone is mad about it. It's like, we're literally just like doing our own thing. Like, sorry that it made it to Best of Redditor updates. I'm sorry. We're just over here having a good time, minding our own business. Anyways, if you want to see the tea on that, go ahead and check it out. Okay, so interesting update. My maid of honor made my bachelorette party all about her, and turns out she did the same thing to someone else. Goody. Okay, so I recently got married. Congratulations! And it was absolutely beautiful. I'm so happy for you. All my closest family and friends were there to celebrate, and it couldn't have been more perfect. Did she come? Did she come to the wedding?
I would hope not.
My mom took a ton of photos and posted them to Facebook. My old college roommate reached out to me for details on where Gianna, ex-maid of honor, was, since she wasn't in the photos. But here's some backstory. My old college roommate, we'll call her Daisy, and I were in a friend group with Gianna and a couple of other people. We were close, but we all moved away after college and we went our separate ways. Daisy ended up getting engaged around 2 years ago, and Gianna was one of her bridesmaids. There was a whole situation. And according to what Gianna had told me, she said Daisy was forcing the bridal party to pay for a huge bridal shower at a winery, and she didn't feel comfortable doing that. Wait a second. Okay, I thought that we wanted to do all the bells and whistles and spend all the money for the bachelorettes and all of the bridal showers. And Daisy's maid of honor had kicked Gianna out of the group chat, and Gianna and Daisy never spoke again. At the time, I believed Gianna, resulting in me rarely speaking with Daisy, but we still wished each other happy birthday.
Oh my God, you are not gonna believe what Daisy said about Gianna. Didn't Gianna say that Daisy was being like a total bridezilla? Apparently, that is not what happened at all. Listen to this. Hey babe, congrats on the wedding. You look beautiful. I'm wondering why Gianna wasn't in any of the photos your mom shared. Wasn't she your maid of honor? I said she was my maid of honor. Honestly, it was a whole thing, and then I told her the whole story, and this is what she said. Girl, you are not gonna believe this, but she did the exact same thing to me. No, seriously? I know. Oh, Gianna apparently wanted everyone to do this like all-inclusive trip to Mexico, and nobody wanted to fork out the money for that because it was like super expensive, and everyone was really vocal about it. Then Gianna removes herself from the bridal party group chat after saying that Daisy didn't deserve her. No way. And that she just wanted everything to be perfect, and that Daisy's maid of honor was bullying her. What is with this girl? She's literally making everyone else's bachelorettes about her. Yeah, and she lied to us about what really happened with Daisy. I guess it's a good thing she didn't come to your wedding. Narcissist. I told Daisy I was sorry about what happened to her, and that as a result of their friendship breaking up, my friendship with her broke up as well. She was super understanding, and we bonded over the whole thing. But I feel so vindicated now, and just had to share because this blew my mind. Have a lovely day. Oh, I will, bestie. One comment that I would like to also note, you can only imagine what Gianna's batch and wedding will be like if and when. She'll have alienated all of her old friends and be surrounded by newbies who'll only be seeing the bride and Batchzilla side of her for the first time, asking them to shell out a fortune for a minute-by-minute whirlwind of activities in a foreign country. Then she'll probably expect her old friends to be happy for her after all she's done for them and show up on her big day. There it is. It's almost like she's going through all this trouble, going over and above, planning all these things, not because she wants to be the good friend, but it's because that when it comes time for her to get married, she wants everyone else to treat her the way she treated them. Sounds like this all ended well, though. Happy to hear it. Congratulations on the wedding. And don't forget, subscribe! I fell in love with my married neighbor, and then I babysat his kids. Now I'm questioning my feelings. This story was originally posted in True Off My Chest. Okay, so first of all, I'm new to Reddit. So sorry if there's any mistakes or something. I would say to say that there would be some mistakes, but it's not
blankets, pillowcases, stuffed animals.
I obviously can't talk about this with any of my friends or my mom, but then I saw a Reddit post on TikTok, and I thought this would be a good place to talk about
I have different sizes
Finally,
of
I know
looms.
you're all going to
I
judge
make
me, but at least
socks,
try to understand my side.
hats,
Thanks. Okay.
stuffed
I always do
animals,
try to understand.
blankets,
I can still say you made a mistake, though.
Dresses are really easy to make on
I'm a
it, and
34-year-old
sweaters.
woman, and 7 months ago, I had a messy breakup with my long-term boyfriend. So I moved in with my best friend and her husband in a house we are all renting together. Oh God, okay, it's not the best friend's husband, thank God. I'm sorry. Girl, you just about gave me a heart attack. It was then that I met my neighbor, who I will call Kay. He helped us move our stuff into the house, and I was instantly smitten. We live in the suburbs of a major city, so we both end up taking the train into work at the same time each day. I knew Kay had a wife and kids very early on. He talked about them often, and pictures of them on his lock screen, social media, etc. However, initially, it all started out as a very innocent,
your loom
silly
a little
crush.
bit bigger, and make it another fat belly tube.
He is handsome,
and then a shorter
and funny,
fat belly
and
to
sweet.
head,
The
and
first
then
time
ears if
we
you
rode
want
the
them.
train, he asked me
You
about
just
my
make
job and
one
seemed
stripe
genuinely
back and
interested
forth,
in
and
what I
then
was saying,
use
which
a
is something my
sewing
ex
needle
never
and the
did, and is
thread
something
to
we
sew
fought over
them
a
into
lot.
a shape.
I mean, being a nice guy doesn't imply that
They're
he
on my
likes
Instagram.
you. Isn't that
The
sad?
stuffed
Isn't it
animals
sad
I've
that it's come
made.
to that? And it's not just like men or it happens across the board. We are so starved for someone being nice to us and actually listening to us that we mistake it for them having feelings. I actually dealt with this a lot. I like to think I'm a pretty chatty person. I like to have, platonic chats with people, whatever. But even just having like a platonic chat with a dude, oftentimes it would result in them kind of thinking that I liked them, or maybe their wives or girlfriends thinking that I liked them, when it's literally just talking. We're out at a bar. We happen to be
I've had
standing
enough
next to
looming,
each other.
I think. Hang on. Bye, TikTok. I've had enough tonight. I'm going for 4.5 fucking hours. My eyes are starting to hurt. TikTok. Oh, my back. Oh, my Jagumbus boobs. Alright, hang on. Who's on? Here, keep watching that while I look who's on.
It's
I
odd
love
and
Mr.
it's
Bean.
sad. It's sad. He's always doing things for his kids, like bringing home treats and stuff for them, and staying on the phone with his older daughter the entire ride to work because she needed a pep talk before a school presentation. It was just so easy to imagine how lovely and attentive Kay would be with me because he's
We're
like
gonna
that with everyone
raid.
else. This is the thing. Okay. This plays into the whole, like, does he really like me or is he just
Captain
like
Fluffy
that
Bubbles.
with everyone else? He's just that kind of person, babes. And he's not the only one like that. There's plenty of people out there who are not married that would be like that with you.
Plenty of other fish in the sea.
It's good that you now know
I
that it's
believe they are
possible
also
for
a
someone
Moco
you
Loco.
like to
I
be
don't
that way.
remember
because it
how
sets
I know
the
them.
standard for someone that
Genuinely
is
don't.
actually
I don't
available.
remember.
It doesn't mean that
But
this is a good enough
we're gonna
reason
go
to
right
fall
in.
in love with somebody. Kay has never said
gonna
or done
go
anything
right
to
in.
imply he has feelings for me yet. But we
Yeah,
are genuinely
yeah.
friends by now because we talk on the train, which is about a 20-minute ride almost every weekday.
I don't remember
have
how
never
I know
had
them.
trouble getting the attention of men. And with
But-
this basis we have already, I
Hi,
know
girl,
that we can
hi.
easily become something more.
That's it for me for tonight. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you being here. Don't forget to check out social medias for updates and whatnots. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye, love you, bye.